And it's been a year since the apocalypse hit the UK. Welcome to Drinking with Andy. Hi, folks, and welcome to Drinking with Andrew, the YouTube show dedicated to me getting drunk. And I've just had a sale just as we're starting as well, which is amazing. And it's a good one. And I need to end the listing on Depop because, you know, this is what I have to do now when you cross lists. So, yeah, I'll be with you momentarily when like the second pair of shorts I've sold. I started listing shorts this week, and I've sold some now. So let's guess how much I've just sold a pair of shorts for, and then we'll get into saying hello. So let's guess the price of UK. How much have I just literally sold a pair of shorts for? Let's see what the answers is that comes in. At the minute, people are still saying, "Well, this is working, isn't it? People can hear me." Sure, people can hear me. We've got a guess of 20, 35, 5. This is going to be great fun doing this when the hellos are coming in as well. We've got £20. We haven't got a correct guess yet. I will say, well, it definitely ends in a 9, but it's not 99p. Oh, Rosie's got it spot on. It was indeed £24.99. Congratulations, Rosie. Okay, so let's say some hellos. We've got a few people watching already, 46 people already watching. Dave the Gent was first in. Welcome, Dave. LGG's in. Dave Repairs is in. Dave, one of you Daves is going to have to change your name. There's too many Daves. Matt's in. Rosie's in. Shane's in. Don's in. Jack's in. Chris is in. James is in. Rebecca's in. Stu's here. Damien's in. Al's in. Sean's here. He's having some red wine. Joan's in. Good Lord, we've got the beautiful Amy. This is like, you know, my future wife, if she'll accept my proposal, which probably would have to make. So what was Wrexham in the news for, Rebecca? Pete's in. Peter's in. Sexy Sally Kelly's in. Craig's in. Kevin's in. Phil's in. Richard Payne's here. Quick's reselling is in. And it's skipped. The chat is skipped. I'm going to scroll past. Let's go back up. Tea Cakes is in. My phone's going mental. House of Vintage, Jonathan's in, which is a great channel. And I won't ruin the announcement, but if you do watch House of Vintage, I believe tomorrow night at 8 p.m, should be making a good announcement that I think is a really exciting one that I know a lot of people who are selling clothes will be interested in. Grant's popped in. You okay, Grant? I'll see you on for a while. We've got Sarah in. That's I've got to be polite to Sarah because Mr. Tonks is watching as well. Amazing Ali's in. Hi, Ali. Not long until we go out. God, it's dropped. Mr. Gilbert's in. Hello. What's the takeaway tonight? Probably order KFC in a few minutes. I've not ordered it yet. Did I have my lunch? Did I buy all KLC's clothes? No, I did not. Jim bought those. I'm buying t-shirts at the minute because it's summer. So yeah. Right. Back on Hayes. I am indeed on that. Let's catch up with my messages. Hi, Sam. Yes, let's get the first can open. It's been a tough week. I had the AstraZeneca Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine on Tuesday because apparently I'm clinically extremely vulnerable and should have been shielding for the past year. So yeah, that was great to find out. And yeah, the side effects were rough for the last sort of 2-3 days. I'm still pretty tired now, but I'm well enough for drinking with Andrew. I had a few cans last night and then passed out in front of YouTube watching Global Fifters. It's not a comment on their content, it's just how ill I am. So I may pass out pretty early tonight as well, which could be interesting. Hi, Michelle. Hi, Chris. Yeah, that's a wreck of same boat as well. Steven's in, Oliver in. Right, let's get a link in the chat, shall we? Actually, let's get some people to come live with us. So it's the dog is here, passed out asleep. I found him upstairs in the bed earlier. He went on a long walk today. He's definitely passed out because he's not reacted to that. Excuse me, technically they did say you should have been. I should never be allowed to keep away from people. They should have to keep away from me though. Hi Gary, hi Glenn, hi Charlotte. Charlotte's watching as well. That's Glenn's very attractive, beautiful wife. Dave says he might pop on a bit. It's free and brave enough. More than welcome to Dave. I've got to catch up. Didn't get my jab. Mrs. got it, and I think though, you might not get side effects yourself because you're like a different person. Here we go. Hello. Nope. I think they pressed the wrong button there. Right. Yeah, too many Daves. Hey, amazing Ashley, how are you? We've got 79 people watching, so there's some more people watching that haven't said hello yet. So don't be shy. Feel free to say hi. Oh, have we got? Here we go. Peter's on. Hi, Peter. How are you?
Look at the state of that.
I hope you're not talking about your face.
About what?
No, I said, I hope you're not talking about my face. Now I've had a shave. I'm looking very sexy.
No, I've got hair here. No.
How are you getting on, Peter?
How are you doing? All right?
Yes, not too bad. Not too bad. Now I've recovered from the side effects of the vaccine.
Yeah, I had it. It took me 10 days later, and then suddenly I just went really ill. Just day I was a bit tired at night, but okay now.
Oh, here we go.
Jessica's what's been doing?
Jessica's flirting with me. She says you look good when you have a shave. Thank you, Jessica. You always look good to me as well. Sorry, Peter, I missed your question then. I was distracted by the beauty in the chat. What did you say? Sorry, Peter.
I just said I was thinking. I'll tell you what I've been doing this last few weeks is buying a lot of VCRs and videos and stuff like this. I just think that there might be an increase of it, you know, as like with vinyl and audio tapes and things like that?
There's always demand for them.
There's sort of toys, board games and things like this. You know, so.
I've got quite a few VCRs that I need to get round to test, because if I don't test them, the Payne brothers will be helping themselves to them when they're allowed to visit.
Right. Okay. So I can't see if anybody's comments, chats, private chat comments. Oh,
We got some. I don't know who this person is. Have you heard of this, Peter? Neil and Andrea Hills. Don't know who that is.
I think I've heard of him. Yeah, Nick did. Oh, Nick, and it's you did a fantastic video around all the video, all the vinyl and stuff like this. I used to DJ, so I had quite a lot of vinyl. I've still got a lot of it. Unfortunately, I've stored it in the cellar, and a lot of the vinyl's been quite destroyed. But a couple of things there with now albums. Yeah, thanks very much for that. It's they simply change the price over years. You could have something like a couple of years ago worth nothing, now worth a few bucks. Or
I've got stuff in my backlog that has appreciated in value, which is great. I've like come to list it, and it's suddenly worth money when it was worthless before. So the apocalypse has been good for that.
Yeah, it's when I think things do change. The Welsh bloke. Yeah. No, but they are. I mean, and the things, as I said, something from a few years ago might be worth £2 or £3. Now it could be worth 70. There's more people doing that. That's one of the VHS stuff and the video things that could be. And you know, I think I've sold 2 video plays this week. And I'm only very small in comparison to you guys. This community is fantastic. But compared to you guys, this is, even though I've been doing eBay for many years, seriously, it's only been a few months.
Oh, all I'll tell you is what clothes not to buy. Yeah. All you learn from me is what clothes not to buy. That's my contribution to the reselling community, opening boxes of clothes. No, everyone's doing it. It's like, you know, I'm a trendsetter.
You certainly are. You know, you've got a great sense of it, and you say it as it is, which I like.
Looks like Peter Ray's popped in. Hi, Peter. This is going to be confusing. We should get Peter Ray live, and then we can have 2 Peters live. That'll be really confusing.
God, this is why, because my surname is Haig, but Ray, and I want to change Mr. Sprout to the Monkey Thrifter, because that's, and which I look at Monkey Thrifter and the YouTube with a couple of rough videos I've done on that anyway. And thrift is spelled as in the English way, not an I after it. Thrift tier. Where's Peter? Where's the legend?
Chop, busy work, bangs popped in. Good evening, Lick Hills. New name for Nick. We've not come across that one before. Lick.
Lick Hills.
Will there be a listing challenge on the horizon, given you have sourced 11 million bulk clothing hauls recently? I don't know. I think we need to wait for car boots to reopen and have like a couple of weeks of good sourcing, and then maybe do one in like May time or something.
Pete Cummings, Vinegar Jar, very interesting video earlier on today, and he said about which I sort of agree, is the thing that you might get a lot of car boots in the prices, so like to sort of eBay prices, but they'll try it, but I don't think they're going to succeed.
I think the house clearance guys will probably still be there selling at their usual prices, and then it's the private sellers who might.
They want a quick turnover. Yeah, they want to sell it quick turnover. They don't care. They've paid them to clear the house out. They'll just, any extras they'll get rid of it. But general people thinking they've had this 12 months or so that we've had. I think, right, I can get, this and this for it,
Glenn says Charlotte. She's now feeling the full effect of me 50 inches.
So you're working full time as well, aren't you, Andrew?
Yeah, I am. Yeah,
Andrew.
Yeah, full time and knackered on the COVID-19 task force, but I've done 12 months on that now. So they're talking about anyone who's done more than 12 months coming off it and going back into a normal job. So they've offered me dozens of vacancies because I've won awards and whatever, obviously, because I'm amazing. So I've been offered a pick of jobs.
Yeah.
But I don't really want to go back to like doing normal stuff now because I think I'll just get bored.
Yeah.
So I'm negotiating.
What you do in your work side of it is obviously very interesting and very awarding. But would you decide to sort of totally jack that in and do the reselling full time? Because I know when like you've done the listing challenge, you've got full time and you beat the rest of them all the time.
If I was going to go full time, like I'd have to be debt free and ideally mortgage free. So just like no significant outgoings other than you like my biggest outgoing would be like council tax or something.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
And then I would I'd consider it then. At the minute, just me costs are too high for me to consider it.
Yeah, obviously you've got a regular in there. Why not? We've got it all supersonic. Hey, what was that?
Owl's on, and he's wearing a hat so he can keep warm in his own house.
Well, can't afford the heating, mate.
How you doing, Al? You okay?
Andrew, I'm not earning as much as you. The heating's off. The missus and the kids are next door in the other room with the blankets on them.
Unbelievable. That's mind you, there's no
I'm really messing
here.
How come on?
How are you doing, Peter? I keep seeing your name pop up on other videos, and I've always wanted to say hello because I was most interested in your name Sprout. But first of all, I thought your logo was the England Rose logo, but I can see now it's something else, isn't it?
Welsh.
Oh, is it Welsh? There you go. Oh, someone's got to be Welsh. Both of you.
Technically, I'm English. I was born in Lincolnshire.
Oh, you really?
Yeah, that's why I support Lincoln City. But yeah.
So are you watching Scotland on in the background now, mate? Have you seen what's going to happen tonight?
That's what's going on.
So it's in the Six Nations is a right rigmarole this time. So if France win, if they get a 4-point win, France will win.
Okay.
So it seems wrong because Wales have done so well. You know what I mean? Yeah. They've got to win by 4 points. So they've got to get the 4 point.
The thing is, though, that there's no way that France can win the Five Nations because, as we discussed last time, you come on, I refuse to recognise France as a nation. So,
well, you'll accept Italy. I'm happy with that.
So I'm not like I'd be fine if Italy won it, but France aren't allowed.
Never gonna happen. Oh. Cheers for having me on anyway.
Pleasure.
I enjoy watching you, but I'm going to do my absolute best tonight to just do an hour or two and then bugger off because I've been up since 3:30 today.
Jesus, why?
I don't know. I'm a bit all over the place, Spencer. You know, do you ever go for them stages where you just wake up and you go like ping and you're awake?
Yeah, that's usually when the dog steps on my balls.
If I've got chihuahuas, so if your dogs did it, they might I wouldn't notice. But what kind of dog have you got?
He's a Jackapoo. He's half Jack Russell, half Poodle.
He's still only little, isn't he?
Yeah.
But I just keep waking up lately, 3, 4, 5, and I'm like ping, wide awake, and I'm at it, and it's like because you come downstairs. You know what? I don't know about you, but I come downstairs, and after about one cup of tea and half an hour of shit TV, I'm to be honest, I'm ready to do some work. I know it sounds weird, but I feel a bit restless at the moment. Don't know what it is, but I'm just a bit all over the place.
Exactly. I did the same thing this morning. Normally I don't, but 5 o'clock and thought up, had a shower, and then got myself sort of ready and thought, let's get some work done. Normally not like that, but yeah, there's something right in there.
I never used to be like this. I've always been all my life. I've never worried about much, and I've been quite a calm person. But I feel like it's not like money either. I'm not worried about money. It's something else. I just can't. Hey, how are you doing?
Krillin's here. Hey, Rob.
How are you doing?
Hey, Rob.
What's the good word, gentlemen? How you doing?
Bored on a Friday evening.
Everything doing good? You guys making a lot of money on eBay?
Trying.
Money. The problem I've got, Bobby, is I make money and then I think, oh, I'll spend this, and I buy more stock.
That's okay though, Andy.
Did you ever see my room? Did you ever want me to take? You want me to go? I just did. Okay. I have you know that woman I talk about, Leslie.
Yes.
I have another woman before Leslie. I had Debbie, and Debbie, she calls me up and she says, "Oh, do you want to go on a private pick? Because long story short, the guy is moving. Blah blah blah. We didn't sell it. Da da da. He's got a whole lot of clothes." So I say, of course, because when people tell you, that's one thing about reselling. If people tell you, "Oh, do you want to go on a private pick before the stuff?" You have to remember, before it goes to the thrift store, before it goes to car boot, before it goes anywhere, you want to get that fresh merch that no one has seen before, And this was in a very exclusive. What's up?
We call it virgin.
Virgin merch. Well, I don't know if I could say that on this channel. Untouched virgin merch. And it was.
Hey, I'm getting cable broadband soon. Virgin Media have just installed a box on the side of my house, so in a 4 weeks time, because I've asked them to do it when I'm off work, so they've got to come round and come in the house and whatever. I will be on cable. I'll be on like no more dodgy internet.
Super fast.
Yeah, that's why I've got Virgin.
Have you? Is it faster?
God, it's twice as fast as what I've got at the minute, and I've only gone for the cheapest package. I haven't even gone because they have one that was just like insanely quick, and it's like I know I watch a lot of porn, but I don't need to watch it like that quickly.
You know what?
Now this Virgin cable, this is the same. Richard Branson is the same Virgin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this guy, so he owns a lot of different stuff. He's not just in the air. He's got a lot of stuff going on. This guy.
Yeah.
Right? It's still his company. Well, it's a publicly traded company, but he still probably owns half the shares, right?
It's
So-
like
yeah.
it's like Money Mental UK Limited. You know, I've got a lot of things going on.
Back in the 90s, he used to own a nightclub in London called Heaven. I used to go there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Was he ever there?
I've never seen him there, but I used to go a lot. And he owned it. It was
Yeah.
called Heaven. And it was on a Tuesday night. I was 19, 25 years ago.
Wow. Yeah,
Or something like
that's
that.
me too. I
And
was
now,
19, 25 years ago too.
but you know what I mean? Now he's like this billionaire. I don't even know what he does anymore. What does Richard Branson? What's he do?
What doesn't he do other like he's like an Elon Musk, you know, they doing like eccentric kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah. Forward thinking bullshit.
Yeah. Oh, so let me finish my quick story. My long story short. I'll keep it short.
Sorry
So
for
this
interrupting you.
Yeah,
So
what a
this
quick
woman,
story. Go
Debbie-
on, come on.
So
Right, you've got
she's
10
like, oh, you
minutes.
want to go on that private pick, and it's in a very exclusive area. So I says,
Yeah.
you know, I says, okay, I'm, you know, where they have a gate to get into the house, and you know they have, you know, that Mercedes truck, but the truck it looks like a military kind of truck. You ever seen that one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the G-Wagon.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah. A G-Wagon. Is that what it's called? A G-Wagon?
Yeah. Yeah.
They're hundreds of thousands
know-
of dollars, aren't they?
yeah. So when I pulled up to the house and I saw that wagon, you know, like you said, that I knew right away, you know, they had a lot of shekels.
Money.
So
Money.
make the story. So whatever it was, but the thing is, the guy had a whole bunch of stuff. He was a lawyer, and make the story short, because this has to do with, you know, she's like, you want to buy? We got to buy everything. So, because I just wanted to pick through and buy, you know, stuff here and there, but it was kind of like the people were moving, so I made them a lowish offer, but it was to take everything. So I even had to go get a storage locker and everything. But the whole point of the story is that it's like, you know, you get addicted to buying sometimes, especially if it's a good deal and you see really good stuff. You know, the guy had, you know, custom made shoes, and, you know, I just sold from that lot a pair of cashmere socks. I mean, how often you find cashmere socks?
Like,
You know,
Cashmere socks. I didn't know you could buy cashmere socks.
yeah. I just had that on my Instagram. I just put them on. The cashmere socks.
They must be expensive retail.
Yeah, I got like $60 for them. I took a best offer. You know, but it was just a pair of socks.
Wow.
So this
I
is the
bought the car once for £60.
What kind of car was this?
It was a knackered old Mini. It was a 1988 Mini. It was blown.
I think you were gonna say it was a Morris. I think you were gonna say it was a Morris Minor.
Nah, it was a hot box. It was ruined. I bought it for the interior, but I bought a car once for £60. Isn't it amazing? Like when people have got money, who buys socks for £60? It's crazy, don't you think?
I don't.
Al, my first car I bought for £50, but that was in 1977. You got a bargain there, man.
But
you're a lot older than us, Mr. Brown. You're older than us. That's how much it was new.
It was old.
I'll tell you,
7-year-old. You know, it's 7-year-old now.
I'll tell you quick, so I don't want to ruin your story, because I think we should still continue asking questions. But I bought two cars, one for £350 and one for £60. And the guy who sold me the car for £60 lived on the same estate as me. And we only bought it from him, me and my dad did, because it got a nice interior. The outside was knackered, but the chairs on the inside, the car I just bought, do you know what I mean? £60. And I did about.
When you say that, you mean rusted? You mean rust or dented? What?
Yeah, knackered is like old, crappy, and ruined.
No, but like, so it's a lot of it's like dented, dents, dings.
Yeah,
rust,
it was rusty.
The paint.
Yeah, so my first Austin Mini was either 76 or 78, can't remember. I remember the registration. Hang on. So it was 1978, and it was like a golden brown. I know it sounds terrible.
Everything was that golden brown and that color.
Yeah, and it was leather. Oh, 78. It was a red leather interior, and it just didn't look right. Anyway, so this bloke up the road, like quarter of a mile away, he'd got one with a brown fabric interior. So we bought that for 60 quid, took the seats out and chucked it in my car. It was a great bargain, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like minis are like Meccano or Lego. So easy to unscrew and stuff and tinker with.
You pay for the interior then, yeah.
Yeah, and then we got it scrapped. Yeah. I think I got 50 quid for the scrap.
Yeah, a lot of times it's hard to change the seats.
I've seen some straps
here. A lot of times
before, but they tend to be strapped on.
Can you imagine the money we'd all have, lads, if we'd never sold any of the cars we had earlier? Can you imagine the money we'd have?
My first car, was going to cost about 800 quid to get through its MOT, so I didn't bother. Well, now they're selling for 4 or 5 grand, and I'm like,
really?
Why didn't I just put it through?
What is it?
Scrapped. It was a Metro.
Was it a Metro? 1.2.
1.1.
Oh yeah, sorry. They're small.
My first car.
They're Hyundai now, aren't they? Metro. I think they are, aren't they?
All right. So, Mr. Sprout and Al, I got to ask you a question. What do you guys think about the 1960s, 1950s American cars? Do you like them, or it's not?
Krillin, can I say one of my favorite films is Christine?
Okay, that's 50s.
You seen the film Christine?
That's
no, it's
50s.
Yeah, but absolutely. That book, yeah. Love the old American big cars, yeah.
Big. Yeah, but you know what it is? I used to have a 65 Chevy Impala, and the problem, the big problem is that the car they don't have the same brakes, and the steering is not the same like the newer cars. So it's very difficult. You got to be careful.
Chevy used to make everything, but now everything's imported to Chevy, isn't it?
You guys, you have Chevy factories or Ford factories there in the UK, no?
I'm pretty sure. Like the last time I saw a Chevrolet, was it a rebadged Daewoo?
That's right, yeah, Daewoo. So I'm into vintage motors. I've always every year I buy and sell a few motors and do them up. And when I say do them up, I mean I'm not a mechanic, but I tinker. I like to play, get my hands dirty, and I've never made a loss on a car, by the way. But I'm no dealer. Anyway, I've got my eye at the moment. This is your type of thing. It's a Chevrolet K10, 1978.
It's
pristine. Yeah, I like trucks. I've always wanted a truck and I've never owned one. It's a 1978 wide base, left-hand drive. 78,000 on the clock.
Nice.
But the reason it's cool is because that's the year they introduced a 6th gear. But it was 20 years afterwards they did that in the UK.
Now, Al, do you live in a rural area, a suburban, or a city?
No, I'm the closest shop's like 2 miles away. Yeah, I'm out in the sticks.
So it's rural.
Yeah, that's right.
So you can drive, because if you live near the city, it's very hard to drive. I'm sure. I know you guys have small roads, but I'm sure in a rural area they're probably a little bit bigger. No.
Yeah. And the thing is with the old Chevys, they're like about a foot wider.
Yeah.
Than a UK car. American cars are just bigger in every way. The thing is as well now. So 5-6 years ago, it would cost a fortune, like £4,000. Well, no, I'm exaggerating. Maybe £2,500 to get a car converted from a left-hand to a right-hand drive. Now it's cheap.
Okay.
It's £500. Now it's 500 quid.
Really?
And every garage can do it. You might have to leave it with them for a
Really?
few weeks, but yeah, it's so cheap and easy to do because there's
Yeah, because they
cars
probably
coming out with.
they make kits. Yeah, they probably
Yeah,
make
it's called-
mass-produced special kits to change it
Yeah.
over easier. They don't have to
That's
do
it,
as
it's
much fabric. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they called a mod box. So now any left-hand drive you can add a mod box to, and what they do is they rip out, because it's cool now to rip out the what's it
Dash.
called, the dashboard.
Dash.
It's cool. Yeah, it's cool to rip that out and add a modern one. And so they mod box it, chuck in a modern dashboard, and
Yes.
and now you've got a left hand into a right hander. But I'm not into that.
Yeah.
What I want to do is I want to do it properly, turn it into a right hander, but still everything be the same. I want it still to have the same cassette player, all the dashboard be the correct. I want to keep it
Like the
authentic,
factory.
but change
I'll
the
do you mean
drive.
an 8-track? I'll get an 8-track in there, yeah.
An 8-track, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can get him, it's cool.
You know,
do you think?
Yeah.
once in a while you'll see a guy driving, you know, those Japanese kind of like Fast and Furious kind of cars. I'm not into Japanese, but they drive them once in a while. I think it's called a Skyline or something like that.
Yeah, Nissan Skyline.
You know that one?
Yeah, they're like a real supercar, aren't they?
Yeah, they drive. You'll see them around here once. I'll see one probably maybe once a month. Somebody driving that car, you know, but you know, it's a right-hand drive car, you know.
And they're a real performance car. The horsepower is mental.
Yeah, they drive that once in a while. You know, it always looks weird when you look at the guy and he's sitting in the other seat, you know.
Like, yeah, I feel what you mean. But you know what? I feel like there's no soul in them. You know, modern cars, they're so boring.
Yeah.
I've got a new car, but I'm ready to buy. I'm ready to spend. I think it's COVID. I'm a bit bored, and I fancy playing with a bit of money. And the thing is, if you look after cars, you can't. It's a great investment. You'll never lose money. So
I would have done.
You'll always, as long as you don't mind getting your hands dirty, you'll always earn more money with a car than you will in an ISA account. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. I started off reselling cars and lost $7,500.
Did you? What did you do?
Well, I sold them for less than I paid for them.
Come on, Andrew, more details.
That's basically it.
A little bit of woman involved.
Hey, were they classic motors? Because classic cars don't go down in value.
No, they were just shit cars.
Al, my first car was an SUV. My second car was a Ford Anglia.
Really? Oh shit!
A Ford
really?
The Ford Anglia.
A Ford
They've
what?
gone up.
And I passed my driving test in a Mark II Cortina.
Cortina, sorry.
Okay.
Mark II Cortina.
I bet you wish you'd dug a hand on that,
77.
77. Didn't the Cortina end up coming to Mexico? They turned the Cortina into the Mexico, didn't they?
Escort with the Mexico.
Oh, Escort was Mexico. I love that style. You know that it's not a coupe, but it's now what we call a coupe.
Now, what are you guys paying for gas now?
Friends of mine had a Mexico rally driving. Sorry?
What we're paying for gas?
What am I driving now?
Petrol.
No,
petrol.
Gas. Well, diesel. Is
petrol. Regular. Regular.
Diesel hors d'oeuvre.
We don't have regular. You guys have regular. So we only got petrol and diesel regular.
That's what I'm saying. What are you paying for petrol right now?
I filled up the other day and it was £1.04 a litre, and my car takes about 70 quid. Yeah, at Tesco Express, and I thought bargain.
Which is part of
One
it. So,
pound Ford.
What about £1.10p now, isn't it? We're back up to £1.10p.
well, it's 1.19 for petrol and 1.22 for a litre. That's for 1.22 for diesel.
Well,
That's
I
in
did well then.
Tesco. That's in,
It's
yeah,
ridiculous.
they're
how
absolutely
much,
superb, is that?
ridiculous how much
Yeah.
diesel I get through. Like, I don't even go anywhere, and I'm still spending nearly 30 quid a week on diesel.
Oh, yeah. You see,
Oh, your car's diesel?
Pardon?
yeah, I think everyone's is in the UK now, mostly. There's only like 20%
Really?
of cars which are petrol manufactured, yeah. Nobody
You're kidding
produces
me.
petrol cars. No.
You're kidding.
Because in Europe we have what's it called? A pollution. What's it called? Sorry, my brain's gone
Emissions.
completely blank.
Emissions.
Yeah, emissions thing in Europe, and the emissions on petrol are like 0.8 compared to diesel, which is like a 0.1.
And you would think
although
diesel would be more. You would think diesel would pollute more, no?
I don't understand how it works, to be honest with you. I never concentrated
They
at that
went
part.
through a stage a few years ago where the emissions were lower on the was it carbon or something like that were lower on the, and then it went over for a few years and realised it wasn't right. I don't know. But it's cheaper on the.
Can you remember the news pulling the carpet from underneath the Volkswagen for lying about their diesel fumes?
Yeah,
Oh, God.
yeah.
Remember that?
Was that all over the world, or is that just in America?
My Audi lost $2,000 in value because of that, the bastards.
Did they? Fucking hell. Yeah, but
Rob,
I've got a BMW and it costs me nothing. I don't pay a penny for my road tax because of my emissions or nothing.
I said, Rob, the day you have road tax in the States?
I think my road tax is like 240 quid a year.
It's crack, isn't it?
Mine's 150.
Oh, yeah, we have a.
Yeah, but you got a Range Rover now,
We have a registration. We call it, it's a registration fee. We have one.
Yeah.
I forget how much. It's not more than a couple $100 for the year. It's not significant.
You see,
my sister has a Mercedes diesel and she pays £20 a year tax.
You're joking.
Tax.
When I had
my car's not brand
it's
new.
a big Mercedes as well.
When I had
my
Audi,
car is 3 years old, but I still don't pay road tax. You know, some of these modern.
Yeah, but you guys pay a road tax when you buy the gasoline. There's road tax in the gasoline.
No, no.
It's separate.
Yeah, we
No,
pay.
it's in the price.
Unless you get
That's why. That's why it's so expensive. The gasoline doesn't cost that much to make. It's the tax. That's why it's so expensive. The tax is more than the gasoline itself.
You pay 90 cents a litre in America, don't you? Still?
Yes, about that.
Litre? They won't have litres in America, will they?
Well, is it $3.40 a gallon in America?
How much a gallon? How much a gallon do you pay?
No, here right now it's about I'm paying about $3 a gallon right now, which is probably like you said, which is like what 75 cents a liter.
Yeah.
For petrol, not diesel. Not every gas station, not everyone has diesel. Maybe every other station has diesel.
So you're about on, if you think about the European conversion rate, dollar to pound, you're about the same. We're probably paying 10p more. You're at 0.75 now, so we're probably paying 10p more, maybe 12. But we'll catch up.
More than
we always do.
It got cut off. You're paying more than 10.
Sorry.
P.
Yeah.
For what?
We're probably paying 10 pence more a litre than you at the moment.
No, you guys are paying like
But we'll copy.
triple the price.
No, not on sorry, I don't know the petrol price. Not on diesel, we're not.
I'm paying $3 for you're paying. I'm paying $3 for a gallon of petrol. You're paying a 120 for a liter, 120 pounds for a liter of petrol, which is like
sorry.
That's like 4 times the price you're paying.
Yeah, sorry. One gallon is 4.5 liters. Yeah, you're right. So if I put
more money.
one litre here is costing what? £1.20 on average, £1.10, and 1 litre for you costing 90p.
You see, Dave Repair's got that on that right. He's like, he's saying 57.95 on duty.
This right here is a conversation that is guaranteed to get the people of the chat going right now.
Now, Al, can you see that? Can you see that, Al?
Jesus Christ, he's going to a petrol station now. Fucking hell, unbelievable.
325.
Yeah, 325. Yeah, and that's diesel. That's more money.
So 325, I tell you. Yeah, you're right.
325.
I tell you what, you're banged on. We're paying 3 times as much as you. I'm on a calculator now. So
don't forget but don't forget. Yeah, but don't forget the pound is like $1.35. It's like $1.35 for 1 pound.
0.75 on the pound. That's right. So in other words, we could spend $10,000 in America on diesel and come back £3,000 richer if you could take it on an airplane. If you tell me where to do it, I'm there.
Right.
Well, I mean,
honestly, carry on.
Honestly, you know what's funny? All the people that we talk to overseas, it's like, I don't know what. Maybe people keep it on the low, but I mean, I don't know. We should be doing international bit. That's the whole idea of this. Like, whatever's cheaper here, I should be able to send it there.
My family live in Boston and Portland, Maine. So I love America. My family's there.
Where? I'm sorry, I cut off. What'd you say again? Where?
I've got family in Boston and Portland, Maine. And I always get the impression from my family, Vicky, she is telling me how expensive fuel is.
Right.
In Massachusetts. Yeah, and
we've had a sale. It's time to guess the price of Money Mental UK. I've just accepted an offer, a low offer on an item, just so I could move the conversation on. But I've sold the PlayStation 2 game. What are we guessing, folks?
How much?
If you've sold it just to move the combo on, it must be low.
So we've got £3, we've got £8.95, £12.50, £2, £12.95,
£13.
I can't.
£2.49, £4.99. Ali's got it. Spot on, £6. I was hoping to keep that going a bit further, but yeah, £6.
Didn't Ali win the last one?
So he did, yeah. What's going on here, Ali? Is Ali cheating? Is Ali secretly buying these things from me?
You need to get some merch so you can send people the winners.
I've got merch. There is merch, but the price I charge for it, I ain't sending it to anyone. I can't even afford to buy my own merch.
I'd wear a beanie hat. I'm going bald, so I'd definitely wear a beanie hat.
I probably got beanie hats for sale. You need to buy some of your merch. Hang on, right. Let me drop a link in the chat for the Money Mental UK merch store. So far, the only person who's bought from me is Grant, my accountant, and Ed Robinson.
I feel like you're making me do this now, Andrew.
There you go. You see, there's the merchant link in there. I've got baseball caps for sale. you've got some fantastic ranges there. Yeah, you don't need a beanie. You need a baseball cap.
It's going very curly, apart from the front where I've got a 6 head.
Ali's got a coat job, I think, as well.
Andrew, have you ordered a takeaway this evening?
I have ordered. I ordered it while you were all talking about bloody.
You did that on the quiet, didn't you? Stealth, KFC stealth. What have we gone for tonight?
Yeah,
I have gone.
bargain bucket.
This will be a massive surprise to everyone, but I've gone for a 10-piece bargain bucket.
A what?
A KFC.
All right. Good change.
How many pieces? How many pieces are we talking?
10 pieces.
10 quid. 10 pieces,
Wow.
£10. Is it that
No,
one?
I've got to pay more than that.
Because of delivery. Oh, you got me thinking about chicken now.
No, they're not doing the 10 pieces for 10 offer anymore.
Oh, okay. Is
But
that, have you had done a Deliveroo?
Yeah, well, just eat, but yeah, same principle. Hi, Tommy.
Yeah.
For those that want to see Gizmo, put him on the Money Mental Facebook page. This is a cryptic clue.
Had my Moe's Mexican joint today.
What time is it with you? Look, daytime.
5:30. 5.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
So what is it for you guys now? 9:30.
Yeah, thereabouts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you guys did.
Yeah.
Next week you change the clock. When do you change the clocks?
Sunday.
Yeah, bank holiday Sunday.
Yeah.
6, 7 days away, 8 days away. No, 9 days
Yeah.
away. Jesus.
No,
Yeah, we changed the
Sunday,
clocks already. So
It's Friday.
2 days,
Oh my
2
God.
days away.
It's this Friday,
2 days
this
away.
Sunday. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, is it bank holiday Sunday this weekend or next weekend?
Well, it's,
No, this weekend.
I've put
This
it.
weekend.
Yeah.
I went to
Drill
a
and Rob, do you do the clock altering? Do you clock alter the times, summer and spring?
hold on one second. I got to pull it.
What's this Sunday?
This Sunday. Next
Pentecostal.
weekend is Easter.
This is when Jesus was meant to die and be sacrificed. What I was trying to say is, I went to an all boys Catholic school. I should know this shit.
All right. So now, Mrs. Sprout, you're asking me a question.
I should know
Yeah, I
this
was saying,
stuff.
do you do all the clocks? Do you do the clock changing? Spring, summer, alter?
Take care, Ashley.
Yeah, we changed the clocks about 2 weeks ago. So like we usually have a 5-hour difference with you guys, but we changed the clocks a few. So now it's only a 4-hour difference. So
Right.
you know, then another week will catch you. Easter Sunday is this weekend or next weekend?
I thought it was next weekend.
Next weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Next weekend.
so it's good. Hang on. Is it? So is there? I can't remember. So there's a bank holiday weekend this weekend, then next Sunday, and then the Friday and Monday. Is that right?
Yeah, next Friday is Good Friday.
Yeah.
So
So we've got Friday, Sunday, and Monday.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
And we've
now
got nothing to do.
in England, do you guys in England, do you guys what's it saying? Do you have Lent or is that just only for Catholics?
No, well, Roman Catholics celebrate Lent, everywhere. So I can't remember the dates.
Well, as English Protestants, I don't know what you guys, do different,
So, no, you're right. But hang on. I
This
mean,
is worse
I
than
remember
the
it from when I was at
conversation
school.
about petrol. Jesus
What?
Christ! Right, so
like even
we book like a fucking.
Can you steer this conversation, please?
like
Isn't Lent 40 days before Easter?
So we used to give, when I was at school, we used to give boxes of food to old people at Lent, and then we were meant to give something up for the Lent period. I think it was 40 days and 40 nights for the
Yeah, 40 days.
Yeah, for them traveling through,
Yes.
as far as I can remember, for traveling through the desert to go and see Jesus, and that's what the kings did. Can't remember.
Yeah.
A long time ago. And it was to show
because
our
here it's a big deal
appreciation.
for people who are Catholics. For people who are Catholics, they do, they'll usually they won't eat meat on Fridays. That's most Catholics.
What the fuck are we
I
talking about
still
here?
do that, yeah. I'm Italian. My family's Italian. We still don't need to do that.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
then if your family are Italians, they're probably Catholics.
Yes, right.
So-
my mum and nana is, yeah.
So there are
My
days.
dad didn't.
Okay.
There are days of the week where people don't eat KFC.
You do fuck.
Well, first of all, yeah, a lot of Italians would need in America. A lot of Italians would need KFC anyway. But
Andrew would be skinny.
Jesus Christ!
yeah, but even
Andrew,
I mean, literally, Jesus Christ! I mean, freaking Jesus has never decreed, surely, that you can't eat fucking KFC.
If Jesus was
No,
around
you
now,
have-
he'd be first in the queue at KFC.
yeah,
Oh,
he's
I
doing.
got, here we go.
You would have to have
Collective
fish.
Who's this?
Nice,
Oh, now
Hello.
I'm
Hello.
just
Oh,
trying to
yeah,
get
Phil.
I've come to
I'm just trying to get a link to the.
This looks like Phil's. This looks like Phil's Lego playground.
Oh, you haven't seen anything.
Is this the?
You just see on the floor.
Hang on. I'm trying to get a link
How you
to
doing, Phil?
the.
Nice to see you, brother.
Oh, I'm not doing
I need
too
to
bad.
get a
I've
link
come
to
to
the
correct you on all the crap
Facebook.
everyone's been saying.
Phil, the official Phil,
Yes.
the
yes.
official.
The information
Right.
meister.
Fish Phil.
Hang on now. I'm launching a recruitment drive for the
Firstly,
cult.
we're changing the
Hang
clocks
on.
on Sunday.
Hang on. Right. We're launching a recruitment drive for the cult now. We want Lynn to join the cult. Let's all talk about how brilliant the Money Mental UK cult is. I'm about to drop a link into the chat. What
It's a
is the
fantastic
greatest
area.
cult you're all part of?
Monumental.
Krillin, have you seen the Life of Brian? Monty Python Life of Brian?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I did not see. I know it's a very funny movie. I might have seen it maybe 25 years ago, but I couldn't recall. I know it's a well-regarded movie as being a funny movie.
It is funny.
But I mean, if I saw it again, I probably would remember it. But I was probably when it came out. It probably came out the early 80s.
It paved the way for a lot of
yeah.
comedy.
He's
Yeah,
not
I was
Mr.
young when
Very
that
naughty
came
boy.
out. I was young when that came out.
Yeah. Me too.
I won't.
But
Well,
in
we're
America,
19.
it's well known. People who know comedy, they know that movie. Like people who know, like almost like kind of like it's regarded like the Mel Brooks films.
Can you remember? He's not
yeah.
the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. Can't you remember that?
yeah. That's from the
But in general, movies from the 1980s. I mean, that era of movies is what I would laugh at. Like the new movies that come out are not funny.
Yeah, me too. Have you seen that new Eddie Murphy movie that he's done a remake on?
Well, I didn't see the new one yet, but the original one that was
Coming to America.
That's it, yeah.
See,
But you got to remember
It was
but I live not far from there. You know what I mean?
What,
So it's
America?
funny.
Oh, really?
Yeah, McDowell's, you know the McDowell's restaurant.
Oh, is that in the movie? Are you Boston?
That's actually a Wendy's right now. It's not even McDonald's. It's a Wendy's.
Where are you from?
I live in New York, but I live that place. Like, you know, they talk about it like in the movie. The joke is, where am I going to find my queen? And he says, I'm going to Queens. And
Are you from Queens?
Queens, yeah. And there's always a big joke about Queens is the very blue collar, like, you know, it's not like, you know, Manhattan. When you watch movies about New York City, you see, you know, the Central Park, and you see Times Square and all the posh spots in New York City. It's Manhattan.
Yeah.
But Queens is like
Hard-working
like
blue
the blue collar. Yeah, blue collar, broken sidewalks. You know, broken sidewalks and you know,
I know
no
what you mean.
parking.
It's not the hood, but it's somewhere in between.
Well, don't get me wrong. There's parts of Queens that are really hood. They're real bad. But
really.
But make the story short. But they say that's when he tells the cab driver. He says, "Take me to just a common place of Queens." And the guy's like, "Trust me, there's got a lot of common, regular places." But that area is Queens Boulevard. That's where the McDowell's restaurant is. But I live in the next county over, which is called Nassau.
You could say that any film based in New York you live by. Like, you could say that, like, fucking Armageddon, because I just seen in fucking New York filmed in it. Like, with the fucking pieces of meteorite showered down, or fucking Godzilla or something, for fuck's sake.
Friends the movie.
It's like a tenuous connection.
Well,
we do.
But
in
Queens,
England, we just don't.
but I'm next. But it takes place in. Yeah, but I'm right next to Queens, so that's next to where I'm from. You know what I mean? That's the next county over.
It's like the difference between Manchester and Leeds.
Yeah,
quite a big difference.
You've missed Bradford out.
Oh, Bradford in the middle, yeah. Do you know, whenever I've watched you before with Andrew, I always think, have you ever watched that the Ben Affleck movie, The Town? I always think you sound a bit like that.
I do look a lot like a young Ben Affleck. You're right.
What, you?
It's not Ben Affleck.
I'm Batman.
But also, you know where that? Remember, I was just at that gas station around the corner. The town
Petrol
where that
station.
I was only in that's where Eddie Murphy went to high school around here.
Really? So he's quite a local boy.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Well, he kind of, sort of.
Yeah, like.
And also, do you know who?
Go on.
Do you know? You ever heard? Is he known in the UK? Did you ever hear this guy Howard Stern?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The radio.
Yeah.
I've heard he's a little less controversial than me.
Yeah. He went to the same They went to the same high school together. Not together, but you know.
He did.
But they
used to have like hookers and people taking drugs on his radio show and loads of weird things, didn't he?
Yeah, he's they call it shock jock. But he's from this area.
That sounds quite cool. So there's a guy who does that now. He's a podcaster called Mark Moran. Have you ever heard of him?
Sounds so familiar.
He's like he's a Jewish, a famous Jewish activist, and he's a podcaster interviewer. I've only listened to like probably 5 or 6 of his interviews, but he interviews the most famous people in the world. He's
Mark. How do you say his last name?
Mark Moran. Moran.
Mark Moran. I gotta look him up. I'm surprised. I usually know he's really big. He's big like like you guys know Joe Rogan.
Yeah, exactly. He's just like him. I'm just gonna double check his spelling. Mark. Hang on. I'm not very good with my spelling, so I'm just gonna double check. Yeah, it's Mark Moran. Moran, not moron, moran.
I know. Not moron. I know, not Moron. I know.
Yeah.
Well, Moran, Moran. The reason that's not a
Yeah,
Jewish.
and he'd like.
That's an Irish. That's an Irish name. That's what you say, Moran.
I swear he's Jewish. Anyway, in short, he gets like drugged up and like drinks with his people he's interviewing. It's really weird.
Yeah. Yeah, like Stern is a Jewish name. That means star. You know.
Yeah, you can tell. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Moran does sound Irish, doesn't it?
Yeah. Irish. Top of the morning to you.
Peter's flirting with Lynn now. I spotted her first, Peter. You can't be leaping in now.
Yeah.
Trying to get her into the cult.
How's the game going, Andrew? You haven't kept us up to date on any knees in the bath lately.
I haven't. I was going to say I haven't had a bath for a while, but obviously that's not true. I just haven't posted pictures whilst in the bath. The bath needs a good clean out at the minute.
Hard to get. Plain hard to get.
I'm trying not to get like a picture up where there's like dirt visible. So, but we might, if we could get
a cleaner coming.
If we can persuade
Andrew, and you got a cleaner coming to your bathroom.
What you say? Sorry, Peter.
I said, and you got a cleaner to come in and do your bathroom and
Christ, no cleaner will come in this house.
Clean? Why, you have people coming to clean the house?
No, that was the point.
Why not?
£15 an hour.
I know. He used to have.
Do you really think anyone's going to come for this fucking tip and try and clean it? They can't even fucking get to the floor.
I used to have a manager. He used to have this Colombian lady come clean his house on his day off. So clean. And then after you clean, then
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I thought you had Mexicans to just say no.
Even the loss of Louise today. We don't. She's gone now. We don't talk about the departed anymore.
So we used to make jokes in this guy.
Yeah. So I would like a cleaner because I'm not a very domestic. I enjoy cooking. I'm a good cook, but I'm not. My house is like Septo and Son. Like when you're a reseller,
Sanford and Son?
I think sometimes. Yeah.
Okay,
so
yeah.
You might not have come across it. No, Steptoe and Son.
Because there was a TV show called Sanford and Son about these two. They were junk sellers. You ever seen it?
Yeah, it might be similar to Steptoe and Son. Yeah.
Oh, it's the best.
So, around.
So like tomorrow, I'm picking up 350 pairs of jeans and Carhartt jackets, and
vintage or new?
All old vintage, and
that's good.
Well,
they're selling for a lot of money now.
Yeah, it's good gear, but they will take over my life for probably a week. If I'm lucky, a week, maybe longer. If I'm not organised, maybe longer. But I think as a reseller, it's quite difficult to live. And don't get me wrong, we're lucky because we have 2 living rooms, and I also have a garage, which is kind of like my office. It's a big garage, but I won't take them into the garage. I'll bring them into the house,
Yeah.
I don't mean
your garage. You can't. Doesn't it rain? Don't you guys have a lot of rain?
Yeah, but I'd rather watch TV and have them on my lap 10 or 12 a time and go through them slowly than do it all in one go. Like, I'm here. I don't want just to work. I want to enjoy time as well, But my missus, she goes crazy, like, get this shit out of my house and all that, But it pays them more.
Yeah, but
it pays them more.
That's our lifestyle. Now, but where is this town that you live in? Is it in the north, in the south, in the east, the west? Where is it?
I live right in the Midlands. I live in a little town called Cannock, close to Stafford.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is it we call
right
it
in the
one horse
middle.
town? One traffic
Yeah,
light,
pretty
one
much.
horse.
Yeah, that's the kind of place I live, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah.
But it's
I like
rural.
it.
It's not
nice.
like you ever see like those houses like people live like I always thought that was weird. I guess the houses they built like hundreds of years ago, they're right. It was before there was cars, so
Yeah.
the house is like 2 feet next to the road. You know what I mean? So when you drive,
my house is like that. Yeah. My garden, I live on the road, but my garden is to the side of my house.
yes. So, but if somebody's driving fast and they go out of control, they could drive through your living room.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, like in America, because
Yeah.
most of the stuff built here was built, we had cars, When you guys
But
had your stuff is built a long time ago.
I do live on a private road, so there's only me and a neighbour. So it would only be the Royal Mail guy dropping or Hermes guy dropping stuff off that could go through my house.
Oh, okay. It's not like a main road.
Yeah,
not like now. I never get a straight answer about this because everybody's always, I don't know. Maybe you can give me a better answer. When people refer to something as a high street, okay?
Yeah.
Does it just mean the main road where it just means the business district? Does it mean just the main road in that town? Is it always called high street, or that's just a colloquial term? I know we were talking about this with Phil before. Like,
Yes, we were.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah. So
Usually, yeah.
It's both.
Usually the high street.
It's the main retail street in the town or city. So it's like Main Street, USA. It's the equivalent of that.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm saying every town, like every town has a high street.
Yep.
No, not a road called the high street. It has a high street. People refer to retail district as the high street, but there is often a road called the high street, but it's not necessarily in the retail district.
That's right.
Okay.
So the specific name High Street that was given to that road is so popular that we tend to call all of them the High Street.
Yes. Like Main Street. We call that Main Street,
Yeah, like we call everything a Hoover, but really only some of them are Hoovers. Most of them are vacuum cleaners. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All of them are vacuum cleaners.
All of them are vacuum cleaners. Yeah. Some of them are Hoovers, but we
biro is always a biro. All pens are pens.
Yeah, we call all of them Main
is just
Street
that canister.
Yeah, bingo. That's right. Yeah.
Hoover is a brand name.
So the busiest street that cars can pass through in the UK, the busiest street in a town that cars can go through is the High Street in our heads.
More commercial roads,
exactly.
more up to date.
Rob, you mentioned something there about the streets being so close to roads and things like this. Where I live is quite near the Bronte country, so it's like I'm sort of semi-rural. So a 10-minute drive, I can be, near Bronte country, Haworth and places like that. So you do get little small roads that you just
single lanes,
and they're really
Are you so, Pete? Are you? I bet you're miles away from a good car boot sale, then, aren't you?
No. Well, yeah. There's Leeds Bradford Airport, which is a good sort of half an hour route. Yeah,
half an hour.
Probably about nearly half an hour. Yeah, drive. Leeds Bradford Airport.
So I live on one left-hand side. If you didn't know there was a motorway on my right-hand side, you would say I'm very rural. But on the right-hand side, which is only 2 minutes away, I don't look rural. But once I'm on the motorway, there's about 4 huge car boot sales within 5 minutes away from me. I'm so lucky. You know what I mean?
Now, Al, what's the biggest city near you? Is it Birmingham?
Wolverhampton.
Wolverhampton. So Wolverhampton is a big town. It's a big city.
It's an average city, but if you're into football, they're a big city. If you're into soccer.
Yeah, I know their logo. I know it has black and tan is their logo.
Wolverhampton Wanderers.
Yeah.
Hang on. Lynn is
Wait,
your
Al,
partner.
are you familiar with Are you familiar with football? Like you're very familiar?
I'm actually a rugby boy. I used to play rugby and I coach rugby now. I still like soccer though. I just like sports in general.
Because the reselling community is not known for their people. Every time I ask people about football, they really don't know much. They only know about video games. Because I picked up this jersey.
By the time the football starts at 3 p.m., most car booters are probably asleep after a roast dinner, after being up at 6 o'clock.
I am a former.
There is a Halifax. There is a Halifax.
Are you a Leeds fan, Pete?
Bradford City.
Oh, are you?
But like you, Bradford Bulls, rugby. Oh, Bradford
yeah, they're a great team. Yeah,
I've got. You're in the rugby.
So look, let me show you guys what I found.
Okay.
Are we?
Right. If this is a bloody mole on your penis, I don't want to see it.
It's a petrol station.
It's frozen.
Was that Sunderland shirt?
Sunderland.
Yeah,
it looks like Sunderland to me.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
1990s in good condition as well.
Yeah, it's not the real McCoy. It says here. Did you ever see these over here? Score draw, a retro. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously.
So it's a modern replica of a 1980s top. That is.
But I got to find out what year it's from. But look here, you see, it was only $5, which is like £3.50 for you. About.
Yeah. I love sports tops like that.
But it looked cool.
It looks like it's brand new, don't you think?
I messaged this guy the other day. You know this guy, Christopher? Car Boot Chris?
Car Boot Chris Hayden, yeah?
He's not going to have a clue.
No, yeah.
No, he don't know about I found this here. He knows about cycling jerseys, so I found this.
Yeah, he does well with that shit, doesn't he?
Yeah, because he's like, oh, this is a good one. Because you see here, I didn't even notice. This one here is I don't know if you could read that.
Nike.
No, but look, it's made in Italy.
Woo woo!
What's that?
He says it's worth about 30 quid.
That's cool. What you you spent $10?
No, this one was even less.
They make vacuum cleaners as well.
See, it was $6, and the girl, she gave me a 50% off discount, so it was only $3. So that's like
maybe
$2.
$8. Yeah, maybe $8 into $70 profit, maybe.
No, for this? No.
Over the two, I'm sorry. I mean.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I don't know. I might get more for this Nike one. I only bought this only to show you guys because I know that you would get a kick out of that. Is this an old beer? Do they still make this beer?
Yeah.
Lambton?
No, Lambton. No, they haven't made Lambtons for about 15 or 20 years. That's how I know it's old. I think they stopped making that around 1992, 1993.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out what year this jersey is supposed to be from.
So I remember when Lambtons used to be involved in rugby as well, and they didn't get involved for very long. I can't remember what team, but they were only involved with the team for about 2 years, and then they stopped. Someone small, it was a small Welsh team. I can't remember who. Andrew, it was on a small Welsh rugby team on the border of Cheshire. Can you think of a team there?
The Crusaders.
No.
They're only a small team, but Lambton. I know because Lambton sponsored them.
Runcorn.
Runcorn. Well done. Run corn. Yeah. Run corn. Yeah, that's a funny little plate, isn't it? Oh, well, I was born in England. No, run corn's in Wales.
I think this is in a charity shop.
Is that who's that?
I don't know if it's true or not.
Liverpool.
Which Adidas? I don't know if it's genuine or not.
It's hard to tell, isn't it? Looks genuine to me, mate.
That's
what's everyone in the chat thing?
That's a 90s Adidas tag. That one.
Genuine.
Andrew sells a lot more than me. I think that looks genuine. This quality.
Was that Liverpool?
Good 90s.
Yeah.
It's got several labels in the back there.
That's genuine. Surely. What do you reckon, Andrew?
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, get that one listed.
What are we talking value on that?
I paid £3 in a charity shop.
Can't go wrong, can you? Andrew, what's it worth?
Not a clue. I don't touch Liverpool.
Don't know.
See, Al, you're back. I picked this one up. This jacket. This is Al.
Yeah.
I got this one here, but I think it's too. I got this here. You see this here? I don't know if someone's gonna buy this.
Is that Carhartt?
Yeah, but I don't know if this could. I got it for $1. So.
Oh yeah. So even if it's torn up, Carhartt jackets like that. Is that an olive green? I can't tell from the video.
No, it's a black.
Okay, and is it a corduroy collar?
Yes, correct.
So it's a work in progress corduroy workman's jacket. It's about $70.
No way.
Yeah.
So, because I got it for $1.
Yeah, it's good, nice profit.
Look, there's no point. We will never list that.
Why does he just buy and never list?
That will just go into his death pile, never to be seen again.
Like in the UK, I bought jackets like that for about 40 quid and sold them for 60 easy. And I know it sounds like a lot of money to buy something like that for £40, but I know it'll sell for 60. So just a quick flip.
Yeah, but too bad. But on this one where it has the size, it's faded, so that's a pain in the ass. I got to figure out what size it is.
Well, surely you've got to measure it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, so a lot of people these days as well, because in about 1988 the sizes changed massively, and we decided to go a bit more slim fit in Europe. So sometimes people are selling like a medium as a large, but it's really an 80s jacket, but they're selling it as a 90s medium. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, 90s is oversized.
Yeah.
80s is smaller than 90s.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Like even you could tell. Remember some of those 1990s football jerseys? They're very loose.
Yeah, same with the rugby stuff. Yeah.
Now but if you look at the jerseys that the players they wear now, they fit like a condom. You know what I mean?
Depends how big your dick is. Sorry, Andrew.
When I went to America and had sex, I had to have one of them Magnum condoms on.
It's a Magnum.
Well, you like saying you look a prick wearing one, then or what?
Okay, no. Biggest condom they had to have because the Americans, they had tiny dicks.
Yeah,
I'm Italian. We just look after 30 minutes of begging. I'm just happy to get it. It doesn't matter how big it is.
Oh my god.
Usually after 30 minutes of begging, I'm too tired to get an erection.
Phil, what have you been up to today? Have you been working today, Phil?
No, I have to travel to work tomorrow. I've been called back to a store near to the store I was to go and fix some stuff that was not finished last week. It's going to be interrupts my 10 days off. I'm not happy about, but it's money.
Well,
however,
explain
my
where
Lego has arrived.
Phil, explain where you are now, brother.
Right now?
Yeah.
The room or the city or the...
No, tell us about your room. Because last time I saw you, you were in your hotel room. This room looks quite interesting.
I'll be back there. This room, it does interesting mean absolutely cluttered and full of shit. Yes, that is. I live in a 2-bedroom flat. One of the rooms, well, not 2-bedroom flat, a 2-room flat. One of the rooms involves a kitchen and the living room where I am, and my shit. Well, that's some of the shit. I'm looking to move as soon as it's financially viable because it's the space.
Oh, so hang on, is that your kitchen and your living space, but you filled it with Lego?
You can't even see the Lego. Some of the Lego is in the orange bag here. That's what I take with me when I'm working away.
That's what I was looking at.
However, around the corner I have my picking area where a lot of my popular stuff is. When I'm at home I can pick straight from them. On the floor that
looks like
is 1,500 Lego that arrived yesterday.
It looks like at the moment your house is pretty small, but you're really using it. You're on the hustle.
Oh yes. I can't. If I get any new stock in, it's a struggle just to move it, let alone find anywhere to put it.
That's good then. If it's too small for you to run a business and live, that's good. You must be growing exponentially.
Well, I wouldn't say exponentially, especially the last couple of months. Sales have dropped off like a stone, but I think that's common with everybody. But I'm in the middle of listing these bad boys down here, which are going to be coming up.
I like your laptop. It looks cool.
Oh, the laptop is. That was.
Who were all the
that cost a bloody fortune. That did.
Who were all the little figures on your laptop? I can see Paddington in the back.
Yeah, that's my partner. Enjoys cuddly toys. She has quite a few of them.
Is that
however,
up at the top is Minions?
Minions. Where's this?
Yeah, I can see Paddington down low. Is it Minions up high?
Minions up high.
I need, as you know, I need glasses. Hang on, where's my glasses?
Very high resolution camera. This.
my
do you mean this?
No, up high on the shelf. Oh no, it's Winnie the Pooh.
Whoa, over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Mr. Pooh over there. Paddington, Pooh, and Minnie Mouse are currently.
Cool. All for sale.
No. They're the partner would kill me if I put them up for sale.
Really?
They're,
what was on your keyboard? You know your laptop that you're using. It looks like like a gamer's laptop.
It is a gamer's laptop, although I don't use it for gaming. I just like high performance equipment. Unfortunately, we have a ton of new Legos that I've been building to list. I have the flamethrower stormtroopery bloke.
Oh, cool.
Gentleman called Echo, who apparently has a bionic arm type thing because he got in trouble in one of the cartoons.
He looks like Star Wars as well.
Yeah, they're all Star Wars. This is Mr. Tarkin, who apparently run that big black Death Star thing.
Yeah,
and apparently there's a new animated series coming out on Disney Plus on May the 4th, which is apparently Star Wars Day.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
called Bad Batch.
With you.
And I have all the little tiny Lego dollies for it. I intend to sell them. Unfortunately, 2 or 3 people on eBay have already begun selling. Their pictures and listings and pricing is unfortunately very good, much better than I expected. So I'm going to have to really pull something out of the bag to try and attract the customer. They are learning from me. That used to be all the stuff on eBay used to have crap listings and shit photos, stock photos. I put up my gear, which looked absolutely amazing, and everyone's started to copy. which I suppose is a compliment. But
I know you're into
competition.
Star
You
Wars.
What watermark on your photos?
What's that? Sorry.
Doing a photos if somebody's ripping your photos off. You do like a watermark or something like that on your photos.
They won't be able to
do that anymore.
They can't rip off my photos because but what they do is they used to just go to the website that they bought it from and take a stock photo from there, which one you're not really do, I don't think. But also it's if all the listings look exactly the same, all people are going to do is to look for the cheapest one and buy it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I undermine this by one, selling it cheaper because I've got quite a good margin, and two, I make a point of taking all my own photographs and at least enough to set the algorithms on eBay running nicely because apparently the algorithm likes nice, good photos.
I always set out photos, and unless it's a new item, and I'll take the photos and then maybe use a stock item that's what's in the product rather than opening it up. So it's like a game, for example. Take the photos in the box, and then a stock photo to stick. But the rest of them, all mine, always my own photos.
I always, if I have to use anything that's not my own, I always claim in the description or credit in a description where it comes from.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. These are not stock photos.
Have you ever done, Phil? You know, like where you get a really cool, maybe
Absolutely
green base, square base, and then a grey background. And have you ever put a couple of characters like a fight together?
I think you should say that. Guess what I've been up to in the last couple of days? I'll just show you. If I can, I've been to Wilco and Poundland, who sell Lego cheaper.
Oh yeah.
And I have. Oh God, no, broke it. I have created a little photo studio.
Oh, cool. Because I was thinking, you know, from what you were saying, just
perspex ding dongs, so you can put it in there, so it looks like they're floating with a Lego-y type wallpaper background. Once, because obviously the figures are focused.
Good. That's very good. Yeah.
Good skills, Phil.
This would cost, if this was real Lego, this would probably cost about £60-70 worth of bricks, but it cost me, I don't know.
Easy, yeah.
Really? What? All them 3 bits would cost 60 quid.
These boards are about £7-8 a piece from Lego.
Here's a lovely lady here, Lisa. Welcome, Lisa. Thank you for your message last night. Looks like that site in Jersey was a good find for me.
What does Lisa do then? She says she's working. Are you going to tell us what you do, Lisa?
She's listing.
I mean, as a job.
Listening, not listening, isn't she?
Oh, listing. Sorry, I missed it.
Listening, I think.
Hey, you know, Phil, I never realised there's so much money in Lego. I've even taken lessons.
Like I say, this isn't Lego. I'm not allowed to use the word Lego.
I know, you told me before.
Yeah.
Told me before. I get it.
Cool. It's Flego.
Lego.
It's well, if you look at people that sell real Lego in eBay, I am a arsehole, bastard, cheating, and all the other words because it's very severe competition to real Lego. However, a lot of people just can't afford that.
I agree with them. What do you think, Andrew?
I don't care.
I provide construction toys for those that are not as well off as the rest of everybody.
I'm skint. Phil, I'm skint. I'll come to you.
They come in packets like this. This has got 4 little tiny battle droid robots in it. That cost me 40p.
If I can get the same stuff from my little boy who's 2 years old and does the same job, he's going to play with it and throw it away. And it costs £100 from one bloke at Lego, and it costs £50 from you. I think I'll come to you.
Yes, well,
I don't care too much about. I'm not bothered about the box.
I offer discount on multi-purchases and stuff.
Don't get me wrong, though. I mean,
if you sell it, you'll get it in a couple of days.
Some people are you know, like I still buy proper. I'm a comic collector, and I still buy proper comics. I like them in physical format, whereas a lot of people have switched to digital. You know, it's not for me though.
I just find comics today just aren't. I don't know whether it's because I'm getting old, but comics today just aren't like they used to be back in the 70s, 80s when I was off the age.
No, of course not.
Today, what a load of bollocks the Beano is now. It used to be the bee's knees when I was under pup.
Yeah, I've never been into the Beano.
Slippers and use catapults and things. Now you put that in the Beano, Christ, it'll come off the shelves.
They're becoming collectible though now. You know, Beanos, and of course Judge Dredd, which is English.
I had Judge Dredd. He was in AD 2000, wasn't it? 2000 AD.
Yeah, that's right. So Gaiman, who did a lot of the writing,
and I virtually threw him away.
He's an English writer. He did Sandman as well, and he's an English writer. He's becoming popular and cool.
Maybe if I get older, so will I.
What do you collect, Sprouty?
Sorry?
What do you collect?
Oh, me. At the moment, I'm just doing like load of VHS tapes and machines and stuff like that. And
what, without selling them? You kept collecting them to keep. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah. Some of them, yeah, but I've just recently. So I think because I'm reading about that, like audio tapes are doing well. Like Nick was showing earlier on, but vinyl sold more than CDs in the last 20 years. And I'm thinking, and what videos compared to Blu-ray and DVDs, you get that, especially if you're watching 80s movies, 70s, 80s movies, you see that it's not quality, it's grainy and it's got more of a feeling to it. I remember as somebody who's like, you know, in the 80s, I was in the 20s and now 60s.
Yeah,
you know, more feeling. You got to be in there, and like, you know, you guys are younger. You're gonna say, wow, that's what it was like. You know, have an 80s weekend.
I kind of get it.
Video like watching sort of 70s, 80s music videos.
If I was going to buy a vintage car now and it had a tape player, I'd want to keep a tape player in it. I kind of get what you mean. I don't want a MP3 or Spotify in there. I want it to be real.
I'm the opposite. If I get a car and it doesn't have DAB radio, I'm not buying it.
I've got DAB radio in the car. Because it's there, and I listen to Radio 1. I know what's going on in the music. You know, I'm not one of these. Oh, music now's crap. I like to listen to what's going on now. And there's some pretty good stuff.
I'm the opposite.
We're talking about. I want to hear the record crackle.
Yeah. Sorry? I'm the opposite to you. You're older than me. You're probably 20 years older than me. But I'm into Genesis and Pink Floyd. I'm the opposite. You're way more. You're probably way more.
I love Pink Floyd. One of my favourite bands, Genesis. Yeah, but I want to hear it on the record. Put it on the
Hello, you guys.
You're into modern. Who's this?
How you doing?
Hello, Dave. Turn your light on. Oh, I can't see him.
Oh, no, honestly. Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Deep Purple, love the bands also.
Yeah, mate.
Sorry, I'll play a bit.
I know that, but I want to know what's going on now.
I play a bit of guitar. I've never been very good, to be honest with you, but I've been trying to become a blues guitarist for 15 years, maybe 16 years, just as a hobby. You know, I play lead. I'm very poor. Do you play guitar? Oh, I love it, but I like my favourite.
I just can't pick it up.
Ali's saying hi, Dave.
I played better guitar when I was 40 years ago than I do now.
Yeah, I'm not much better either. I'm into Peter Green. I don't know if you know Peter Green.
Anyway, gentlemen, we've got a new guest though. We need Dave to introduce himself.
Come on, Dave. How are you doing?
How are you?
Are you right? Yeah, my right.
This is Dave the Gent, I believe.
Hello, Dave.
Hi, Dave. You all right, mate?
Hello, Dave.
We can't see you very good, Dave. You're very dark, mate.
No, it's the Shadow. It's the Batman.
Tell us about yourself, Dave.
That's it, Dave. We got it. Yeah.
Hello.
How you doing?
How you guys doing? How's it going?
It's a proper party now.
Yes.
Might have to get some more beers.
It's Friday and it's time to party.
It certainly is.
Yeah, so how's everybody's week this week? Everybody had a decent week, I hope?
Yes, sir.
I had the jab yesterday. So far, slightly sore arm, but no other symptoms or problems. I'm hoping
that's good, Phil. Yeah.
Great.
I had the Astro one, apparently is the one which gives you all the symptoms, which I thought, oh my word, I'm going to miss a couple of days' work here. But no, I had a bit of a headache today, but that was down to filling 4 hours of DWP forms in. Christ. Oh, these governmental forms, 44 pages long, and they wanted you to write an A4 sheet on each side.
Wow.
Christ alive. I blame Andrew. Yeah, I blame Andrew. I think he probably designed the form.
What form?
It was a PIP form.
Oh, no, I didn't design that one. I know people who did. I worked with the team that designed it, but I wasn't in charge of that one.
It's comprehensive. Jesus. I remember writing essays for school, and they would say, oh, you've got to write a 400-word essay for homework tonight. I'd go, what the hell? It's going to take me all evening.
It's practice.
I must have written, I don't know, it must have been 10, 12,000 words in it. Christ. It took.
Did you get a bit of cramp in your fingers afterwards?
Oh yeah, you know what I mean. It's gone like that now.
I had the vaccine this week and was pretty rough for a couple of days, but I'm glad I did it.
It seems to affect people one way or the other. It's like Marmite, isn't it? Either it just slams you or it doesn't. So I say, yesterday when I had it done, I said, what's the problem? I had no sore arm, nothing. But when I went to bed last night, it felt like I might have knocked it on a side sort of pain. This morning it's a little stiff, but it's no worse. If I didn't have it, I wouldn't have noticed.
I've always got infinite stiff.
It seems like a lot of people have a couple of days symptoms and then it kind of clears up. I've heard from a lot of folks.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
10 days later, that's when I really kicked in. I would say I had mine, it was nearly 3 weeks ago on Monday, and it was 10 days later, and suddenly I just felt really, okay, fine after that.
They do say that if you feel ill a lot more than a couple of days later, then it may actually be real COVID.
I know, fine.
It takes 2 or 3 weeks for the
it was fine. It was 10 days later, suddenly I went,
normally there shouldn't be any symptoms at all. If you get any symptoms, it might be the real thing.
So I don't know if I told you before, but Andrew and Phil know I coach a youth rugby team locally, like 60 kids. And on the when are we? On the 10th of April, I start coaching again at like 3:30 in the afternoon, and at 10:30 that morning, I'm having my jab. It just doesn't seem right. I'm having it the same day. You know what I mean? I should have it probably a week or two before. We haven't been open, and I've not coached for a whole year, other than online, But surely, if I'm in touch with like 60 children, I should be jabbed at least 2 weeks beforehand. But that's, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to slam the NHS. They're obviously doing an amazing job, but I feel like
is that a voluntary thing you do, Al? Is that a voluntary thing that you do?
No, I used to play rugby, and now I coach the youth team at a club.
The reason why I ask is about 16, 17 years ago, I used to be involved with our local, there were kids from 7 up until 17.
Yeah.
And I did website for them. I did the picture secretary. They organised all the matches, and that was a local thing. And just did it voluntary. That's all. But yeah, like I know exactly what you mean with especially this time of year. Well, earlier on, you get frozen pictures and things like that.
Up until 3 years ago, it was council funded, and now it's private funded. Just because we built up some publicity and had some investors. But because now we're run as a limited company.
All right, I see, yeah.
I'm involved with. I'll play
with this voluntary.
Yeah. But I love it. I mean, but it's poorly organised, if you know what I mean. If you think about 60 kids there who are going to get dropped off to me for 3 hours, and they'll go home to mum and dad. Let's pretend that 60 turns into 180. At least it'll probably be more than 180.
But at least you're having a large impact on people's lives.
Yeah.
Positive impact. And you, like you say, if you equate that to 180 hours of positive impact, surely that makes it very rewarding.
Yeah, it is. It is as a job. But what I'm trying to say is, so 3 times a week we train actually. But on that Saturday, I'll train 60 kids for 3 hours, and then they'll go home to mum and dad. So let's pretend if I had COVID, 180 people could catch COVID.
You could be a super spreader.
Exactly. Let's pretend let's just pretend hypothetically I have got COVID. I should be sorted.
You're outside.
Do you know what I mean?
But Al, you are outside, so there's less risk of things like that to happen.
On cheering,
I understand what you said.
I've got no symptoms, but sorry, Andrew.
Right.
What's everyone
what age group is it you deal with?
Let's move away from COVID. Let's go into what everyone's drinking tonight. Dave, what are you drinking?
I've got almost.
We know what you're drinking. You've got about 8 cans.
Very nice.
Amstels. Old malt, very good.
Amstels. What are you on, Phil?
I was on the cider earlier. I've just poured myself a nice bit of red from my very expensive wine dispensary over here.
I've got the Brewdog and PVP.
From the German supermarket.
What's that, Andrew?
What are you drinking, PVP, tonight?
Oh, I'm enjoying a nice glass of bourbon, as I always do.
There we go.
Cool. Bourbon.
Toby's popped in the chat.
Always been a bourbon man.
What was this? Neil Holmes is here. Welcome, Neil.
Tell you what, Andrew, it's feeling like a proper pub tonight.
It's just the intention.
Have you ordered a stripper to come on, Andrew?
I mean, I always talk shit. It just means there's more of you.
Yeah, Andrew's stream is kind of a lifesaver on a Friday after a long week at work. It's nothing like coming on for a few hours and having a few drinks and having a bit of fun, eh?
I miss it.
Exactly.
And you can't vape in pubs anymore, so.
Yeah, jeez, they haven't.
You can't do anything in a pub.
Pubs for
They're
years
going to ban
here.
drinking in pubs soon, I think.
I wouldn't
Just
be
the way it
surprised.
Most of them are quasi restaurants now, aren't they? So, although that's good, they do enjoy food.
Quite lucky with the job I do, but there's about 12 of us who've managed to book the clubhouse for a bit of a piss up on the 12th. We're meant to keep separate, but it's meant to be outdoors.
It was a maximum of 6, wasn't it, or some stuff?
Yeah, per table. There's actually 4 tables at the clubhouse, but there's 12 of us who've booked it. So,
is it booked as a management meeting?
No, it's just a jet. No.
You didn't put piss up on it, did you?
You've got to do anything at the club. You've got to spend £100, guaranteed to spend £100 just to pay for the member of staff to be there the day.
Oh well, the bar bill.
Yeah, we're only a tiny club.
Be worth it for the wages.
18 staff for a tiny club, you know. That's why we get government granted, you know, to pay for the kids to come up levels and stuff. That's the thing with rugby. Rugby doesn't make any profit.
I'll teach the kids. How hard can it be? I'll do it. Right.
Aren't you on the list?
I played rugby in school for a couple of months.
Everyone in Wales played rugby.
That's got to be a qualification. That.
Yeah, all to meet the single mothers there.
Yeah, two, exactly. Single mothers.
They didn't get given a rattle in Wales. They got given a rugby ball.
Or a daffodil.
Hey, I tell you what, the Wales have done well this time, don't you think? Alan Wynne-Jones, Jesus Christ, he's about 70 years old. How old is he?
He's 21, like me.
Give it over, man.
Andrew.
Oh, boy.
He's pretty fit for his age, isn't he? Jesus Christ. I think he's younger than me.
You're 44, are you, Al? 44?
Yeah.
Good guess.
Yeah, 43.
I could tell by the rings on the beanie.
Thanks, mate. Thanks.
You should do some merch like that.
Bloody kids. Kids.
I started wearing a beanie because I feel like I'm going a bit bald. And I know there's nothing wrong with that, but
Fortunately, I'm not.
I'm a bit self-conscious, you know what I mean? It's been a lot.
Barely see the screen.
You want to be 21 like me. And you don't worry.
Andrew's got long. Your hair's long, and you've let it grow long. But you kind of get away with it because it's straight. My hair's like goat's pubic hair. You know what I mean?
I want to I don't know.
Having curly hair. Yeah, I tend to have curly hair too if I let it get too long.
Andrew looks like some kind of sexual goddess.
I agree.
Oh, man.
Hang on, Andrew. Ask you a question. How come the hair just have been open for like over a week? I mean, I look at this, and you can have your hair cut and I can't.
Because there's like a fucking massive queue to get like a haircut. It's appointment only, and everyone is booked up for the next 6 months. Because
is this your look?
No,
one of the only good things to come out to cope.
Can't get a haircut.
Your hair, you let your hair grow like proper nice on the sides and that, and long at the back, and that's cool. But one of the best things to come out of COVID is the mullet has come back in fashion. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure about back in fashion. I don't think it was a conscious decision by people.
Yeah, I had a mullet for a while earlier in the year or last year. Yeah, I had a mullet. I think about as long as I had in years.
Women have got so much to show off. Like as a woman, they have a lot to show off to us men. What have we got to show off other than a mullet?
The big muscles.
I haven't got them.
Nor have I. They're in there somewhere. I think they popped it with that needle yesterday.
Every man can pull off a mullet.
You should see me in my youth before the hair went from there to there. I used to have a haircut that looked like David Hasselhoff in the 80s. It was down here and right down here to my shoulders, great big curly, long, browny black hair.
Wow.
Leather jacket on, denim. Bloody looked like a.
I don't believe you, Phil. I don't believe you, Phil. You've always looked like.
I have photos.
I want photos.
Yeah, I used to have the shoulder length hair and the denim jacket and the whole thing.
Yeah. I used to
look like a bloody rock star.
Straight, go curly like a wavy fashion all the way down here. It was the fashion. I say the fashion.
Everybody had long hair back then when I was younger.
Your profile picture still looks a bit like that, though.
I remember in about 1987, for a dare, someone said, go to the barbers and get a grade 1. And I said, dare, okay, I'll do that. So I went to the barbers. I used to work in an insurance office at the time. I came back, literally grade one. I loved it. I thought, this is nice and small. Not many people had crew cut back then, did they? Like only the punks would and stuff. I came back into the office. I nearly got sacked.
Did you?
My manager was very, very old school. He says, I'm running an insurance company, not a fucking ball stool. Okay, better grow that back.
Oh, man.
I wasn't even customer facing. But ever since then, I've enjoyed shorter hair. It's easier to manage.
Yeah, I'm the same now. I wouldn't want to go back to long hair anymore. I could keep it short all the time.
So the beard grows out of my face at a rate of knots. I mean, this wasn't shaved that long ago, but it just goes. It's like one of these plasticine tools where you push the plasticine to the back and it all comes out your face.
Andrew's growing a mullet for charity. What the? I'm not growing a mullet for charity.
Mullet for charity.
I am. I think the mullets are highly sexual.
Okay, Dave, top tip: don't grow a mullet, otherwise you get Al after you.
I can't find
my hair's done because it's not there, but because obviously Bob's bought me your clothes, so I not to wear it. I'll ponytail for fast and all that.
Well, who's the other guy? Steven Seagal. I used to have a little tiny tie back at the back of my head. Pulled it back and tied it with a little elastic band, and so had a little tiny, horrible little tiny ponytail coming at the back.
You know Steven Seagal, right? So there's about maybe 5 or 6 miles away from where I live now. There's a tiny little Steven. He's a cool guy, isn't he? From when, I know his movies suck a little bit, but from when we were young,
I don't know. I quite enjoy his movies. They're entertaining.
But so there's a regularly, maybe twice a month, I go to this little rock venue. There he is.
That's the guy.
That's the bloke. Yeah.
I go to this proper rock venue maybe once or twice a month, and Steven Seagal about 2 or 3 years ago on New Year's Eve, or was it Boxing Day? It was either Boxing Day or New Year's Eve. Steven Seagal was playing there in a blues. He was in a blues band. I couldn't believe it. I had no idea that he was playing.
Oh yeah. He's a guitarist.
I've got to be honest with you, it was absolutely terrible. But we were pissed. It didn't matter.
Here's an interesting fact. My grandfather, who's Maltese, Mediterranean links.
Oh yeah.
We never knew until virtually his point of death and all after it. He was in the Maltese army, close links to the British army and stuff like this. He always told us he was a chef in the army. It turns out he wasn't. He was in the SAS.
Oh.
He was part of some special operative team, but he wasn't allowed to say so ever to anyone. So he always told everyone he was a chef. So he's kind of Steven Seagal. I've seen him with a knife, and Jesus Christ, when he's cooking, you get an onion, you go, and all that, and it's diced so fine it floats in the air.
Man.
You think, Christ, I'm not going near you with a knife.
And just think how he learned to use that knife. Oh my God.
I grew up with Sylvester Stallone movies.
He was a member of quite a few secret organisations in the area, which again we didn't know about until his death.
Well, that's the way it is, I think, in a lot of countries. So if they have special forces, they don't want people talking about it, like, even after years and years.
Not even to their family, they won't.
Never, ever, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's the same here in North America, too.
Excuse me, fellas, I'm just going to grab another drink.
What? What a drinking channel.
I can't find a picture when I was about 18.
What's that, sorry?
I said I'm trying to find a picture on my phone that when I was about 18. I got really long hair in 1978.
I do have my picture.
And it's funny how Dan was like that.
It'll take a while. I don't know on my photo.
Sorry, Bill.
Stock.
Right.
Right.
So, Dave, where are you, Dave?
Me, I'm from near Warrington, in the Midlands.
Sorry?
Midlands.
Right.
PVP?
Are you American? PVP?
I'm in Canada.
Canadian.
Canadian.
Canada. Oh, sorry, I do apologize.
Yeah, Canadian. I guess I probably sound American to folks over there, but
Well, you
yeah.
do from UK, yeah.
Yeah, out in Western Canada, out in British Columbia on the west coast.
Right.
So I'm a long ways away from the UK.
Yeah.
You leave my DBG alone, for Christ's sake. Jesus Christ.
Are you referring to me talking to her?
Oh, we've lost Dave. I think his phone's dropped out.
I think Leanne should come on for a while. Oh, somebody. Oh, gone. Hi, Leanne.
Oh.
Hope you're well. Hey, you should pop on for a minute, Leanne. It would make Andrew's day, I'm sure.
I think, yep, I have. I've had another sale. It's time for Guess the Price with Money Mental
Guess the
UK.
Price. Here we go.
$8.99. It's the third pair of shorts that I've sold this today.
$9.99.
What's this?
David Black Lagging. I think he was struggling to hear with the book, bless him. We haven't got a correct guess yet.
What's this for, Andrew?
Sold.
Some shorts.
Bermuda shorts?
1999.
I wouldn't pay that for shorts.
Ali's got it again. $12.99. It's Ali on the hat trick.
He did.
Unbelievable. She's like got
the thing is, Phil, it depends who wears them before.
No. If someone else has worn them before, even less money I'd pay. I think I buy my shorts £5 to £10 max. I think my legs do not particularly inspire people if I show them in public. So
I only listed the shorts.
Oh, you lot.
Yesterday? Yeah, yesterday.
Shoe Bandra. Pay the coffee raffle.
Oh, man.
I think Razzle's a bit too mild for you anyway, Andrew, is it?
I don't even know what it is.
It's a bit like a glossy
biscuit
version of the Sunday Sport. So I hear from listings I've seen.
So PVP in Canada, I still got the thrift shop, charity shops. Are they still going?
Yeah, we do actually. Yeah, we've got the big one here is Value Village. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. They're an American chain, but we have them here. Yeah, we've got like a couple of really quite big ones here around the area, and then of course there's smaller ones like we have the Salvation Army and stuff like that, and
yeah,
a few smaller ones. But
what the prices? What the prices like? Are they over? Are they high price?
I think it varies. Like sometimes they'll just really overprice stuff, really ridiculous. Like I saw like a beat up old Rolling Stones record from the 70s. They wanted like $20 for it, and it looked like somebody taking sandpaper to it. It was so bad, So it's like, okay, I'll pass on that. But then sometimes I'll find like a DVD, box set or something. They want like maybe $5 for, and I know I can sell it for like 40 or 50. So it all depends, right? I mean. Sometimes they overprice stuff, and sometimes they, price it reasonably. But I've noticed in the last year since COVID hit, I think this might have happened over there too. Do you find the charity shops are pricing their stuff higher now to take advantage of things? Perhaps.
Generally,
Yeah,
it is
seems
pretty.
like it.
What we found is, I mean, obviously they're all closed at the moment, but as the guys here will say the same thing, is they've upped the prices a lot because that's what it goes on eBay. No, that's what people sell it for, and you might have it for years and years and years, and it might not sell. And then, we can't accept any more stock because we're full.
Yeah, I just think they should keep their prices reasonable. Keep the prices reasonable and turn the stock over, right? That's what they should be doing. But I mean, it really varies.
I think in this country, in the UK, it's the business rates. The business rates are crippling a lot of the shops.
Yeah, even charity shops. You know, in the West Midlands where I live, especially, I've had to diversify a bit as far as a reseller is concerned, because most charity shops have a eBay and a Depop and an Instagram handle, so they sell their own shit through those platforms and for a good price too.
Okay.
And they employ they're quite clever. They employ like students and like trendy people who know their shit basically.
Oh.
They don't employ like dorks who don't know anything about the cool stuff. They employ cool people.
I think it's different here. I think from the prices I see, by the way, we call them thrift stores, not charity shops here.
Yeah.
But from the prices I see quite often is, I think a lot of the employees that price the stuff really have no clue sometimes, because sometimes the stuff is so grossly overpriced, it's just unbelievable, right? Like, I think nobody in their right mind would ever buy it for that price. And then sometimes I'll find like a CD they've got for like $2, and I know I can get like $30 or $40 for it. So it's they don't do their research on a lot of the stuff, it seems.
So the most profitable thing I have ever sold came from a thrift store in Portland, Maine, and it cost me $1.
Wow!
It was a pair of 1947 Levi's.
Man! I bet that was worth a lot.
Really good. Yeah.
What did you get for it? What did it sell for?
£1,600.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
that's unreal.
That's the most money I've ever. Other than a car, that's the most money I've ever sold something for.
That's a lot. Wow.
Yeah.
The other thing
I wish I'd saved them, because now they're selling for about 6,000.
Scotland have managed to beat France. Jesus Christ! I never thought that would happen.
I just saw that. Yeah, well done. I know. I hate Scotland as well.
Champion of the world.
The other thing I was saying is that.
Do you know what always annoys me about Scotland, Andrew? Scotland lose every rugby match, but they always beat England. It's like it's the only match they care about. Do you know what I mean?
Well, they've done us a favour now. Scottish heroes have sacrificed blood today.
It's a good time to do well, mate.
Have you seen the news, any of you? Bristol apparently is kicking off. There's riot police out.
Oh, wow.
Riots going on in Bristol.
Yikes.
No idea.
I haven't watched the news. I haven't watched the news in ages, actually. Wow, that sounds bad.
Police have begun clearing protesters out of Bristol city centre after a third mass gathering this week. They've deployed police in riot gear.
Wow.
Do you know? Don't you feel like Piers Morgan, how he left?
What a cocky!
British, what's it called? GMTV or whatever the program's called. Don't you feel like the average broadcaster in the news is now just kind of like a way of explaining what's going bad in the world? I feel like there should be a good news.
That's the whole idea for news, isn't it? People aren't interested in how well the daffodils are doing in a city. They want to know whether people are dying.
Yeah, it's always been the same. It's all been the same
I agree.
It's all the negative side of things that makes the news. It's like
it's always been
bad. This is rounds people up, and people get suckered into this.
Well, that's what gets people's attention, right? They want to get
just in the last 3 or 4 days.
Right?
The how many riots, how many protests go on, don't matter.
Yeah, they want to get the viewers. I mean, that's the thing. The old saying is, if it bleeds, it leads. Like, that's the first story on the news, right? Oh. And it's like they always go for the negative stuff, and then at the end of the newscast, they'll put like the puppies and the kittens on or something, right? Just to like, like it actually balances anything, which is hilarious, right? Because it's so silly. It's like, man.
This doesn't sound. I don't mean this to sound bad. I don't mean it. I'm not. I've obviously had a few beers, so I'm not going to say this in a nasty way, but there's so much bad news. It's hard to know which ones. It's hard to think which ones you care about. Does that make sense?
It does. I haven't watched the news in ages because I just had enough of it. It's just like enough negativity. I just don't want to live like, I don't want to live with that kind of negative stuff. It's like, I'm a generally positive person, and I think it's almost like, does it seem like almost negativity is like popular these days, like with some people? Like it's trendy or something?
I think it always has been. It always has been.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy.
You're right, absolutely, yeah.
Did you see a film? I think there was a film, The Earth Stood Still. It was an old film. It was remade with Keanu Reeves.
Is that the science fiction film?
Yeah. When the alien came to the planet.
That's with Klaatu.
Yeah,
it's a great film.
The old version. Keanu Reeves did a more recent version.
Yeah, but I like the old one.
It's based on the fact that some alien came to the planet, and all they did was attack him. And they decided the only way to save the planet was to exterminate the human race because we're a bunch of dickheads. And I think that would probably play out.
It was a great movie.
Someone would come and say, "What the hell are these assholes?"
It was a great movie.
Sounds like quite like a logical solution.
Who was the actor in the original film? Does anybody remember? Oh, I can't remember his name now.
I can look it up for you.
He was really good in that movie, and it was a really well-made movie.
Very good in the second version.
I haven't seen this. Yeah, I haven't seen that one, but the original I thought was a classic. Really,
I wouldn't call it a blockbuster, but it was. I watched it the other day, and I thought,
yeah, the original film was great.
That was the age of science fiction, proper age. When
there was a great message in that film.
Remember the War of the Worlds, the American version?
Oh, War of the Worlds, the original one in the 50s? Oh, that's a great movie.
You say original, it's based in America, and the actual story is based in England, but the special effects won Oscars, I believe.
Yeah, it did. It did. It did win the Oscars.
It's an English story.
Thing is, though, H.G. Wells wrote that, right? So he was an Englishman, so he wrote the original story, right?
Well, it was written. It's based. Most of the storyline was based not 100 miles away from where I live.
Wow!
And some of the places I go, the BBC over here, they also done a mini series not too long ago.
I remember hearing about it. Yeah,
and that was reasonably good.
Michael Rennie.
Yeah, that's him.
Michael Rennie.
Yeah. Sounds about right. Yeah, he was really good in that movie. But yeah, that was a really good film.
Another old film. Do you remember Day of the Triffids? Which is
that's a classic. Like yeah, I love that movie.
A bit like COVID, but with plants.
Yeah, I've seen that one a few times. That's a great film. Yeah,
I love anything science fiction.
Yeah, I've always been a sci-fi fan too.
Are you
went to see War of the Worlds, the musical War of the Worlds, Jeff Wayne's War of the Worlds? Let's see that.
Jeff Wayne's War of the Worlds, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, went to see that in
my favourite track.
5 years ago. Absolutely superb, love it.
Tom Cruise. I thought Tom Cruise would
probably do some of those tracks. We could probably do some of the tracks from Jeff Wayne's War of the World on karaoke. Nathaniel,
the thing is, Al, so two films, One of the Worlds, both American, but all based in America. They need to do a proper film, and actually to me personally, it's to use the Jeff Wayne's music and based in America, in London, rather than America.
I know.
It'd be fantastic. I really would love that. Because a fantastic soundtrack.
I mean,
it still attracts a lot of money if you have, especially the original gatefold LP.
That
was expensive when it was new.
I have a son who's 15 now, and he's really into rugby and into sci-fi, and he's basically becoming a little me. And then my daughter, who's 10, and she's watched loads of things she shouldn't have, but she's a real tomcat type girl. She plays rugby to a very good standard. And that's done for 2 years, and since she was 8, and she's not like a normal girl. I came home late the other day. I did a 7-mile run about 5 o'clock, and I got in about 7 o'clock. I've got to try. If I'm training kids, I have to be fit, So I do.
Yeah, you need to lead by example.
Yeah, exactly. And certain times of the day, you know what I mean. So I did this run and came home, and my daughter said, so like my missus, we all get up in my house at 5 o'clock in the morning. So sometimes my missus will go to bed at 7 o'clock at night. I have a 2-year-old. As soon as my boy goes to bed at 7, my missus is like, I may as well go to bed. So she goes to bed. You know what I mean? And I got in from my run, and everyone's asleep apart from my daughter. And this is about 9 o'clock at night. And she said, Dad, I've just started the new, what's his name? The new Terminator movie. Do you want me to restart it and we can watch it together? And it was a real proud moment as a dad. I was like, yeah. I should probably, because I should probably be telling her off. But I was thinking, I've been wanting to watch that for ages.
She's going to hear the same language out in the road and all those guys. You know exactly that. So
yeah.
She may as well watch. Yeah. She may as well watch the stuff under your help.
Yeah, we pretty well all learned it in the schoolyard anyway when we were little, right? So
I didn't even know
exactly.
Trying to protect kids from reality is kind of crazy. I think. I mean, kids are going to learn what's what. Oh man.
Introduced to Space 1999.
If it says 15, I think kids can watch it.
Another great movie I just thought of it.
As long as there's not sex in a movie, I'm not bothered.
Yeah. I'm just thought of another great classic sci-fi movie, like from, I think it was the 60s, The Time Machine. Everybody remember that one?
Oh, brilliant.
That was a great movie. Yeah. I love that movie.
That was remade.
Yeah, that's been remade too. Yeah. No, but I love the original film.
Far better. The original was still far better, even in comparison.
Yeah. The original film's a classic, really is.
Never seen it. HD well.
Oh, you gotta watch the original. It's amazing. It's a great film. I'm trying to think. Was it Robert Taylor? I think was the main actor in that, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's right.
He was really good in that movie. No, it's a really good film. I recommend it to anybody.
Like as I'm a comic book collector. As the artwork that's used on sci-fi 60s movies, the artwork is amazing. It's always so cool.
It had to because it's computer, so.
Well, it was drawn, whereas from 70s onwards, it was photographed.
Yeah, I think a lot of the stuff from the 60s is like painted, like they actually had an artist to actually create it, right? And I agree. A lot of that is great work.
The Time Machine was actually 1960. So
I figured it was 60s. Right. Yeah,
61 years. It had Rod Taylor, Yvette Mimics, Alan Young.
Yvette Mimieux, yeah.
I've just noticed the Time Machine introduced the Morlocks. I recognise the Morlocks.
yeah.
Was it in the year 3 billion or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, he travels it's crazy. That was a great film.
Am I right in thinking that the Morlocks always come to you when you're in your sleep?
I don't remember that part. I don't think so.
No,
I think they're basically cool. Like they hunted the humans, basically.
They look quite Star Trekky, don't they?
They only come out when it's dark. I think that was the thing.
Well, the humans lived on the surface, like in a farm.
Yeah, and they lived underground. That's right. And they couldn't stand, I guess, really bright light or something like that. I haven't seen that film in a long time.
After 926,000 years of evolution, they did bent sunglasses.
Do you guys like any?
They are devolved rather than evolved.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, probably, yeah. Yeah, the Morlocks are pretty primitive.
I know you like old sci-fi. Is there anything modern sci-fi stuff you like?
Oh, modern. How modern? What's modern? What decade?
Mandalorian. Was it Stranger Things?
I've heard Mandalorian's decent, but I haven't seen it yet.
Very good. Yeah, very good.
I'm a Trekkie and a Star Wars fan.
I love Star Trek. I love the original Star Trek. Is probably my favorite show of all time. I
used to enjoy it, but
it's such a classic.
Watching it back now on like TV stations that still air it. Yeah, I'll watch it for posterity maybe, but you look at it and you think, really?
No, I think I still think it's great. I don't know.
The next generation is getting like that. You sort of watch it on television, and the screen is still in the square format.
Yeah,
See,
I grew up with the square thing, though, so it doesn't bother me. But I always found Next Generation was hit and miss. Like, it had some great episodes, and it had some real duds.
It started off quite poor.
I mean, Star Trek.
I've got a good question. I've got a great question for you. Kirk or Picard?
Oh, Kirk all day long. Kirk was the action man. He was the real. Kirk was a real man, a real hero, right? I mean, Picard was great, but he was the intellectual, right? Whereas Kirk would get his hands dirty and get in there and get in a fist fight, if he had to.
I think it was very clever.
Yeah, I like that.
I love the Star Trek. The Star Trek fight scenes in the original series, come on. Those are classics. They're so hilarious. I love them.
Starry would roll.
I like
them. Give him a slap and he'd fall down unconscious.
It was just great.
Christ, I could take a punch better than that.
So, Great Scott or Make It So?
Great Scott?
As in, because he used to say, Great Scott. Or Picard's Make It So.
Make It So, I think, is pretty classic.
I don't remember seeing Great Scott.
Comes from.
Oh no, sorry, Great Scott. Great Scott is Back to the Future.
Beam Me Up Scott. Is that
from what? You're breaking up, Al. I couldn't hear that.
I think Great Scott is actually Back to the Future.
Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't think it was Star Trek.
No, you mean Beam Me Up, Scotty?
That was actually never said in the original series.
No, he never did.
That's a myth.
It was Mr. Scott once.
Yeah, but he never said "Beam me up, Scotty." Yeah, that's a myth. Urban legend. Yeah. But yeah, Make It So was a pretty good expression.
I'd say Kirk for his audacity and his just straightforwardness, but Picard for he is probably more captain material in a way.
He's more of a diplomat, right? He's a little more intellectual.
More disciplined.
But the thing
he knew getting his hands dirty wasn't the way.
I always thought people underrated Kirk.
What about putting Janeway in?
I think Kirk was actually very cagey and very smart when he had to be. He could really think his way out of a really no-win situation.
He was not stupid.
And he was a good leader. He knew how to motivate the team around him and keep everybody, together.
I think any captain would do that.
Yeah.
I grew up
watching
Picard
were both great, really. They're both good
in
captains.
the 90s. I grew up with programs like Erie and Diana, The Cosby Show.
That was a good one. Yeah, I remember that.
It's cool. And The Wonder Years, the soundtrack.
Wonder Years is a great show. That's a great show.
Yeah. And then I always remember watching at 6 p.m. every night on BBC Two. We watched every single episode of Picard, The Next Generation. We watched every episode together. We never missed.
Okay.
Yeah. So for me, just because it's like what's the word? Nostalgia.
Yeah.
For me,
well, that's it. You always go back to the things you grew up with, right?
Goes to the memory much further. And you get the false memory as well. You think it was better than it was.
See, sometimes I would agree with you 100%. Some shows are like that. You remember them as awesome, and then you see them and they're crap. But Star Trek never. Yeah. Star Trek for me has never faded. I mean, sure, there's like half a dozen arguably really, really awful episodes, but there's probably at least 20. There's probably at least 20 episodes that are bloody classics that I've probably seen 30 or 40 times, and they're still good. I can watch them anytime. And
the end of season one when the Borg come, that was pretty good.
Don't you think
original
as well?
Series.
I know we sound like
original series. What about the planet
original series?
Ice cream cone. That was brilliant. I loved that one.
Mirror. Now that was a brilliant bloody episode. I love that. Doomsday Machine.
The one we're in the mine, and Dr. McCoy has to meld.
That's the one with the creature, right? The Devil in the Dark.
Yeah,
the Devil in the Dark.
Make all the round holes and big Malteser shape.
Yeah, Devil in the Dark. That's a great one too. Yeah, I mean, there's a number of great.
Do you know the Drumhead episode?
Oh God, that's so bad. It's good. You know, there's a drinking game to that episode. Every time you hear the word brain, you take a drink. So by the end of it, you're probably hammered.
You'd remain entirely sober in this live stream if that was the game.
Yeah, that episode is so bad. I actually kind of enjoy it.
Some of the really bad episodes you just got to watch for the cringe effect.
Exactly. It's so awful. But there's ones even worse than that. There's a few even worse.
There's a series there's a channel now, in the UK called Comedy Central. You probably haven't seen it in America.
we have that here too. Yeah.
I do. And my daughter's just started My daughter has just started watching Baywatch from episode 1. She's been recording.
Oh God!
Oh my God! And
slow motion running on the beach.
I'm on the sofa. I'm like, this is good.
Yeah, I it's been so long since I saw that show. I can't hardly remember it, to be honest.
Jesus, I mean, some of them swimsuits are amazing.
That was 80s, right? I believe 80s. I think
late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah. Something like that. Yeah.
Pamela, I can't remember the other actresses, but Pamela Anderson and all the other actresses.
Yeah.
They're so beautiful.
David Hasselhoff.
David Hasselhoff. Hasselhoff, the Hop.
David Hasselhoff. Yeah.
Me, I was in it.
Yeah, when you had long hair, maybe.
Yeah. At the back, I was the guy in the ice cream.
My daughter's 10 and she's obsessed with the Hoff. She's obsessed with him.
I look a lot like the Hoff. Yeah. I don't know why you're all laughing.
Andrew, you do after 20 cider hazies. Yeah, you do, mate.
Oh yeah.
If I put my Speedos on now, Jesus Christ!
Oh no, please!
Oh God, please don't! Please don't!
They're freaking doppelgangers.
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Oh man!
Don't encourage him.
That's a frightening thought, really.
He did it last week. He was getting his trousers off.
Yeah, he had a kilt or something on last week, and he was giving us little flashes of his leg. It was pretty horrifying, actually.
Yeah.
Sorry, Andrew.
But
he was doing it for charity. Doing it for charity. So.
He bloody loves it, doesn't he?
I raised thousands for Red Nose Day.
What is the total, actually, Andrew? Just out of curiosity.
I've no idea. You'd have to ask the accountants.
Okay.
They handle these things.
£2 now, isn't it?
Must be getting more and more, yeah. Well, I got another. Al, another modern sci-fi show. Have you ever watched The Expanse?
Yeah,
I've heard so much about it, but I haven't watched it yet.
So I've only watched the first 2 episodes.
Is that the one where there's asteroid farmers or something?
Well, no, The Expanse, I think it's basically there's like Earth and there's Mars, and then there's like the outer edge of the solar system, which is like more like a frontier, and they're all kind of competing.
And it is
so from what I
something you really
understand
have to sit down and watch. It's
I've heard it's supposed to be really, really excellent. So
apparently,
the special effects is good. So from what I understand on it, the resources are about to go on Earth.
Yeah.
And
everybody's competing for resources.
There's conglomerates, isn't there? There's like three conglomerates.
Can you remember that? Remember Elysium with Matt Damon?
Yeah.
So
I don't think I saw that one.
The rich people can live. Oh, it's a cool movie, Elysium. It's by the same makers who made District 9.
I've heard of that one. Yeah. Okay.
It's like there's loads of subliminal messages from the famine of the world, the poor people in the third world countries. Quite cool. In short, it showed you how the smaller, weaker, or poorer people get mistreated. And
yeah,
the
well,
rich
that's pretty
people.
common in history.
Yeah. And it happens in the future as well. But The Expanse, I've only watched 2 episodes, and I stopped. I don't want you. When I keep saying
silly
things,
season. I feel I've got all the seasons downloaded. I've yet to watch them all.
I've got to start watching that show. From what I've heard, it's
got about 3 or 4 episodes in about a few years ago, I think, and it looked pretty good. I watched under recommendation, and it looks all right, but it does look like it's something you do have to sit down and watch rather than have a.
Yeah, it's very much adult.
Around.
An adult sci-fi.
You need proper focus, But you know what ruined it for me? I think Will Smith's son is in it.
Yeah, I think so.
That's not a bad thing.
I'm not sure who's in it, but
actually, the best sci-fi TV program to me was Red Dwarf.
That's a good one. Yeah. That's a good show.
Wow.
You do have to be a fan. You do have to be a fan to appreciate most of the episodes. You either like it or you hate it.
I remember Crichton.
Some of the episodes were really pants.
Crichton is a classic.
Some of the very clever episodes at the time
Crichton's awesome.
Hilarious.
For me, Red Dwarf is probably the greatest sci-fi series. The music's amazing.
It's a good show.
You into sci-fi, Andrew?
Lynn wants to know if we're still talking about petrol and the size of our big
I think we moved on a while ago.
What about 5-kilometer size spacecraft that were in a mining corporation?
We're being a bit nerdy now, aren't we?
Yeah, but it's fun. It's fun. Oh, another great show. I don't know if you guys ever seen Farscape.
Yeah, I loved it. Mate.
I love that show.
Is that the one where they time travel?
No, it's an American astronaut. He's like in a shuttle and he goes off flying and he gets sucked into a wormhole.
Buck Rogers, isn't it?
He gets sucked. No. Well, it's kind of similar.
Buck Rogers, he got his space shuttle, got sucked.
But this is different. I mean, he gets in a wormhole and he gets to like an alternate universe or whatever, and it's just crazy. I mean, it was done by Jim Henson, and filmed in Australia. Well, there's one kind of Muppet guy in it. What was his name now? The little guy.
Kermit?
Oh, no, it wasn't Kermit. Oh, but it was hilarious and so well done.
That was Jim Henson's last thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I believe so. But it was really well done.
I love Dark Crystal.
It was like 4 seasons, I think.
Do you know they made a Dark Crystal series for Netflix?
I've heard of it. I heard it was kind of so-so, though. I haven't seen it.
I didn't really like the Dark Crystal film very much. So I didn't find it. I would rate it 5.2. It wasn't. I watched it, but it is not really hitting any buttons.
I'm waiting for Babylon 5 to hit the screens again.
Oh, in its day that was good. Yeah, in its day that was good. Because it's realistic with aliens. Aliens didn't look like us. They were completely different, and if they even looked vaguely familiar to us, they had to be in different sort of like environment suits. And the ones that were like Alpha Centauri, which were the closest sort of like species, maybe.
Yeah.
It was trying to be an upgraded Star Trek, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's why I liked it.
The ongoing storyline through the whole seasons was quite good. I quite enjoyed the fact of these dark, big crystally ships coming along and having to be a higher level of being that was out there. That was very good.
Yeah, I've never gotten around to watching that show yet. I've heard it's classic, but I gotta watch it one of these days.
The cast so often. they would have a different captain of the space station. Then it'd change to someone else, and you just getting used to a character for a season or two. And then they'd change it, and you have to get used to it again. You think, well, do I like this now or not? Or is it still worth pursuing? Or
if you look at Babylon 5 on Google, Babylon 5 kind of
the space station. I do like the idea of the Babylon space station. That's very
it's cool.
It was a sensible sci-fi idea.
The
way it rotated the gravity and stuff. They didn't try to we got a gravity field. We all stick to the floor. We're okay, like they do in Star Trek.
Like when a program is successful because it creates, like as someone looking back to an older program, when a program is very successful because it's created lots of famous actors. If you know what I mean. So like,
or a hell of a lot of Facebook groups.
Like who, Andrew?
Back in a second, guys. I'm just going to refresh my drink.
Many people.
I understand the new Drinking of Andrew film is out imminently.
Like Andrew's channel created loads of popular alcoholics.
Popular.
Look at all these pissheads. Let's make a note so we don't talk to them.
What? Calling me a what? Is he starting?
Well, you know what I mean? Like a lot of these older programs, they create famous people and they move on.
I'm trying to get the
What, Pete? What's that,
Do you
mate?
think many of the
I was
programs
saying I'm trying to
today
get the laptop back on. I'm on my phone at the moment.
There's just a little bit of a delay, mate.
The programs today.
You just maybe a second or
So
two
the programs
behind.
of today.
I don't know that.
Right. Okay.
Do you think some of the
Just repeat
programs
what you
today,
said.
in 20 years' time, will be looked back as classics?
Walking Dead will. Game of Thrones might.
I think
Sherlock
Sherlock
would.
will.
Some will, yeah.
Oh, that's a good question. That's a very good question.
Or do we just
It's
in our
upset.
heads
I
think,
don't really watch
stuff
too
today
much.
is rubbish? Because back in the day, we thought stuff back then was rubbish, and now it's all cult.
I don't really watch too.
Yeah, you're right. It is cult.
Yeah, exactly.
So some of the crap we produce today, is it going to be cult in 20 years' time? People will be wanting on their smartphones to project it to the ceiling or whatever they do in 20 years' time to watch it in 3D.
I wonder. So Marvel will never go away.
The thing is,
No, Marvel's been around since the 60s. Stan Lee made sure of that.
Exactly.
His legacy's brilliant. Have you been watching on Disney his the latest stuff that they're producing, like WandaVision, Falcon, and the Winter Soldier?
Yeah, I watched a bit of WandaVision. I can't. I'm going to get into Falcon.
WandaVision. I do not. The first 2 episodes, I thought, what the fuck is going on?
It's
What
a
is
bit
this?
like
Why
a
is
sitcom.
this not? Yeah,
Where are the
thing is,
lasers?
you have to watch all the episodes in a sit down, one after the other for it to make any bloody sense at all. I didn't really like it, but everyone gave it 8.5, 8.6. I think it's wonderful. I wasn't so sure.
I'm a DC guy, so with Marvel, I take it as a pinch of salt. I'm into
I like
Batman
a couple of
and
DC.
Swamp Thing.
I like Batman. I like me Superman. I like
Do you like
me
Swamp
Wonder
Thing?
Woman. No, I don't think so.
Oh gosh.
On Amazon Prime, there's quite a cool Swamp Thing series. It was cancelled after the first series, but you should watch the first few episodes. I'd recommend it. It's really cool. Good story, but it's never going to be as popular as the last.
DC is none of my Lego DC seems to sell. I've got a hell of a lot of Wonder Woman WW84 film figures. I've got her in a golden wings, which is really very good bit of
Are we on
Lego
again?
I've got the original version. I've got Cheetah and everything. Doesn't sell.
It does seem Marvel's always more popular, doesn't it? Over DC.
Yeah. Disick and Lee knew what they were doing.
I think what Marvel is doing is, like Al is saying, is their business plan at the moment is incredible. Produce sets of films, produce individual films, interlace them with each other, make big blockbusters every now and then to bring it, draw a line, and then start a new series of doing it again. It's like WandaVision is one of the first incarnations of post-Avenger, Endgame sort of thing.
Yeah, I've heard WandaVision is pretty bizarre.
It is very bizarre.
Yeah.
But if you think about Spider-Man, just in the last 20 years, there's been about 8 Spider-Man movies in 20 years, and they've all been massive.
You've got to watch the films for their own merit and enjoy the film, I think, rather than trying to get to, that doesn't follow like the other film. Or I think you have to watch the films on an individual.
Yeah.
Some of them are good, some of them are pretty poor.
Well, it's like Batman, right? I mean, since the 60s, we had the TV Batman in the 60s, and we've had so many different movies. And some of them have been great, and some of them have been god-awful, right? So it always varies.
I still love the 60s TV. Yeah.
Oh, it's hilarious. I remember when I was young. When I was young, I was kind of offended by the 60s TV Batman because I thought they were kind of making fun of him. But then as I got older, I realized that was the whole bloody point, was to kind of, have fun with the whole concept.
Yeah,
it's hilarious.
Who's the guy that played Robin?
Burt Ward. Burt Ward.
Do you know he went into porn films after that?
No.
He did.
You're kidding. Oh my God. That's shocking.
So the guy that played who's the guy that played Batman in those? He was in a couple
Adam
of
West. Adam West.
He was in a couple of soft porn films after that.
Oh my God.
But Burt Ward took his popularity to heart. He used to sign women's breasts and underwear, and he used to think he was a god or something.
Wow.
I went all the tits up for both of them.
I never heard of that. Wow.
I have watched one of the films that Adam West was in, and is very soft porn. I think it was called Lady Chatterley's Lover. It was a soft porn remake. It's a lot more. It's a remake. It's not. It certainly wasn't in the cinema, but it's Jesus Christ. Really, you must be really struggling for money now, boy.
Yeah. Well, I guess he got typecast as Batman. Yeah.
Have you seen who the new Batman is?
The newest? I have not.
Another one. Fancy that. A new Batman.
Got another one?
Yeah.
Me?
So, all right.
You?
Before we talk about it, who is the best Batman?
Christian Bale, I thought was pretty excellent.
Better than Michael Keaton.
Michael Keaton was good, but I thought Bale was kind of pretty intense. Like the first 2 movies, I thought were great. The third one, I thought was kind of crap, but
The
Keaton was good though. Keaton was good.
The best Batman without fail was Ben Affleck. I thought he was great.
I haven't seen that, so I have no comment.
On the Batman for Superman series. So Ben Affleck created Batman when we entered what we call the DCEU, which is the Detective Comics United Universe. No, DCUU. And it's where the DC Comics started the story from the DC movies imitated the story from about 12 years ago. So what's going to happen with all the Batman movies now is Batman and Superman unite, and they become the what they called.
I'll simplify.
Justice League.
All the other Batmans were bollocks. There's a new Batman, and now he's the proper one.
Well, no. Those stories matter, but the new stories on the DCU universe is where they are copying the stories which I was reading 12 years ago, and it's where. So you can read. I've never been into Superwoman, but you can read the Superman story. But in the Superman story, she'll mention what's going on in the.
Goodness.
Yeah, Wonder Woman. Sorry, she'll mention what's happening in the Batman story because they're all on the same timeline. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. Whereas no other movie's done that. So if you're a real fan,
buyers because they won't buy my goddamn Lego though.
But what I mean is, like, if you're a proper nerdy DC guy, it means they've been quite clever with it, because if you watch the Batman movies, a serious Batman fan will say, I've got to watch the new Wonder Woman because she mentions some integral parts of the Batman story and I need to learn what's going on.
They do tie-ins, don't they? So that,
you know what I mean? And it's cool. Yeah. Whereas Marvel have done that, but they've switched the order of all the movies, and you have to be a genius to figure it out. DC have got it right.
Star Wars ones are hard enough to get into order, let alone the DC.
I prefer watching the Batman. Sorry, I prefer watching the Batman like in the 60s. Like you mentioned, Adam West and Lord.
Pow! It was pretty funny.
Yeah.
It was totally.
It was so
totally campy. Totally campy all the way.
How good was the Riddler in those TV programs?
He was great.
All the supervillains were.
Joker was good too.
Prime A-listers, weren't they?
My favorite part of that show though was the bloody Batmobile. I mean, come on, that Batmobile was awesome. I mean, wouldn't you want to? Man, if I could drive that around town, I tell you.
I'm the same, yeah.
I did
with the
Catwoman in those old programs.
Oh, Catwoman was nice too, yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't she bi in the new film?
Oh, probably.
New series?
Isn't everybody bi in the new films?
Oh, apparently, yeah. No one identifies to be male or female anymore. You've got to have.
Oh God.
It's like Catwoman in the original TV show.
There were two, right? There was Eartha Kitt. Eartha Kitt was one of them.
Yeah,
that's the one.
And who was the second one? I can't. Oh, what was her name? There was two of them. Oh, I can't remember.
You know who played a good Batwoman? Not Batwoman. You know who played a good Catwoman? Who used to be married to Tom Hanks? No, not Tom Hanks. Tom Cruise. She was beautiful, blonde.
I'm drawing a blank.
She said to me out when she fell.
I think I would be an amazing Batman.
I think we should do a fundraiser to get Andrew to actually play Batman in a movie. I would pay $1 to see that.
Michelle Pfeiffer.
Oh yeah, okay.
Julie Newmar back in the early sort of.
Oh, that was it. Julie Newmar. Yeah,
Julie Newmar. She was in the series. She was beautiful, wasn't she?
Yeah. That was replaced by Lee Merriweather.
Right. Yes.
And then you had Eartha Kitt.
Yeah.
And then the new one's Pfeiffer.
In the original 60s.
A lot of people.
You had the original few Barbeau, who played the animated version.
Who played Batgirl?
They picked women that looked similar.
Oh,
Batgirl in season 3 of the original TV show.
Damien's come on to agree that I'm the greatest Batman.
Does everybody remember who played Batgirl in season 3 of the TV show?
Hi, Damien.
Hi, how you doing?
Nice to see you, brother.
Hi, Damien.
Hi, Damien.
Good evening.
Hello.
You're drinking, Damien. You have to get your drink up, bro.
Whiskey and Coke. Come on, it's Friday night.
Fair dues. That looks like a proper drink.
Yeah, Jack Daniels and Coke.
I was a vodka.
Nice.
Hey, Damien, how you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
You come to join in the nerd gossip.
Oh,
yeah, it's a very nerdy stream tonight. It's a nerd alert.
Yeah.
We're talking hot cat women at the moment.
No, okay.
Who played the original Batgirl in the 1960s TV show? She came in season 3.
Pass.
And she was totally hot.
I can remember her face.
She was hot as hell. She was gorgeous.
Do you know, like, this sounds silly, but I think...
We're about 70 or 80 now.
Well, I think in old programs, before they showed so much flesh, women were more attractive, but when you saw everything, it loses the appeal. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree. sometimes it's a little more exciting when they got some clothes on, because you know think about how nice it would be to take them off eventually.
Yeah, exactly. But these days in movies, they show so much.
Yeah, too much. Yeah.
Was it
I agree.
The Betty
original TV program, The Avengers, with John Steed.
Oh,
and,
that's a great show.
Gordon,
Emma Peel.
Yeah, that's
Brown.
Diana Rigg just passed away, didn't she, a few months ago? I believe.
Yeah.
That's another British program, isn't it? The Avengers.
Yeah, British, and it was on for almost 10 years too. It was on for a long time.
PvP.
It's really popular over here too.
PvP.
You like British TV, don't you?
Hello? What?
It sounds like you are into the British TV.
Okay, I'm trying to.
Sorry.
Someone give me a question and I'll try and answer.
You're really into the British TV programs.
I've seen enough British TV to appreciate how good it can be. Because often British series are shorter, but they go for quality more than quantity. The Avengers, though, was definitely an exception to that because it was on for nearly 10 years during the whole run of the 1960s. And I think there were about 160 episodes of that series. Because they had John Steed, right? He went through pretty much the whole series. But then you had Kathy Gale, you had Emma Peel, and you had Linda Thorson at the end. I can't remember the name of her character.
Yeah,
I remember.
But Emma Peel, Diana Rigg's my favorite though. The 50 episodes she made as Emma Peel are just incredible. They're great.
They're gorgeous, yeah. But then in the 70s, they revived it, didn't they? With what was it now?
They did the New Avengers in the 70s. Joanna Lumley. Yeah, Joanna. Was it Joanna Lumley? Was it Gareth Hunt who played the other guy in that show? Along with
you're right. Yeah,
along with Steed. Yeah, Gareth Hunt. That was a good show. It was 2 seasons, and it wasn't bad. And some of it was actually filmed here in Canada, in Ontario. Yeah. Amazingly enough.
Is that where you're from?
Me? Yeah, I'm from Canada.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Joanna Lumley, was that him?
Joanna Lumley, yeah. She was pretty sweet back then, yeah. That's a decent show, though. I didn't.
Yeah, she was good looking then.
Yeah,
she's still. She's still
not bad. Yeah.
For an older girl, she still looks after herself, doesn't she, Joanna Lumley?
Yeah, I would agree. From the last time I saw her, she looked really nice.
You wouldn't say no, would you?
No, I wouldn't say no.
There's a big.
I'm well behaved now. I've turned over a new leaf. I haven't flirted with anyone. I'm well behaved now.
Oh, I've seen you on Facebook.
You've given up on the ladies again, Andrew?
Come on.
I'm going to have to prove my fake news detector.
Andrew only likes women's posts on Facebook.
That is not true. That is not true. I'm sure I don't know because I don't fucking pay attention to it, but I'm sure I've liked it.
You should have to check.
The only time I'm going to stop flirting with women is when I no longer have a pulse.
Yeah, me too.
I'm a new, well-behaved man these days.
Does this mean you got a girlfriend?
Why is that?
Sometimes we need to be well-behaved, don't we?
I think Andrew must have found somebody by the sounds of it. Is Andrew shacked up? Come on, introduce us. Let us know who she is, Andrew.
Does it have white fur?
Anyway, moving swiftly on. Yvonne Craig was Batgirl. She was hot.
Oh, yeah, that's her name. She was beautiful. Yeah. Damn.
I'll tell you, was a bad Batgirl, but she's obviously a beautiful woman. Thinking out of James Bond. She was in James Bond. She walked out to the water.
Yeah, there's a lot of nice.
And she's in swordfish.
Do
you mean on the Blackman?
No, a Silverandra.
Yeah, so many Bond girls.
No, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Hang on.
That's the one who walked out the water. Ursula Andress.
Oh, is that Ursula Andress?
Yeah.
Halle Berry. Halle Berry.
That's it, yeah. Halle Berry. Halle Berry.
That's a more recent film, isn't it, then?
Yeah, 2004, 2005.
20 years ago. 20 years ago, probably, yeah.
But more recent as far as Bond goes, yeah.
20 years ago.
Man,
wow.
Time flies.
It certainly does.
My favourite sci-fi movie, if you're sticking to sci-fi movies, I've got two. So, my favourite film is the first Blade Runner, for obvious reasons.
That's a good one. Great film.
Yeah.
Everyone chooses that. I didn't.
That's an incredible film.
I've actually seen that all the way through.
I love that film.
One of those films that I keep trying to and just not.
I understand it's a classic and a masterpiece, but it never clicked my buttons.
Yeah, I saw it like 3 or 4 times in the cinema when it first came out.
The second one that came out, it didn't click my buttons either.
I never saw the second one because I heard it was mediocre.
I haven't seen that either.
Yeah.
I saw the first film.
In my opinion.
I think it's just personal taste. It wasn't one of the films that excite me.
I think it.
I
understand it's a reasonably good film for people that enjoy it. But,
Andrew, vote number 1 if you think Andrew is sexy. I'm loving that, mate.
Oh God.
Damien, by the way, excellent stream on Global Thrifters yesterday. I enjoyed that.
Thank you
was it
very
yesterday
much.
or the day before?
I really enjoyed it.
That was entertaining. I quite enjoyed that a lot.
Thank you. Yeah.
I watched them, but
yeah, Damien. Yeah.
I watched
Damien with Jack. Yeah, you and Jack on there. It was really good. Yeah.
Because they're really cool and young, don't you? I feel a bit old when I watch them.
Yeah, I mean that's
you know what I mean.
Jack only lives about 20 miles from me. He's down in Portsmouth, and I'm in Southampton. But,
they're both really cool people.
Yeah, when you asked who my sort of my favourite.
But like you said, Damien, I mean, he's saying like you got like the older, like you got the Nick Hills and Pete Cummings.
They're the sort of people that.
Then you got the younger ones of these, and but we're all together as a group.
Yeah, I mean, I get on with everyone, and I like them all. But if we were all down the pub, it's like I would be sort of gravitating towards Nick and sort of that because so you tend to move towards your age group more so. And there's a big cohort in the last year of YouTubers that have come along that are sort of millennial sort of category, sort of in their mid-20s, and they're absolutely smashing it, and they're doing really well, and they're lovely people, and I've met, spoken to a lot of them, and they're all great people, but it's like you're still 20 years younger than me. I'm really old
weird,
enough to be
isn't
your dad, so it's...
Yeah, but the thing is, Damien, you're more than 20 years younger than me.
You know what's weird as well?
A lot of people can call themselves vintage now, but I'm antique.
Yeah.
People look at the grain on me now.
When we're in the pub,
worrying thing is,
gravitating towards Nick or Global Thrifters or any of that. They know exactly what I'm gravitating towards.
The hottest woman nearby.
Exactly.
Hayes cider. I know what you're gravitating towards. Hayes cider.
Getting a pint of cider in.
England, where it's nice
people
and cheap.
Can go where they want.
I think the thing
Andrew,
is,
are they sponsoring you yet?
They should be. Really, Andrew, you need to get a sponsorship, man.
He must drink about 40 tins of that a week.
That's not really good enough. Sponsorship requires at least 100.
Do you know, Damien? Right, so like, I haven't watched it yet, but I've started watching like those channels and yours and theirs, and I'm interested, right? And I think because I want to evolve as a seller because I've been on eBay for nearly 20 years. And I'm stuck in my own ways, and I do genuinely follow people my age. But what do people our age, let's be honest, what do people our age really know? I think nothing. we need to follow the kids, don't you think?
We do.
You need not follow, but adapt.
We as a
you need to
generation
constantly
created the
adapt.
technology for them, and they've just mastered it.
So, like,
we were good at
you know,
that.
those global. I was interested in the global thrifters because, don't get me wrong, I don't know how much they earn yet, but I don't know if it's a lot or a little, but I know they will earn whatever they're earning now. I know they will earn a lot more if they carry on, because whatever they're doing, they're clearly good at it. Does that make sense?
You know, as much as
Yeah,
everybody
they have the right mindset.
and not divulges into it, they must be doing well enough to be able to apply for a mortgage and think they're going to be successful.
Yeah, support themselves.
Afford our house because it is just their income.
Yeah, and fair dues. And you know what? I'm going to watch more of them because I need to. All I have is eBay and Amazon, to be honest with you. And I have a side job, do some sports. But
my honest opinion on the Jack and Emily channel is Jack is funny, Emily's laugh is hilarious. It's a very entertaining live stream.
Got a really dirty laugh, hasn't she?
That's why they've done so well. That's why they've been around for less than a year and they've already got more than 3,000 subs. They just came straight out there. They're very sort of amiable, entertaining, funny. And
Jack is really on the ball. Jack is so on the ball. He could snap a phrase straight out of his head.
Oh yeah,
they know like cool. So like they know cool trends and stuff, and I'm not on social media, and I think to myself, because I always worry that social media takes up a huge amount of time, and I always think what the measurement of time versus learning.
Not just time; it takes up space as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, they also have that separate business of the website where they're doing the hemp bags and things like that as well, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're smart people. When you think of how old they are, imagine if they stick to this, how much money will they earn when they're our age?
They'll be millionaires.
I think one thing I'll just add a quick comment is I think, it depends on the quality of the channel and how interesting the folks are. I don't think the age is so important. I mean, sure, younger people might be more in touch with the latest trends and whatnot of how to succeed, but I've found friends in the community here on YouTube over the last few years of all different ages, and I value all of them. I think whether they're younger or older, they're all great, folks, and I can learn something from all of them. So, I stay open-minded. It's like I don't care how old you are. If you're an interesting person, I like talking to you and learning from you, right?
Yeah, I mean that wasn't the point I was trying to make. It was a case of it was just the perspective on life.
Right.
Not just reselling. It was everything. So when they, like the likes of Nika and like Zahir, they start talking about stuff that happened, in the 90s and all that. It's like, I remember that.
Yeah.
I was there too.
Exactly.
And
I like Nick and Zahir. They can relate.
Didn't Nick and Zahir just do a stream together last week or something? I haven't watched that. I got to watch that. That's they haven't done that in a couple of years now, I think.
You've got to watch that. They should bring that back regularly.
They really should. I used to really enjoy that every week.
It's a nice catch-up, actually. They don't talk much business. Let's be honest. So, we've all been into eBay for a long time now. We don't learn much from each other. The reason I was drawn to Andrew's chat, and this is only my second time he's let me on, or I've ever been online chatting, by the way. The main reason is just because it's nice to hang out with people who are like-minded. I don't expect you'll learn anything from me.
Absolutely.
And I don't. I didn't think,
I agree. It's great. It's great fun just to hang out.
You're learning and you're absorbing all, but once you get past that point, then it's like the community, the camaraderie, the sort of the shared knowledge, and the shared outlook. You don't
exactly.
You don't pick up
anything you need to know is now on Google. Let's be honest. University of Google or YouTube. It's just so nice to hang around people.
But it'd be great.
A lot of us, it
would be good to sort of have the meet up if when things calm down, we can get up and meet up in the summer.
Yeah,
something
we'll
like
do
that.
it.
Yeah. We see each other
my mate
online.
Who I play rugby with. My mates who I play rugby with think I'm mental. Insane that I wake up at 5:30 on a Sunday and go to a car boot. They think I'm weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean that's it. I mean,
our
friends in real life.
Yeah, but the 300, 400, 500, 600 pounds extra a month.
So we like to have other people to do what we do. So we can say, hey, I bought this and sold it for X amount, and I only paid Y amount for it. And you're like, yeah, really cool. Let's see what it is. You tell your friends like, oh yeah, that's nice. Okay, yeah, whatever.
But they're interested.
Yeah, people that have never done it just don't seem to understand it, do they? No. They don't get it. It's like
that's why we all gravitate together on.
Well, exactly. It's like I spent $1 and I sold this for for $50, and they're like, "Oh, that was nice." And it's like, don't you get how great this is? You can be making so much money, but I love those people though because they're clueless, and I want them to stay clueless because I want it, because knowledge is power, right? And that's their problem if they don't get it.
What you just said is a good argument because when I first started reselling, maybe just over 20 years ago, not under 20 years ago, there was no advice on how to do things. And in all honesty, I earned more money then per item. I know a lot more now than I did then. But now the market is flooded.
The market is saturated.
Yeah, you've got to work harder for the same amount of money.
A lot more competition now.
Yeah,
that's
it's got to keep
a lot of situations.
Here's a good argument for you. Are we better off now with all these people telling newbies what to do, or were we better off then? It's a good argument, I think.
Probably better off.
It's hard to say, really.
Control what we advise people. You could be
the thing is
away your big trade secrets, are you? But at the same time, you can advise people on how to get into the industry, if you like.
Yeah, but they've still got to go out and they've got to find these things. Like you get
exactly. You have to explain.
They stop doing it.
Do you know what we learned from mistakes?
2003,
The worrying thing is we all learned from our mistakes and spent a lot of money, and we won't make that mistake again. Kids these days don't make that mistake because it's all on the internet.
Or they'll blame someone else.
And life is a competition. They will be more successful than we are. Let's be honest.
We'd hope so, because that's progression. I mean, do we think we're more successful than, say, the people 50 years ago in our selling techniques? I would imagine we do.
But so don't get me wrong.
20 years ago, e-commerce was in infancy. It doesn't matter what few people are saying on YouTube or whatever. Retail has changed in 20 years regardless. There's the competition. You get big, huge corporations that are now selling online that had a high street presence 20 years ago and now don't. So, we are a tiny fish.
Just look at Nokia phones.
Well, even Andrew, even the last year, things have changed, haven't they, with retail?
Yeah, definitely.
The high street,
when I first started selling on eBay, we used to have to wait for a check to clear before we sent the item. Me and my mum sold pottery on the internet, on eBay. And we would wait for a check to clear, and we would receive a payment, and then we had to bank it. So sometimes we would post an item 20 days after.
Yeah, and the customers were perfectly happy with that.
Now they think we're Amazon.
And now they want it sent out like yesterday.
They send payment in January and they receive the item in March and they give you a 5-star review.
Absolutely.
The good old days.
Negative feedback or anything like that. It was, and especially when I was dealing with Americans, it would take a lot longer. Because it would probably take a week to 2 weeks for the international money order to actually arrive, and then you bank it and you take it in the bank, and they ain't got a clue what it is. It's like, what's this? It's like an international money order. So they'd go and have to do it, text the manager and say, "Can we accept this?" Yes, I've bought in 3 the other day. and then the cash it, and then it would take a week, and it would take 3 weeks, to turn around a transaction. And you didn't get scammed. You didn't get uppity customers like bitching at you. Where's my item? It's like, this takes 3 weeks. It's like, yeah, great. That's how. And back then on eBay, when we were saying it, they didn't even have photos on the items. The listings didn't have photos. You could pay to have a photo on it. Most of the items did. Most of the listings didn't have photos on. Yeah.
About 15 years ago, right? Maybe 15 or 13 years ago, I remember this really well because I remember the day because I was moving house into the first house I bought, and me, my mum, and my dad, and my ex missus were moving into a house I still own now and I rent out. Long story short, I was doing some lifting and pulling with the delivery people, and I passed my phone as it was ringing to my mum. And the mum passed me the phone. She said, "It's the Portland Bank. You might not have heard of the Portland, but they were the Staffordshire Building Society who became the Portland, who are now known as Nationwide. And they said they want you to confirm who you are." And I was like, "Okay." I took this phone call, and they said, "Are you Alex Bill on eBay?" And I was like, "Yeah." We're talking. Me and my mum have sold the vase for like 10 quid, nothing very expensive. And they said, "Okay, we have an American buyer who wants to pay you directly." I was like, "Okay." And I've never done this before. And they said, "I need to pass some security questions so you can receive payment." I was like, "Okay." And by the way, I'm like 19 now, so you can imagine I haven't got a clue. I'm an idiot. I'm a typical idiot, right? Anyway, so they said, they confirmed all my registrations from me, and they said to me at the end of the call, "What is escrow?" And I said, You're the bank, don't you know what escrow is?"
Escrow is.
And I was like, I thought you knew. Don't you know what it is? And they went, "No, we don't accept escrow." And I said to him, "Hang on, we've just gone through all of that, and you don't accept my payment?" It took me ages. And they were like, no, sorry, we don't accept payments of escrow. I was like, brilliant. I'll have to let him know. But I mean, that was about 15 years ago, and now I don't even know. Still to this day, I don't know what escrow is. I haven't got a clue.
You pay the money to escrow, and then they would hold on to the money until such time as you would send the item, and the buyer would say, "Well, I'm happy with the item." They still do it a lot with property in America. PVB will probably attest to it. I know it's in Canada, but you put the money in escrow. You buy in a house, you would transfer the money in escrow. It's not a thing. It's just a term, I think. And like the money will be held, for these big transactions. You
safe place to hold the money moving
the house, and then they would release the money.
Hi, Mal.
I've got a question for you, Al. Since you sold on eBay 20 years as well. This would be a flashback for you. Do you remember when you were doing your listings, you would go and you would do cut and paste a little bit of text to put a hit counter in your listing?
Yeah.
So you can see how many people are actually looking at your listing. And things like that.
Me and my mum, we sold pottery, old-fashioned pottery. So long story short, I'll tell you a little bit about my family. My mum and my dad are antique dealers, and my dad was the production director for Royal Dalton on Nile Street. It's a place in Stoke-on-Trent.
Yeah.
So all of their art pottery. So not dinnerware, art pottery. My dad was a production director for that factory. So I know a bit about pottery, to be honest with you, especially Royal Dalton and anything from Staffordshire. But we used to sell second. If something wasn't good enough to be sold in the shop, my dad would get it very cheaply, and we would be able to buy their seconds. I don't know if you've ever heard of that terminology in pottery, but seconds means it was imperfect or had a problem with. So we'd buy cheap and sell on eBay, and we used to put music on our listings. So as you click the listing, music would pop up. I don't know if you can remember those days.
Animated banners and things around it, and all
borders
and things. Oh, those were the days. Those really were the days.
Yeah, I mean,
when eBay was first out,
Don't get me wrong. I mean, we've never been rich. We're not rich people. eBay hasn't made us rich, but we've not. But we've not struggled. Do you know what I mean? It's been a nice life. Should we say that? I know some people make a fortune on eBay and they're millionaires. That hasn't happened to us.
I'm aiming to become a multimillionaire by next week, hopefully. I believe it's possible. I've got many YouTube adverts that seem to indicate that this can be done.
That's going to be a lot of sales in the next week, Andrew.
It's like every time I go to watch a YouTube video, there's somebody telling me how I can make $1 million, and they've got like a fucking Lamborghini.
And they got the Jaguar in the driveway, right?
Yeah.
They always shut the door of a Lambo and go, "What's going on, YouTube?"
Oh man. Then maybe they do a little rap song or something.
Right, guys, I'm gonna have to close down. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Peter.
See you later, Peter.
Nice to see you, Peter. Nice to see you. Have a good evening.
And right, thanks for a great night, and hopefully catch you soon.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah,
bye.
Yeah.
All the best.
Cheers.
Good night.
Peter says he's bought shares in Cider. He buy shares in freaking Wealth Cider. The freaking price is here.
How much are they sponsoring you? How much are Thatcher's sponsoring you, mate?
They need to be sponsoring me. Thatcher's, if you want to sponsor Drinking with Andrew, email moneymental@moneymental.co.uk.
Oh, you're on the Thatcher's tonight.
This is all I drink now.
I've never seen him drink.
Is it cheaper than the Taurus then?
This is, yeah. This is nearly £2 cheaper.
Ooh.
It's nice as well. It's like juice, don't you think?
Do you not stock up when you go to Chester, when you go on your RA trips?
Can't go at the minute though, can I? Because there's like no point. It's not.
It's a business trip.
Open.
You're all open up again now, aren't you? You're allowed to go like, anywhere in Wales you like now.
As of 10 minutes from now, yep.
Yeah.
I
You're
can.
out the door tomorrow.
I've got no money after buying bloody t-shirts.
You got a bail?
No, I've ordered some new t-shirts, some surplus t-shirts from another seller to put on. Actually, no, not from another seller, from a charity.
Good luck, man. That's what it's all about. Quick flips. That's what I'm doing now. I don't hold out on the best prices. I do a quick flip, turn it over, put it back in the bank. I've been there buying things for £1 and trying to sell them for 70. And you know what I found? It's better to sell them for 40 because you're hitting two markets: the consumer and the reseller. I know for a fact now resellers will buy from me and make a profit on me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can understand that. I just whack stuff up as high as I can. I mean, I sold a VHS DVD combo tonight for £70 that I only listed the other day. So I've gone from sort of Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, barely breaking £10 to doing like £150 today. So
that's so you're listing one item, aren't you? I buy lots of the same item.
Yeah.
I'm a clothing reseller.
I do have some multi-quantity listings, but yeah, most of the stuff is individual items that I find. But
so, like, I'll buy some clothing, and the retail might be say it's £100, and then say I buy the weirdo sizes, the extra smalls or the extra larges, the stuff that doesn't sell, and I can probably buy them for £10, and the average sale is say £60 on eBay, then I'll sell for 30, so I'm making £20. And it doesn't sound like much profit, but when you're doing 8 items a day, it adds up, you know.
If it's turnover, you get the velocity and the quantity, then yeah, you make up your margins that way, don't you? You do it
it's not the only thing I do.
Sell 3 for 60.
Yeah. It's not the only thing I do, by the way.
Yeah.
I do normal stuff where you buy something for £1 and sell it for 100, like a car boot. We all fall. That's what we're all aiming for, aren't we? But you know, I used to aim. You know, when I was doing the retail arbitrage, I always tried to get the best end, and now I've given up with that because I'm so sick of I've been there before, and I'm well organised, but I'm so sick of looking at an item. Like you'll dig through 10 items and you realise that them 9 items in front of the 10 you've had for a year. And you know why you've had them for a year, don't you? Because you're pricing them wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't want to do that anymore. Well, don't get me wrong. I mean, if I'm selling 7 items a day at the moment, it's a hard job. I don't want to sell 30 or 40 or 50. It'd be a bloody nightmare. But at the same time, it's hard, isn't it, to figure out where you'd be happy. I don't want to sell 50 items a day, in all honesty. I'd rather sell 10 for more profit. But at the same time, I don't want to coach rugby for the rest of my life. Do you know what I mean? It's very difficult to decipher what's best.
Yeah.
Like, Phil,
I'm doing job lots now. I'm sourcing brand new stock as a job lot, multi-quantity listing, whack it on, pay peanuts, and watch it drip out.
Yeah, and sometimes, like my dad said to me, sometimes don't care about the profit. You're just bringing eyes to your shop, and I get that. I understand business is about bringing people, spending some money.
You have loss leaders, don't you, to get them in.
Yeah. One in four people that buy. So, like,
Profit's
1 in 4 people that buy
from incoming money that you have to worry about.
Yeah, like apparently 1 in 4 people that buy from you on eBay will buy a second time. So if you're looking at a transactional basis,
I get that quite often.
Yeah, but if you're looking at the annual figure, of course, it's great to just get a new customer. I sell clothing, so I think clothing might be a bit different. But, you know, when someone buys from you, I imagine eBay show your feed to them a bit more often, and there's an algorithm of showing your stuff, and I assume so. Anyway.
At the very minimum, it tells you that you bought from this buyer before.
Yeah, and they're trusted, you gave them a 5-star review and all this type of stuff. It's funny, isn't it? But I know it's all hearsay and we're guessing. I'm just assuming.
I see a lot of repeat sales. I often see on my selling feed, I think I know that name. And they bought 5, 6, 7, 10, 20 items before.
I tell you what, Damo, your cat bloody loves you, doesn't he?
She wants food.
A girl.
Yeah.
She wants some food.
She does that. She wants feeding, don't you?
Give me some dinner, Dad. I'm fucking starving.
Well, I can't because the supermarkets don't have any. So I went to the food shopping today. There's a shortage on cat food at the moment. I went in today, did a weekly shop, and
this is what happened last time. Last time I didn't have the correct amount of food.
Because the camera picks that up. People that have gone out and bought cats and dogs in the last year because of lockdown and all that. There's
all the shelves are empty.
Yeah, all the shelves are empty. And cats are notoriously empty.
I do a lot of contracts with Sainsbury's, and the amount of empty shelves and excuses they give for not supplying it. I'm thinking it's got to be easier to supply than bloody normal food.
And like she won't eat it. More. I'm waiting for the blurriness to go. Oh, dogs! I saw fur. That was about dogs.
Do you know how ridiculous? I've got chihuahuas. Do you know how ridiculous I look as a rugby player going for a jog with my dogs? I look like a moron. But the missus bought them, and what can you do?
They're expensive.
I know, yeah. Yeah, you're right. We've where we live, loads of people trying to steal dogs, rob them, and chuck them in vans and stuff. We really care.
Yeah, Luke's nan had her dog stolen, and it turned up at the local travellers site.
No one's ever stolen it.
The only way she got it back was because somebody went up there and said, you know, the dog's like 12 years old. It's no good to you. You can't breed from it or anything like that. They just let it go, and it was found like a couple of 100 yards away about an hour later.
I'm a bit worried. I am, because I live out on the sticks. If 3 or 4 lads jump me, I wouldn't stand a chance. But I bought, it was only £6. I bought a 12-inch straight crowbar, and I've only taken it out twice. My missus says I shouldn't take it out with me because if I hit someone with it, I'll go to jail. But I'm a grown man. I'm not going to let someone take my dogs off me. You know.
So have your house keys in your hands.
I know. I agree,
so, but house keys are sharp, and house keys are a perfectly good item to carry around with you.
Yeah, I know. I don't think they do enough damage, though. Not thought I want to do it.
They can hurt. Yeah, they do it. I mean,
you've got to remember these people are cowards. If you fight back, they're going to run.
But yeah,
if someone tries to rob me, I want to leave a big dent.
Not that we have violence.
I'm just trying to be very careful on Andrew's channel.
Yeah,
so basically, you'll string them up, you'll hang them and skin them.
But you know what I mean.
So yeah, correct. And then boil their bollocks in a saucepan.
What's everyone on now? I've moved up to a classic Mexican pisshead beer. This is for the people who classic. This is the cheap Mexican lager who doesn't want to buy Desperado because they don't want to be uber cool. So we moved to Modelo. Have you tried it? It's quite good. It's not very strong.
I've upgraded to be Strongbow again. I say upgraded. I've
so you in your own
decided
home tonight,
the wine
Phil?
is getting me a little. Pardon?
You in your own home?
Yes,
tonight?
I am back. I was expecting to be back for 10 days, but I've been called back to work tomorrow. I've got to drive back.
The Argos in Canterbury has said they're closing down soon, so like you might have to go.
Really?
Argos?
I am doing the close down on it.
In Wincheat.
Yeah.
Argos is shutting down.
No, yeah, Argos, not the whole company is shutting down. Argos is owned by Sainsbury's.
Yeah.
And Sainsbury's.
They're already in Sainsbury's in Canterbury, aren't they? Or
more than likely.
I think the Canterbury one's too small. But I think
more than likely, what they're trying to do is sites, especially large sites where they've got Argos standalone stores on retail parks, the rent is rather high, and they're thinking, and they've got very large supermarkets anyway, which they constantly rearrange the stock and the interior design, and they're fitting in all the Sainsbury's. All the Sainsbury's are fitting into themselves little tiny Argos store outlets in there, and if you can't get it from that Argos that day, they have hubs in the area where they can get it there in 4 hours, so that the customer is still thinking, well, this is just about as good as Amazon.
Yeah, because people are ordering online and going and clicking and collecting that, because it's exactly what you do in store. I mean, the catalogues are long gone. It's just these are computer
catalogues, not long gone. They went end of last year.
Last year, last summer. Yeah. I've got one of the last catalogues.
In fact, if you're in the reselling market and you come across a very old Argos catalogue, they are actually sellable.
I'm sitting on a copy of the last ever that I managed to pick.
Yeah, you're going to be sitting on that for a long time, because a hell of a lot of people got on that bandwagon.
Yes.
No, but you'd be surprised. So just chuck that in some cling film, put it away in the loft, and forget about it. And in 30 years, the kids are selling for a few £100.
Yeah. Cling film, brown paper.
Yeah.
Some of the chemicals in cling film.
You know, another one is, remember, I don't know if you remember this, but Gratnell catalogues, Gratnells, they're huge now as well. So Gratnell were the first people to bring it. I mean, because I only know this because of clothing, but like Gratnell were the first people to bring over to the UK things like Wrangler and Fila and Surgico Tacchini and cool brands in the 80s, which are massive now. You know what I mean? And Gratnells are fucking adored. Yeah, weird.
I'm just trying to find my work schedule. Let's have a look. Details. I'm in Maidstone tomorrow doing some bollocks in one of their stores.
Opening Argos, boom.
Yeah, Argos
I don't know what's going to happen with that site in Canterbury, because all that's left there is now, after Argos goes, will be Morrison's and Boots. Well,
Argos isn't going. Argos isn't going anywhere. It's just the way they've reconstructed their business model.
But on that site in Canterbury, it's like they're coming out of that retail park. I mean, that's where the Canterbury Boot Fair is, which is no longer going ahead because the Park and Ride contracts renewing. They want to run it on Sundays.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. I mean, Canterbury, Dartford, Canterbury, then Hornchurch shortly. So I'll be looking at those Sainsbury's and Argoses in those areas.
Maybe they're moving to a new site.
There will be no new Argos sites apart from in Sainsbury's stores.
No, there won't.
I know that for a fact. I know how many are closing over the next 5 years and where they're going.
So our Sainsbury's has got an Argos on it now, and our local Argos is shut. It's funny she said
whereabouts is your Sainsbury's? I may have done
it. Heath Hayes. Hensford. It's called Hensford Heath Hayes.
No, I didn't do that one.
The market rent for the site that Argos in Canterbury is on is £237,833 per year. It's 10,000 square foot. That is a lot. Yeah, £250,000 a year that they're saving just by moving.
Well, in Canterbury, about 2 or 3 years ago, I closed the home base.
Yeah, that's just down the road from it. It's down round the back of it.
Yeah. Bloody lovely burger van.
There's supposedly another builders merchants going into it, but they're being quite tight-lipped about.
I've looked at the site quite recently. I'm going to be in Canterbury. I'm going to be in Canterbury early next month. I've got some work to do in the Sainsbury's.
What you're saying there, I can see what you're saying there, Damien. But as a retailer, most retailers hover on 55% margin as a minimum.
Well, yeah,
they would
quite a lot.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is they would eat that margin. Let's say, for argument's sake, call it £300,000 a year. That's nothing as an Argos retailer. So it just makes you wonder how much they depend on walking.
If they
what I mean is,
what they're doing is, if you go to an Argos store, you're not shopping in Sainsbury's, are you?
No. Now, if you buy something, that's what I mean.
Online from Argos, you now have to walk through a Sainsbury's store. You may make additional purchases.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is, wherever they are, if every Argos was situated in the Isle of Wight and no one could get there, it would still be a successful company, wouldn't they? Because 90% of their customers buy online. Surely.
I don't know. I live in Southampton, so I know the links to the Isle of Wight quite well.
But you know what I mean.
The trade route there and back isn't particularly bad. It doesn't inflate any prices, and it doesn't make a lot of postal delay.
Our generation, our buyers, whether you're 21 or 41 or 51, we're quite canny. We're not thick. So we look for the same thing at the cheapest, localist, easiest to get, or fastest price. And if something's £5 more and I can get it tomorrow, I'll probably spend it.
Yeah, that's why Amazon does so well. They are far from the cheapest.
Yeah.
So I will buy for them because I've got Amazon Prime. I will buy for them because I know I'll get it tomorrow. And
exactly.
I won't shop around. This is why the high streets are dying, because nobody wants.
I need some new batteries for a piece of shit I've got behind me on the table. I can
always
buy 10 batteries for £2 and they'll be delivered tomorrow.
Yeah.
Always remember
just looking for them.
You have to always think Amazon is just a much smarter Argos. A much smarter Argos. It's the same shit.
It's the same business model, like almost.
Except we're all sharing the risk.
Now they've got rid of the catalogues. It's
the biggest problem was
Argos. I mean, you have to. They say. I mean, you have to go into. You can't because of lockdown. You can only do click and collect. So you have to stand there in the shop and order what you want on the phone, and then go and get it. You can't use the terminal that's in front of you.
I've done it. I've been in Sainsbury's working before. I found a vacuum cleaner that I like to look of, a mobile vacuum cleaner, I thought, well, that looks shit. Looked on Argos. The Argos in store is literally 10 yards from me. Ordered it online and walked up there. It's ready for you. Thank you very much.
The only issue I have with mine is that there's no phone signal in my Sainsbury's, which is very annoying for RA.
Is it?
I don't like
the signal to your phone or Sainsbury's own Wi-Fi?
I lose signal in my Sainsbury's.
Go into Sainsbury's and open up Wi-Fi. Sainsbury's have their own Wi-Fi.
Yeah, it's all password.
I don't like it.
I always get horrendous signal privately in a Sainsbury's.
Yeah,
they're all metal clad buildings.
Yeah,
it's like a Faraday cage.
I don't like sharing too much. I think it's good to keep a few things private.
Use a decent software to shield yourself. Just make sure. Use
What is that? An MPV?
Well, one of the things that hide your ISP and shit like that. There's billions of them on the market. Yeah, VPN.
You know what?
Care Bears or whatever the hell they're called. I don't know. There's billions. Yeah. I use Norton. I think. Pay a freaking fortune for it, but it saves heartache when things go tits.
I remember Norton. They were around for bloody years.
Very cheap when you first take it out, and then you renew it the second year. It costs as much as a mortgage.
He's the dodgiest fucker going, is Norton.
What you do is every year get a different security company to look after your shit, because what will happen is the original one will then offer you more peanuts.
Do you know how everyone's talking about how eBay is like on its arse and everyone's sick of it? All the sellers
on its arse. It never has been on its arse.
I know it's not, because we're all going to this time next year. I will have paid my mortgage still with eBay.
That, and we know it.
I agree with you, by the way.
We're not playing as much as you like, but they have us like that. They say, do you want some more?
There's a perception for some that eBay is on its arse, and they're usually the ones that have had their accounts banned or can't.
I'll say this.
They're usually keyboard warriors that will say online what they will not say to people's faces.
Yeah. I'll say this so no one has to cause any offence, but there's always a load of newbies who write a load of shit on the Facebook groups, and there's loads of sheep who say, yeah, eBay are terrible and eBay are this. But at the end of the day, I paid my mortgage for 15 years on eBay. I think they're fucking brilliant.
I've got no issues with eBay. I mean, yes, it's not perfect, and there's issues, and it causes headaches every now and again with whatever. But
a bit like everything in life.
Yeah, it's still still one of the best platforms to sell.
Nothing in life is easy. We must, as human beings, we must begin to understand nothing is easy in life. Not eBay, not living, not getting relationships, not anything is easy. It has to be worked at, and there's always going to be downs. There's always going to be ups. Just have to accept as a human being that is how life is.
I will say,
eBay is perfection. We are not
eBay
the Borg.
eBay is a good 60, no way longer, more than that. Maybe 90% of my income, to be honest with you. As a family, our income is eBay. But I will say something else. I sell books on Amazon, quite a lot actually. Not for
Mel is your woman for books on eBay.
No, we don't sell books on eBay and make like £20 per book, by the way. It's quite small margins. But what I was going to say to you is, it's regular, like a poor day. I'll say, and I don't mind sharing it. A poor day for us is 5 books, and the best ever day was 45 books on ever we've sold on eBay, on Amazon. So, what I'm trying to say to you is, I like Amazon because I've never sold 45 items on eBay.
Yes, I agree with that. Yeah, the problem with eBay is it does throttle you.
It's very, very algorithm based. I mean, like Amazon, it's like if you've got the product that somebody wants at the cheapest price, they'll buy it. And if you've got the cheapest price and you've got 200 of them, you can sell all 200 of them in a couple of hours. If everybody's looking for that item, they're not going to go, oh, well, you've sold 10 of them, we'll let somebody else sell some.
Damien, right?
What eBay does.
Amazon is cool. I'll tell you what. I've been paid, right? So I do merchant and fulfillment. I hover, if I'm lucky, I used to hover around 2,000 books listed. At the moment, I'm less than about 1,300, and we just go for car books, shops and charity shops, and my thing at car boots and or charity shops. So if we go to a town and we do any job, I'll say, "See you in an hour. I'm going to that charity shop," and I'll skim the store, anything with a barcode, whether it be a cold book or a CD, and I'll do merchant fulfilled shit, or if it's worth it, doing it. I'll go through Escrow and I might chuck it into a SKU code and send it in, right? And it's brilliant. Or sometimes use Camel, whatever. But I'll tell you the truth. My best ever day was 17 items on eBay. And in that week, I think I listed about 45 items. But what's really weird is nowhere near what you've managed to list, by the way, Andrew. You've listed hundreds in a week, haven't you? But
Yeah.
What's really weird is they weren't all new items that sold that day on eBay. Some were old and weird that no one had even looked at. I didn't even have watches on them, but they were bought. But you know the thing I like about Amazon, you can get your stuff and say, right, I bought 10 of the same book, and you go and you make a listing, and then you put 10 on, and as soon as you print that barcode off, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, you put that sticker on your book, and then on your phone, within a minute, it says 6 sold. 6 sold on your phone. You haven't even shipped them fucking books into Amazon yet, and they've sold. And I love that. Do you know why? Because people have been waiting for them. And I'm selling shit before I've sent it there. And that's why I like Amazon so much. And I'm only making £6 a book, but I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, they were good.
Well, did you say £6? That's £36.
Do that 10 times a day. That's £60 a day.
That's your bar bill today.
But do you know what I mean? I'm thinking to myself, fucking hell. Because I love resells, by the way. And do you know why I like books? Because people will buy them, no matter what condition they're in. There's always a kid who can't afford a £100 teaching book, new. So he's happy to buy a knackered one for £30. And guess what? I bought that for £1 at a car book sale.
Mella's in the chat. She's the queen of book sales at the moment.
Yeah, I mean,
she's probably listening with a lot of interest.
I just think
a lot harder to sell in the UK because.
So I started selling on Amazon like 6 years ago. Fictional books, they never made a penny. But what's really weird now is fictional books, stories, they're making money. £10. Some of them are selling for £10. I'm selling biographies for £10. It's so weird. I know. But it's annoying because we can buy these shitty biographies for 50p. But you need to know what's on trend. You've got to stay on your listings. What's less than 100,000? If you can pick up a book and it's for less than 100,000, it will sell within 1 hour. If you can find a book in that top 100,000 listings, as soon as you list it, it's sold. You can't it's sold before you send it into Amazon.
And yeah,
you know what I mean?
And yeah, weirdly, you could put the same book on eBay and be sat on it for 6 months.
Yeah,
I've got one book that I found. It was in perfect condition, and I thought, I don't need the book. I'll put it on eBay. I've had 7 watches. No one's bought it, but it is in Polish, so that probably goes against.
I've got a really good friend. I've just become godfather to his little boy, Freddie. I mean, I'm his best man, and we're oldest friends. She his missus, Loz, bought a book. She was in art college, and it was something silly like £450 new. Anyway, so we listed it on eBay as an auction, and I said to John, I said to my mate John, we should really put this on a buy it now or a best offer, maybe for £250. And it might take 6 months to sell, but someone one day will buy it. And he's like, fuck that, let's just get some beer money. So we did, we listed it, and it sold for £80. He didn't care. He didn't even, I don't think he didn't care. I don't think he even told her he took it off the bookshelf. Anyway, so we sold it for £80 and we went to Wetherspoons for the day. And I said, Luke, mate,
sometimes a quick flip is good.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You know, especially if you're in a position that month where you need the cash quick, for whatever reason, it's like, screw it, I'm just going to list it at a price I know it'll sell at.
I felt at the time like we could have held out for more, because on Amazon they were selling for like £200, but he wanted me to sell it on eBay, and I did it, and we went to
Yeah, I mean, I bought a book once for $1 at a library sale, and I waited like a year to sell it, but I sold it for $100. So 100% profit is not bad.
Well, no, 100% profit is $2, isn't it?
Okay, whatever, 1,000%, whatever it was. I don't know. I've always been god awful at math, unless it's like actual money. Then I'm pretty good at it. But yeah, it was a huge profit. So
it's 1,000%. But you know what?
Nice. It's nice. Well, that's it. Sometimes you just got to sit on long tail for a while, right?
So they say now that there's no better time to sell old vinyl and old books, because there's what's happening to the market is people who buy books now appreciate them. So if you're a new buyer, you'll spend cash, right? Because the modern society don't buy books; they look on Google or buy an ebook.
Yeah, so if you buy a physical online,
So if you buy physical books, it's because you appreciate.
Yeah,
like I buy physical comics.
The people who love books like just having the physical object in their hands, right, to flip through the pages. They like the smell of the paper, or they like to. Just like the physical thing, right?
It's become a luxury, hasn't it? I think that now, because space is a luxury. So books are a luxury.
True. I mean, who can you can. Yeah, a huge shelf full of books. Yeah, the same with vinyl, though, right? It's like you don't need vinyl. I mean, I can listen to probably almost half the albums ever recorded on bloody YouTube for free if I want to. Yeah, exactly. But or else I've got my CDs on the shelf here. But it's like there's something about vinyl that's just it's like a romance, right? It's like romantic. It's like. That you take that vinyl out of the sleeve and you put it on the turntable, and it's just there's something about it. I don't know what it is.
It's the romance of it all.
Yeah, it is.
There's nothing special about pressing click, but when you can read the lyrics and look at the artwork, and you've hunted for it, you've been.
Yeah, the thing is too with vinyl albums, they're so big, right? You've got like that large format, whereas a CD is like a little tiny 5.5-inch little picture, and it doesn't do the art on the cover justice, right? Whereas if you got a huge vinyl album, you can really look at the art and enjoy it, and appreciate the work that went into it.
eBay Gum is now following me on Instagram.
You and Nick.
That just pops up on my phone.
I wonder if that's got anything to do with you being on YouTube tonight.
Well, I've spoken to him. He's supposed to be sending me a load of bloody packing tape and packing supplies now. Done it.
How long ago did that promise?
Where's my bloody stuff? Where's my tape? Cheap bastard.
Do you know, I don't want to be derogatory, but you have got to be quite an ambitious person to think that you can take a market share away from the likes of eBay or Amazon. Do you think?
He definitely has a vendetta against eBay. So I don't think he's so much bothered about Amazon. It's because eBay shut his business down a few years ago and just closed it. And he's obviously got the financial backing behind him to, and the capital venture capitalists to put the money in behind it to have a go, and fair play to him. But yeah, it's definitely a vendetta against eBay, and he wants to take the market share. So fair play to it. I hope he does it.
What's the name of the site again, Damien?
Sorry, what again?
What's the name of the site you're talking about?
eBay Gum. It's
okay. I think I've heard of that. Yeah.
Pretender to fit is UK only.
That's unfortunate.
UK only, because he doesn't like Chinese sellers.
He needs to spread it out to like Canada and the US though, if he wants to really succeed. I think.
Yeah, that's not his business model. It's UK only, and
okay. That's unfortunate.
That's the whole point behind it.
Yeah,
I'd check it out if it was like available here, but oh well.
But it's like
the thing is,
the site is technically dead at the moment until they launch the register.
Yeah, I've had a look at it.
I'd love somebody to take eBay on, really. Like if they had the financial ability to take eBay on.
Yeah,
that would be very interesting.
They get a very small market share, but
the
selling platform is good for us. But
right, well, it'd be interesting to see what happens, right?
Yeah,
might work there.
Hypothetically, right? For shits and giggles, let's do the maths. There's 65 million people in the United Kingdom. Let's pretend half of them are adults. Okay, so let's just say there's 32 million adults. How many of them have an eBay account? Let's guess.
You don't have to do hypothetical. You can actually find it out.
I don't know.
No, come on now, Phil.
10%.
We need to do this hypothetically. 10%. Okay.
Hypothetically is fake news.
That's being a rough guess. 10%.
If you do the math, if you round it up to 40 million adults, and you say one in 5 has an eBay account, then you're talking about 8 million people.
Okay.
That sounds about right. 8 million people have it use eBay in the last.
Phil is a numbers man, and I know he's looking now. But Phil, if you're going to do the numbers, you can't contribute. Everything has to be hypothetical on this table.
It's fake news.
My guess is 10%. Whatever the hell. That's like what, 6.5 million or something, or 3 million, I guess.
I say about based on 40 million, about 1 in 5, so about 8 million people have used eBay in the last 2 years.
5 million.
Damien's argument sounds. When he said that, he sounded very convincing. He sounded confident. So I think 8 million sounds like a good number.
I can talk bullshit with the best of them.
5 million people.
22 million. There are 22 million active users in the UK.
Wow.
Why have you ruined it for that one?
Seriously? 22 million?
So
A lot of those are the kids who accidentally buy my stuff.
That's like a bloody third.
Never pay.
That's like a third of the UK population. That's a lot.
Day
5. Excuse me. I noticed you purchased some.
1,000 account holders are eBay millionaires. 1,000.
Like a lot of people.
So you got a 22,000 to 1 if you sell on eBay or becoming a millionaire.
What was that? Say that again.
Although there's 22 million people that use or have accounts on eBay, there are 1,065 eBay millionaires.
That sounds about right. There's obviously a lot less sellers than there are buyers. I mean, so like,
and that's only items sold. That's
not. Will sell 1 or 2 things a year. And all
that won't be final profit, will it?
No. So
still better.
My money
than buying a lottery ticket, though.
About 21% after all fees, which
the real
is
question
is better than I can do myself.
The real question is how many of those buyers or sellers on eBay are professional?
Probably no more than about 10,000-20,000.
So
they're doing full time as a business or part time as a business.
Don't count me in the professional. I've never been professional in my life.
From my messages to the buyers,
be less than.
Are you just talking about eBay, Andrew? I thought you were a professional working for the British government, saving the UK.
British the government doesn't hire me for my professionalism. Put it that way.
Oh, okay.
I've worked on eBay for a long time, but if you saw my messages to some of the buyers, you wouldn't think I'm professional. Not at all.
There are 190,000 business accounts in the UK on eBay.
That's not many, really, considering your population.
100,000, but
that's really very, very low.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. They're registered taxpayers. I wonder how many are actual real ones.
Yeah, well, I think managed payments will flush a lot of them out because they've started managed payments for the private sellers now as well. I've noticed people are starting to go, I'm a private seller and I've been asked to go on managed payments, help me. Yeah, and so that's in the last few weeks. So that they've started on the private ones now as just the business.
I don't want to upset people who are viewers, but if that happens, it will massively help us professional sellers out because there'll be less of you sellers out there. And you know what happens when all of you sellers who don't pay tax get done? All of my prices go up, and so does Damien's, and so does Andrew's and Phil's.
Yeah, I mean,
it will
drive a lot of them to places like Facebook and Spock and all the others, all the casual ones that only sell a few things here and there, just to clear out.
Go have fun.
Sticking them on eBay, they would now
registered seller. Registered seller.
Me too, man. I've just been done.
Managed payments will flush a lot of.
I do not want to be having visits from the nasty tax man because, like they say in the Red Dwarf, if we're going to get geeky again, thumbnail time.
Oh God! Speaking of taxes, I got to get mine done soon.
Some of you may have got that reference, I think.
We got end of April tax deadline here in Canada, and I got to really get cracking on that soon. God, I hate taxes.
I've got to wait for things
I hate doing my income tax every year.
I'm getting sent shit on the 5th of April.
I got like 5 weeks or something to get that done.
I got investigated in 2014. And,
oh, God.
In all honesty, it was the scariest time that's probably everything that's ever happened to me. But,
man.
And also, when you get investigated for tax, it doesn't go away because they have 7 years to reinvestigate you. Anyway, so long story short,
right.
in December, on December the 21st last year, I received a letter saying we may investigate you again, basically. But they worded it nicely. Yeah.
December the 21st. Well, Merry fucking Christmas, eh? Oh my God, that's horrible.
Taxman doesn't care.
Money.
No,
they're not Santa Claus. That's for sure, eh?
Yeah.
Jeez, that's horrible.
We used to have an accountant, but we realised after a while we had an accountant for 3 years, and it wasn't expensive though. It was like £250 for the year, and they did everything for us. And then we did a few years without them. But right. I'm actually going tomorrow. Funnily enough, no word of a lie. I'm actually at 10:30 tomorrow. I'm going to meet them again to help me with my self-assessment and stuff. And it's the first time in 3 years we will have re-met. But it's £120 and they'll help me out. And
sometimes it's better to spend a little bit of money to save a lot of time, right?
Yeah.
And usually some pounds. They'll find you some dollar in your tax.
Yeah, they could find the loopholes, right?
I was just going to say to you, like, all of us, if you don't, I'll be surprised. But I will say this without telling you what it is. I know a few ways to make a few extra quid and not have to worry about tax. I'm sure we all do. I'm not saying I do them.
Wink, wink, say no more.
I'm not saying I would do them or would advise you to do them. Excuse me, coming in my eye.
No, what I mean, Robbie.
Oh, good. Too good.
Everyone should pay their taxes, pay as much tax as possible.
I always pay my taxes. I'm such an honest guy.
Pay as much tax as possible.
I'm liable for.
I agree.
Everyone should overpay their taxes so I can have a pay.
You should also claim all the tax rebates you're liable for.
No, don't bother doing that.
Overpay your taxes so Andrew can get more money for cider.
I've got cider to pay for.
You try being VAT registered and buying shit from car boots.
No, thank you.
I don't bother doing that.
Not easy.
Yeah, put that on the computer.
So, like, I'll tell you some. So we're VAT registered, and we make profit from the suppliers we buy who are VAT registered. And of course, you don't understand how it works. But let's be straight. The stuff I do best with is where I bought off some bloke who needs to get rid of some shit at a car boot sale for £1 or £2 or £3 or whatever he's selling it for. All my best profitable items come from car boot sales, and they always have
£2 for it and sell it for 80.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when you get to a certain amount of money, you've got to become VAT registered. And if you don't, and if you're investigating and you don't, you'll pay 20% on any investigation. And I've been there, I've done it, and it's worth being. I'm put it this way: I'm scared of the tax man, and I can earn a few extra quid here and there, but I am genuinely worried.
They are not like your local credit card company or stuff like that. If they say you owe us money, you owe them money, and if you don't pay it on time, there are consequences.
I was just going to say there isn't much argument, There's no button that you can click on saying, "Can I speak to an advisor, please?" No. You know what I mean? It's pretty simple.
They'll say yes. The police force will be around in 10 minutes. Talk to them with the handcuffs on.
Yeah. Yeah. So I've never owed the taxman, but when you receive the letters, Jesus Christ.
It always scares me to death when I get HMRC on a brown envelope covered. Oh my God.
That's how my pay slips come every month.
Yeah, but you work for them.
Yeah,
they still send you a paper pay slip.
I think I've got one here. Yeah, there's one here. Revenue and Customs pay slip every month.
Yeah.
So
Well, it's
a little different when you're getting money instead of owing money, Andrew.
I'm like opening it, and I'm like, what's inside it? And it's a pay slip.
It's a nice check.
We pay your wages.
There's lots of ways. There's lots of ways. There's loads of ways around it, by the way. So, anything I'm going to say now, just so it doesn't ever harm Andrew's channel, is just my opinion. I'll just say. So, my business is with my mum. So we've been in business for a long time. So we've learned a few tricks. So it's we are a limited company, first of all. So being a limited company is better than being a sole trader for a few reasons. If you ever plan on growing than more than just you, it's much better to be a limited company, and I'll tell you why. So let's pretend you're unsuccessful one day, and you owe money. The last thing you want as a person is coming in and saying, "I'll take that telly off the wall. You owe me $4,000. TV, stereo, sofa is gone." Well, there's a limited company that can't happen because your assets and business and finances are separate to your personal life. So having that not wrapped around your neck is good, if you know what I mean. Never having to worry about what your family own and what the business owns as two separate entities. That's quite important, you know what I mean. And another important reason is this, and I think it's the best one. All of us have got children. So when your kid gets to a certain age...
Neither have I.
No kids here.
None
of us have children.
One of us has got children.
Okay, what I meant to say was, I keep making children.
You ought to keep it in your knickers then.
In the UK, when your kids are 15...
We'll follow your argument. So, yeah, kids, yeah.
When your kids are 15, they can work for you.
Having children is an abstract concept
15,
to me right
you
now.
don't get that old. You should have them working from they're about 7. So
my daughter,
a certain table surface, you get them licking stamps or what?
I won't share with the telly and everybody my eBay store, but I'll share with you fellas my eBay store, my handle and whatever at some point if you want to chat. But my daughter does all my pictures now. She's been doing them for a year and she's 10. The pictures are fucking brilliant. But you know what? Kids are better with phones and technology. She's done all my pictures, and do you know how much I give her per item she pictures? £1.
Back of house.
Some weeks when she was 9 in the 6-week holidays, I paid £100 one week. She pictured 100 items, and I make her do all. I want 12. If I get 12 free pictures, she's taking 12 pictures per item. Yeah, she was good. I mean, I'm waiting for the 6-week holidays to do it again. Well, I did the listing, but I just wanted to get her involved. I don't want her to go. In all honesty, I don't want her to work for somebody else. I wanted to take up the family business, but this is what I'm getting at. So, as soon as your kids are 15 years old, they can work for your limited company, and you can pay them a wage. And if you have access to that wage that goes into their bank account, it doesn't matter. So what I'm trying to say is, if you pay your missus her 11 grand that she's allowed, do you know what I'm saying? That's all I'll say. Just use your imagination.
Yeah.
And then if you pay your daughter her 11 grand, and then your son, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm aware of all this.
I suddenly have invented some 15-year-old children that I'm paying.
Yeah, you be careful when you word that, Andrew.
Loopholes. Loopholes are fucking brilliant. Yeah, so my son Corbin Riley, he's 15. He's been working for the company for a year, and you know he doesn't do much, but we pay him 11 grand. He's done about. He's done about 3 hours this year, and he's earned about 4 grand for it. He's on a good hourly rate.
£1,300
oh yeah,
an hour. Jesus,
he's on a bloody fortune. Yeah, he's on a fortune. But can you?
I've got a camera. Can I take some pictures for you?
You understand what I'm getting at? You see, all you have to prove is that they have access through a physical format to your bank account, which is a card. So you give them a card, and it goes in your drawer forever. If they want to or not withdraw money from their bank account, that's up to them. The bank can't prove that. But as long as you prove that they have access to this account,
as long as they're in the cellar and can't touch the cards.
Bingo. And you're allowed to do that with as many. You can do that with 100 staff. You will get investigated, but you are untouchable.
You're a naughty man.
Weird.
Did you hear that? He's got sellers of children working for him.
all I know is I'm getting an 11 grand bribe this year.
Andrew, do you want to join the Bill family?
All I know is I sold far too much Lego this year and I've got to pay goddamn tax on it now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go into tax and stuff, but there's wriggles in everyone. I know a few people who've got different wriggles than me, but that's the common one on eBay.
All I've got to do is, at the moment, is my business model originally was trying to balance margin against turnover. But I've got to try and remember, the more turnover doesn't mean the margin has to be so high.
Oh yeah, it's hard to get receipts from car boot sales.
Well, I don't buy it from car boot, do I? I buy wholesale. So
yeah, but
I can get receipts. I can screenshot.
You know, Mr. Taxman will never know where you buy it from, will he? But you can sell something for £6.
I don't mind disclosing it. I don't mind disclosing it because it doesn't cost me very much.
Yeah, but then you pay more tax. So, like, if you sell something for £6, you pay tax man. Oh, these are only £5. I end up paying
if you look at the thing on the side of my postage thingamajig, I don't know, it says it's worth 80 Hong Kong dollars. So I don't put that one in. I put in the one from the original site where I really bought it from, where it's selling about 800 Hong Kong dollars.
So when you look at tax, it's interesting, really, because, and I don't mean to lecture for grown-ups on tax, but it's interesting in this. I'll tell you why, and I'll make it quick. So there's 3 or 4 different people in tax who all want something different, and when 3 or 4 people want something different, someone's going to get fucked. So me, you, Pleasant Valley Picker, Phil, everyone, we all want to earn as much profit untaxed as possible. That's what we want, isn't it? Yeah?
More money is always good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Untaxed cash in the bank to do whatever you want with. It's up to you. But the accountant wants... Yeah. The accountant wants something different. He wants to be an accountant, you have to prove that you are ticking all of these boxes, and you are representing people like me and you who are accredited sellers, who don't cheat. So there's good accountants and there's bad accountants, in the sense that some don't tick them boxes and you get investigated and fucked, and some tick too many boxes and you think, why am I with this jackass? I mean, why is he measuring my stock? Why is he coming around to count how many pairs of jeans I've got? He's a dick. Do you know what I mean? And you need a happy medium. We want to be with someone who's secure and trying to figure out ways to make us some extra cash, but also making the life easier for us to do this shit. Yeah?
I'll take it then.
And then at the other end of the spectrum, you've got the tax man, whose job is to earn as much paid tax for our country as possible. So when you've got 3 different people doing 3 different jobs, who are all trying to figure out 3 different things, at some point someone's getting fucked.
There is a comeback on the tax one. Is what the tax man taketh away to the government can give it back to you. So you have to be aware of all the stuff you can also claim.
Yeah,
make sure that you claim as much as you possibly legally can.
Do you know why I got investigated?
Hours of filling in forms will earn me $8,000 a year. Now that's quite a return.
I got investigated a couple of years back, and you know what it was for? My old accountant, who I'm going to tomorrow, I claimed for an eye test.
Too many. Need that to operate your computer.
It wasn't that. It was everything. I had my teeth whitened. Was buying clothes for meetings.
You don't need that
I bought a new PC.
No,
I bought two. But do you know what I mean? I bought two mobile phones, one for work, one for personal. Which it wasn't. One was my daughter's. You know what it was is they questioned, and they will tell you exactly what they questioned. They questioned something. You know, why did you need your eye testing? It was tested your eyes were tested last year. Little things like that. And from now on, put it this way, I won't claim as much back. You don't want to piss people off, because you know what? You're just fighting a battle you'll never win. Ever.
The only stuff that goes into my tax box are receipts I can genuinely say are just business. I don't want to deal with none of that. So if I buy something, I need this for the business. If it's stationery, if it's this software I need for Excel or something like that I only use for my business in a tax box.
I think
anything for personal use, I really can't be asked with any repercussions that'll come.
In all honesty, I don't mind saying, I think I was naive and a bit foolish. I was trying to build up a brand, trying to be a really successful eBay seller, thinking I could earn hundreds of thousands of pounds a year profit and pay off my mortgage in a couple of years. And obviously I tried to earn as much as I could. Whereas now I'm a bit more grown up and I realise
selling on eBay is just another job.
Well,
it's not going to make you a millionaire. It's just another job.
Well, what I was going to say is the smartest men in the world, they go under the radar, don't they?
I think the only people.
Well, I wouldn't know because they're under the radar.
I think if you're under the radar, you must have some serious means to stay under the radar, because most of us average guys, we pretty much have to play by the rules, right?
No, I don't mean that. Sorry, what I mean is like, I want to earn, and I think all of us have to earn the money the same way as one another, and that's pay tax.
We all have to pay taxes. True.
Yeah.
True. Yeah.
But what I was trying to do is think. So when I got rid of my accountant a couple of years back, I was thinking, I know how to do this myself. I'm really clever. I don't need an accountant. I'll save an extra £250.
Yeah, I filled in my taxes. I used to have a lady that did my taxes for me, and she retired like 2 years ago. So I've done my taxes on my own the last 2 years, and you know, I've done all right. Everything's worked out fine, but it is a bit of a pain in the ass when you got to try and figure it all out on your own, for sure.
It really isn't it? And you know what I think I did? I think I got a bit cocky, and I was thinking of extra ways I can make some money.
So maybe you got a little You got a little too cute trying to like get a little extra, and the government went, I'm not sure about this.
And then I got checked out. And you know what now?
Around your
yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, that's why I got done. And they're allowed to investigate you within 7 years, which is like a year and 4 months away.
Yeah, that sucks. Yeah.
But don't get me wrong. I mean, you have to play. I played ball for a long time, and obviously I have a few less pounds each week to play with. But this is life, isn't it? I mean, I fucked myself. Yeah. But you know, looking back on it, yeah, it's been a very expensive lesson. But some people take that risk and some people don't. I was one of the idiots that did. But you know what I was going to say is, like the successful people who've not gone under the radar. I know this sounds ridiculous. Tell me if you think I'm talking shit. Everybody knows who Elon Musk is, but there's people making moves. There's people making moves like Elon Musk now, but there's as much money in the bank as he is, and they don't know about him. You've never heard of Elon Musk's competitor, have you? Nobody has. There are people out there who don't.
I'm not going public just yet.
What I mean is, there's people who make money who don't broadcast their bullshit like we are now, and they make money, and it just makes me think sometimes that maybe the less said, the better. Does that make sense?
There is something to be said for, as they say in the old submarine movies, run silent, run deep.
Yeah.
Stay under the waves, and you won't get blown up,
PvP.
If that makes any bloody sense at all, I don't know. But sometimes I think it's better to just keep your mouth shut and just do your business, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Of course, the trouble is, as humans, we all do love to communicate, and sometimes we get chatting away, right? And say maybe more than we should.
Well, now, like with social media, it's more than ever, isn't it? I mean, people are giving us bolos and tips and teaching us things that they have no right to teach us. They should be really thinking about.
It's crazy.
Or they're scary.
Yeah, the internet is crazy sometimes. It really can be. That's why I try and concentrate on the positive stuff here on YouTube, like being on Andrew's stream, relaxing on a Friday night, and well, it is fun, right? And then there's so many channels you can actually learn really useful stuff from. That's the stuff I try and and also some fun stuff. You got to have some fun, right? So it's a mix of things.
There's not many channels you can. There's not many channels you can rank Batman on.
What's that?
There's not many channels you can rank Batman on.
Rank Batman, yeah.
I still think I'd be an amazing Batman.
We should start a crowdfunding page to get a movie made where Andrew will play Batman. I agree 100%. I want to see that movie. I want to see the movie where Andrew is Batman.
Would you wear
Andrew's intellect?
I want to see that. I challenge Andrew to actually put the bat suit on and fight the Joker.
Also, Andrew has the ability to build a bat cave, I think.
Damn right, and I want to see him driving the bloody Batmobile too.
The MMUK HQ
on the Land Rover.
The MMUK HQ is the Bat Cave. The Land Rover is the Batmobile.
Tell you what, mate, how much you pay for that the unit? You got a good space there, haven't you?
Oh God.
Yeah, it's about £400 a month plus 50% of utilities.
And can you claim that back? You're claiming it?
Well, yeah, it all comes back off the tax bill.
That's not a bad rent, actually, Andrew. That's pretty reasonable for the amount of space you got.
I was thinking that.
Because you got a good amount of space there, right?
And then I've got a shipping container on top because I like to fill space.
I was going to say, there's people who pay that money for shipping containers. You've got lecky, carpeted rooms, decorated, plenty of light.
That's why my stock is this big.
I know, Andrew compared to Phil. Imagine how much stock Phil would need to fill up your space, Andrew.
I have 6,000 items on sale at the moment, probably about 6,000. Imagine if they're the size of pieces of clothes or box games.
Pleasant Valley. What do you sell? What kind of gear?
Actually, at the moment, I'm not selling anything. Since COVID hit, I took everything down from my store about a year ago because I got a really great job that pays the bills, and I get a good paycheck every couple of weeks. So even though I was a reseller for 13 years, on eBay, I sold a lot of stuff, but I haven't sold anything in the past year. But I'm really wanting to get back to listing soon.
I'm just going to say,
because I don't want to lose. Hey.
It sounds like you miss it. If you're on here now chatting,
I do. Well, I've never lost touch with the reselling community because everybody on here is such interesting and awesome folks, right? And I've learned so much. I'll tell you a little backstory. I first discovered people like Andrew and Nick Hills and Zahir Malik and all the rest of the community. It was a little over 4 years ago when my mother died. And I had been selling on eBay for 13 years at that point, and when she died, she was like one of the anchor points in my life, and I went through this really bad depression for a while. And after I got through with all the stuff, with the funeral and all of that stuff after a few months, I decided I really had to try and get more serious about my eBay business. Even though I'd always made money at it, I wanted to try and scale it up, right? So I typed in eBay, on here on YouTube, and the first channel that popped up was Nick Hills. Strangely enough, right? I'm in Canada, but I get a British channel. So I started watching Nick's streams, and Nick and Andrea Hills were so engaging. They were so personable, and Nick had tons of great information about, ideas, on how to sell, on eBay. And, one thing led to another. Then I started watching the Tuesday Tat Chats with him and Zahir. And, one thing led to another over the last 4 years. And it's just like, I've discovered everybody since then, and here I am, right? So it's like one thing just led to another kind of organically. And, it was like from a really sad, tragic place, I've come to a really positive place, right?
Yeah, I know what you mean in a way. You need eBay fills a big gap in your life, don't you think?
And
I know I wouldn't. So for some people, it's just a small hobby, but it's time consuming, and other people, it's a real business.
Some people, yeah.
And if you're good at it, it takes you should allow it to take up your time. So
that's my problem.
It's all consuming.
My problem is right now, like this last week, I think I worked I don't know, I'm not working a 40-hour week, but it's enough hours where it drains me because the job is quite stressful. And I was so burned out when I left the office this afternoon. And, I should be probably, taking photos and listing right now, but I just need to spend some time, socializing with you guys and unwinding because,
pretty important.
I don't think I could run my business sort of like delete the app off my phone and just go log in 9 to 5 Monday to Friday and sort of deal with any offers or messages that come in at 9 o'clock the next morning and do it all as sort of like office hours. We're trying to keep it within a certain, the bulk of the time is during the day when everybody's working, but in the evening I'm researching, I'm listing, I'm changing prices, I'm responding to offers and messages. So it takes up all the time, even if it's only 10 minutes every couple of hours. It is all consuming, and I don't think I could switch that off and just run it as all.
Are you a good
9 to 5 business?
Are you a good sleeper, Damien?
I do. I've never slept particularly well. That's aside from the eBay business. It's always been like that. I'll wake up at a gust of wind. I'm
terrible.
I'm a sleeper, but I don't. It doesn't interrupt my sleep. So I do not disturb on my phone between midnight and 8 a.m.
I have some nights when I can sleep through the whole night, and get a good night's sleep, And then I'll have other nights when I sleep up or when I wake up like halfway through the night, and I just can't doze off again. It's just I lie there for 3 or 4 hours, and it's just I just can't sleep. Right. So
the business is an obsession.
It's just an inconsistent thing. It's just I don't know. It's just weird, how it happens sometimes.
First thing I check in the morning, have I had any sales overnight?
Me too, yeah. It's sad. It's sad.
I mean, for the first 20 minutes, I can't even read my screen. It's like my eyes are so blurry and out of focus. I can't read. I look at it and I'm like, what?
Yeah. First thing I do when I get up in the morning before I do even look at my computer is I go and make a cup of tea. If I get that cup of tea, I sit down. Once I got my cup of tea, I turn on, everything, check my emails, go on YouTube, whatever I'm doing. Once I get a bit of tea, I'm good to go. But yeah, it takes a while to wake up.
But the bit for me, at least, the business is an obsession.
I'm obsessed. I'm literally obsessed.
I think about it like 24 hours a day. The first thing I think of when I wake up at night, and I wake up in the morning, and the last thing before I go to bed.
My old man, he has bladder cancer. He's in a bad way. Bladder and pelvic cancer.
Sorry to hear that, Al. Wow.
It's horrible. But I'm not going to pretend I'm the first person who's got a family. Yeah, it's rough. But my dad's a tough guy, and he's doing his best. And sometimes I think to myself, am I losing sleep because of my dad?
Could be.
And then I realise I'm selfish, and I'll tell you why. Me and my daughter, I've been training my daughter to become a photographer. She's only 10, by the way, but her pictures are amazing. And I talk to my dad about 5 or 6 times a day, every day, because I know it could be the end one day, and we just communicate all the time.
Value every time you get to talk to him, because I'll tell you, Al, I'm old enough to have lost a lot of people in my life, and sometimes you don't get to say goodbye to them because
I didn't realize you were that old, mate. Well,
I'm old enough. I don't want to disclose my age because there's a certain ageism in our culture where people think if somebody's of a certain age, they don't have a value anymore, or you know what I mean.
I wouldn't.
They just think you're an old fool, But there is. I mean, some people are prejudiced against older people. Anyway, I'm not going to disclose my age, but
they are.
I'm old enough to have lived long enough to know that sometimes someone you really care about can just suddenly be gone in an instant, and so anytime you get a chance to tell somebody you value them, do it.
Yeah, thanks, man. I will. I appreciate you telling me that. I rung my dad. I woke up this morning at 3:30, and I keep having because my dad's got cancer. I have nightmares. To be honest with you, I don't mind disclosing that with you all.
Yeah.
And they're like,
it's tough.
I'm no coward. I'm a tough guy. I've played rugby. I've told Andrew and Phil. I've played rugby all my life. All my life. My profession has been rugby.
Rugby's a tough game for sure.
I'm not scared of much, but this morning at 3:30, I'll tell you. Right. I hope you don't think any less of me. But I had a nightmare, and I woke up. I had all gravel in my mouth, really dry, grit and gravel in my mouth. And I had this nightmare, and I panicked, couldn't breathe, and I woke up. Anyway, so I know it's always related to my old man. And I quietly left downstairs because all the family's upstairs, and I went downstairs really quietly and made myself a cup of tea and sat outside. We got a decking area outside,
right?
Pressed the heater, and had my cup of tea outside, and it's quite peaceful. You know what I mean?
Right.
And this is at 3:30 in the morning. I rung my dad because my dad's his cancer tablets. He can only sleep for like 2 hours. He's on like this blood thinning thing. He'll sleep for 2 hours, wakes up for a few hours, sleep for 2 hours, wake for a few hours.
Wow.
And he's always awake. So I miscalled him thinking, and I just ring him thinking, if he sees it, he'll ring me straight back. So he did. And he goes, what's up? And I was like, oh, it's a nightmare. What are you up to? We're having a chat. And he said, I know you're worried because I've got cancer, I'll die. But do you know what your problem is? And I never thought about it like this. He goes, you work too big. And I'm like, what do you mean by that? So me and Ava, my daughter is called Ava, by the way. We pictured 60 pairs of jeans at the weekend. I know it's Friday now, but I haven't listed them all. And he said, in your mind, you need to beat 60 pairs of jeans. You need to list them, don't you? And I was like, yeah, I don't like having 60 things to do. And plus on top of my, maybe pack 7 or 8 items a day. And he said, you're thinking now, I need to get all them 60 items listed, aren't you? And I'm like, yeah, I've got to get them done. Otherwise, what's the point? And he said, you shouldn't work like that. You should do 2. Go to the shed, pick your 4 items and list them, and then do another 4 tomorrow. And you'll go to sleep every night with no tasks on your mind, no weight on your shoulders. And I know I'm 43 years old, and I never thought about it like that.
You're the same age as me.
He's trying to tell you that you're putting too much stress on yourself, and you need to put less stress and take things a little slower. I think that's what he's trying to tell you.
I think I've been piling things up. I've been trying to work clever September.
I know the feeling. I mean, sometimes, like, I've had a shit week. I'll be quite honest. I've had probably the worst week since my mom died. 4 years ago. It's been bad. And,
sorry. I didn't want to get you upset, man.
I am an emotional person, but man, I gotta pull it together. Anyway, I'm just saying, your story about your father.
I'm really sorry to set you off.
No, I'll be okay. Just give me a minute. Talk amongst yourselves for a minute.
You're fine.
Yeah,
you say as long as you need PvP, don't you worry. You're amongst friends here.
Do you know? I'll tell you how I feel after what happened today, though, and listening to Pleasant Valley. I feel like it doesn't matter how old you are. Your dad's going to give you the best advice ever. I'm lucky.
Not my dad.
But, I mean, the person who loves you the most.
Yeah.
Might not be your dad, or... Do you know what, like... There's been so many times... My dad's dying of cancer now, and he can't recover. It's terminal. And there's been so many times I've rolled my eyes at him. You know what, like, when he told me off when I'm younger, and I've stuck my fingers up behind his back, and I thought, fuck off. And I regret that so much because he loves me and I wish I'd not done that. He doesn't know I've done that, but he was only trying to teach me because he loves me. And he told me today, he told me today, you shouldn't picture 60 in one go. You should picture 4 or 5, and then you'll list your 5, and then you will have no weight on your shoulders. And you know what, my dad's right, and I'm glad he told me, because even at 40 odd years old, I'm learning shit off him. Do you know what I mean?
I tell you, we all, I think, I don't know, maybe this is true for me, I don't know if it's true for the rest of you guys, but I think as human beings, we often put way too much stress on ourselves. We think, oh, I can achieve this, I can achieve that, and it's sometimes unrealistic, and we think we can do more each week than we actually can. And we forget, what's the word I want to use? We don't want to admit we have limitations as human beings because society tells us we should achieve more. There's always messages about that. And like your story with your dad touched me so much because I just want to share. Take a deep breath.
Sorry for upsetting you.
I lost my sister to breast cancer just over 20 years ago. And it's been a long time, but it still sucks, right? And it's never easy. Absolutely. You know, when you have people you care about and you love, and they're going through this shit, and people are suffering, and let's face it, God damn it, cancer sucks. I mean, I also lost a grandfather to throat cancer many more years ago, and, you know, life can be so fucking hard sometimes, right? And I think we put too much, we expect too much out of ourselves sometimes. Sometimes we just need to let go a little bit and just, you know, expect less when we're going through tough times.
You know what? Like, when you've got someone going through the bad things that you've been through, or in the case that I'm going through now, sometimes I'm working hard in my tap cave,
right?
And it makes me and I feel selfish afterwards. My mum and dad don't need money because they're retired and they're quite lucky, I suppose. They worked hard and they have a bit of comfort. They inherited
so they're
some
enjoying
money.
the fruits of their labor, so to speak.
yeah. And I'll talk to my dad, and all I'm talking about is work. I mean, of course, I ask him first, what's going on? Are you all right? What we've been doing?
Right.
How are you feeling? And then after that, all we talk about is work, and it makes me feel selfish after, as if that's what.
Maybe that's a guy thing. You don't want to like talk about your emotions. We guys tend to talk about our work sometimes more than our emotions.
Yeah, there's not much rugby on at the moment, so we don't talk about rugby as much. But you know, at the end of most conversations, in all honesty, I feel selfish because we start the first minute talking about my dad, and then we'll do 5 minutes talking about me, and I leave the convo thinking, I didn't call you to tell you what I'm doing.
When you end up spending 5 minutes talking about yourself, Al, is that because your dad wants to talk about you?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's showing his love.
Yeah, I know, but I always feel bad afterwards because I want to talk about my dad. Is that wrong?
Yeah, no, it's totally right. I mean, obviously you care about him and you're concerned because you know his end is coming soon, and that's difficult, right?
Sorry, everyone. we got
I'm sorry.
Everyone, aren't we?
I don't mean to get emotional.
Really sorry, guys. He's going to set me off.
If you two need to talk, you talk. This is your opportunity.
This has just been this has been a really great stream. I gotta say, guys.
Yeah.
It really has been good.
Good. It's good to hear.
I haven't cried for about 15 years. I don't want to cry now.
I've had a week where I've needed to cry. There's been a lot of bad shit going on this week, but it helps. God. Sometimes it's good to let it out, right? Just let it out.
Yeah, I think so.
You know we're always here for you.
You know
now.
You know my old man. So like, I'll tell you, to this day, my best profit I told you earlier on was just around £1,600. Me and my mum and dad did our eBay shop before my dad was poorly years ago. My dad has doubled what my best sale was.
Wow.
3,000. I think it was either 3,200. It was a Royal Dalton flambe rabbit. So.
Wow, a rabbit. Okay.
So it was a pottery.
Okay.
Flambe should look black and red if you search for Royal Dalton, and it's in the kiln. It's burnt at 3,000 degrees, and it makes the glaze go black and red on it. But if it's underburnt, it goes blue and white. Now all of those versions would be thrown away unless a member of staff wanted to keep them, and they were made just for a year. So each year they made a different animal, and there might be 20 people that work at Royal Dalton, and one in 100 were bad. So they're very rare.
So this is very rare, yeah.
And my dad picked one up for £1 at a car boot and sold it for £3,000.
That's crazy.
He'll never let me forget that. You know.
Hey, I can understand why he'd be proud of that. You know, turning a profit like that. He's got a right to brag, right?
and he'll always say, "What's your best sale, son?" And I'll say £1,600, Dad, and he'll go, "I doubled that."
hey, Al, you never know. Maybe while he's still here, you might surpass him one day, and then you'll be able to go, "Hey, Dad,
look at this." Yeah.
I got a sale better than yours. And that'd probably make him laugh, I bet.
That is the purpose of barbers, though, isn't it? To set a benchmark for you.
Yeah. It's cool. I'm proud of him. You know, when I was younger, he was like, when I was younger, he always used to say, don't just look at clothing. Look at this. It's cool. Because I used to sell a lot of like vinyl and records. like in England we have these things called tape packs, and they were for raves. So you could go to a club and go raving and dancing, and you could buy a tape pack. I used to sell them: CDs, vinyl, tape packs, clothing. And my dad would say, "All this is shit. You know, you can make a profit on anything at all. You don't just have to sell what you're into." And I was like, "No, I'm not into these things that you're showing me." And I always remember him selling it. You know, I remember us packing it because my dad we've never been rich. We used to make kind of like Frankenstein boxes out of anything my mum saved with a load of. We used to buy rolls of bubble wrap. But I remember for this particular item, we hand delivered it, you know. We drove 100 miles. Yeah. I think I'd probably do the same. If it was $3,000, you know.
A good road trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, it is for us, you know, and I know it's not for everyone, but it was for us at the time.
Yeah, I've never had a sale like that. I think my biggest sale ever was maybe $250 or something. I mean, you know,
good
which
profit.
Was nice. Well, which is nice when I spent about $10 on the item, so it wasn't bad. Cool. But you know, yeah, I've never had
was it?
It was actually I think about 20 Dark Shadows paperback books that came out in like the 1960s when they had the TV series then. But I put them on at the time when the movie with Johnny Depp came out, so everybody was really into Dark Shadows. So I'd spent like maybe back in the 60s or 70s when I bought them, I'd spend like $10 and I sold them for like $250. So it was a nice flip.
No way. Yeah.
It took years to do it, but it was a nice sale.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've never had a sale over $1,000. So man, that's unreal. Wow.
What about you guys? Anyone else had anything? Any good sale?
Anyway, I'm going to just refresh my drink, guys. I'll be back in a minute.
Today, this week, all time, or what are you talking about? Sorry, I zoned out for a second.
I'm going to grab a beer. Please don't tell me you best buy while I'm going to grab one quick.
If I sell 4 or 5 Legos at once, it's 20 quid. So
fucking hell, you're talking about Lego.
I'm never going to hit any big money.
What is the best fucking Lego to sell? There we go. Flego. There we go. What Flego should I be investing in?
It's all down to research, like all eBay. It's can you predict the future? Do you have the crystal ball? Find out what Disney are doing. Find out what MC are doing. Find out if Lego are going to support it. Find out if you can get it cheaper.
Me and my daughter, so I'm a comic book collector. Me and my daughter go to Comic-Con every year. We tend to do Manchester and Birmingham, and we've always dressed up really silly, and we really get into it.
I know a lot of people that do this, and it's a good laugh.
I'll admit, we've been going for about 7 years, since she was about 4. And the first year I was a total coward and I didn't get involved. But the year after, me and my mate Boz went, and we both went as Frodo and Bilbo.
It's a community. It's a community. So,
but you know what? After when we were dressed up, when we got there, we felt like absolute tits. But when we got there and there was another 10,000 people dressed up, it was like a real laugh. You're involved all day in like a pantomime kind of thing. It's hard to explain, but.
It's just not
instead of just being there for 3 hours, we were there all day.
I've been to. I assume you're talking like places like NIC, Birmingham, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Where they host this sort of thing. I've been to what do they used to call it? Warhammer events there.
Oh yeah, I've seen them because I like old motors, so I've seen them when there's been vintage car shows next door.
People's artistic ability to paint figures that big. In intricate detail.
I know.
They play them there. You look at them and think, Jesus Christ, how the hell did you do that? I get a figure.
When we were young, nerds needed a good hiding, but now nerds are cool. What do you think?
No, nerds are trending. Nerds are trending. Remember, nerd stuff sells. There was a lot of nerds back that are coming out of the woodwork these days. They want to buy all the shit that they weren't prepared to buy back in the day because they would have been labelled. And they want to get back to it, and they want to see all the stuff that they used to have from their childhood and get into it. Disney Channel has come out, which is a fantastic advertising tool for resellers.
Any of you got a bottle opener?
Are we talking about nostalgia?
Any of you got a bottle opener, please?
I have, yeah.
Just back, are we talking about nostalgia?
They have them on the side of every counter. Yeah, we go back a little bit.
Can you pass me your bottle opener, please?
Yeah. Hang on. Ah, fuck it.
Can't get my hand in that place. Here's man. I can't.
There you go.
Thanks, mate. There we go.
I'll pass it over to you.
Cheers. Well, there.
Nearly plugged you in the ear with that.
Still can't do it.
Goodness. Bang it on the side. Get one of them lighters out. That does it, doesn't it? Remember the lighters that could take bottles off?
Come on, again.
Hey, Bertie.
Come on then, fellas. I'm up for some learning some bolos now. Tell me about your cool, if not best seller, you don't want to share that. Tell me about your coolest flip or the fastest or whatever you want to show off about.
Bolos change so quickly. That's the problem. Something will be bolo one day and the next day it won't.
I sold.
Cheers. Cheers, by the way, boys. Everyone's back in.
That's a sale from today.
Is this a quick one today?
It's not a quick one. I've had it for. It's been listed for about a month or so. It's like vintage horse
record
game.
Oh, okay. Board game.
No, it's not a board game. Well, it kind of is. It's a tabletop game. It's like a big sheet of sort of fabric, and you've got these horses, and it's sort of you crank a handle, and it sort of vibrates it, and these like metal horses go across the.
So if you're faster at doing that, would you win? If you're faster at doing this, would you win? Like that.
Well, you pick a horse, and it's like you've seen the sort of like YouTube sort of those like marble games where they've got this like maze set out, and you just let a load of marbles off together, and you go down.
Yeah.
It's similar to that. So you've got a big sheet that's like 2-3 meters long, and you set the horses up, and you crank this handle, and it just vibrates the sheet, so the horses go across it.
Yeah.
And like whichever one comes first is the winner, and you bet on it. But these horses, I can guarantee that's lead paint on those horses.
Oh right,
like very naughty.
But
yep.
But I paid about I think I paid £14 for it because I knew what it was. I paid up for it. And it sold for there's the mat, so it lays out. So you've got a handle at the front there that you just crank, and it's like on a tabletop. And I think the horses might even be made of lead as well because it's that old. It's from the era.
It needs to be quite heavy to be able to vibrate down a table.
Yeah, it just literally just bounces the mat, so it just goes across. So it sold it for £50.
Did you?
Yeah.
£50 off 14. Did you have to fix? Did you have to fix anything up?
No.
Did you have to?
No. So I mean, like, the horses can be repainted. If somebody wanted to restore it, they could just sand off the rest of the paint that's on there, and then just repaint them with modern, enamel paint or something like that. But I can guarantee that's lead-based paint because it's from the 90s.
I think it's a shame to do that, don't you think?
Sorry.
I think it's a shame if you do that. I like things to look their age.
Yeah, probably a collector.
But the horses are quite. It's like if I show you the.
I think it depends on the item, doesn't it, guys? Like sometimes people want the original patina, so to speak, on the item.
It's like Brighton Pier. Nobody wants it to look like it did in Victorian days with all the fucking lead paint peeling off. They want it to look nice.
I think if something's really antique,
I suspect it's lead paint as well.
I think if it's antique, you should just leave it as the condition it's in.
I mean,
sometimes the age is part of the charm, right?
Yeah,
I think so too. I like that.
It's just like me.
Yeah,
oh God!
He's got to be going.
Are you older than us then, PvP?
Oh, I don't want to say how old. You guys probably imagine I'm much younger than I am, and I don't want to. I just can't. I'm just not comfortable revealing it because I'm just afraid some people in the community will think, "Oh, he's an old fucking fogey," and you know we don't care. You know how people are. Some people are like that. They think if you're older, you're just your opinions don't matter anymore, or you're like senile or something. And I'm definitely not senile.
I'm a 51-year-old playing with Legos.
I'm still 30 in my mind. Let's put it that way. I'm fun-loving. I'm young at heart. I'm still vital and alive. And age is a fucking state of mind. Age is a fucking state of mind. I might have aches and pains. My knees might not be what they used to be, but fuck it. I mean, God damn it, I hate getting old, but it's a reality we all face, and I'm never gonna think old. Let's put it that way.
Are you a hockey guy?
I love hockey. You want to know my favorite team here in BC? We have one team here in BC. Our big city is Vancouver, and we have the Vancouver Canucks.
Canucks, yeah.
Yeah. The terrible secret I want to share? I have not got around to watching many of their games this year because it seems I'm always doing something else. But I think they've had kind of a middle of the road season anyway, because it's weird here in Canada. Like usually we have the National Hockey League, which is two nations because it's Canada and the U.S., right? We have 30 odd teams here. This year, due to COVID, of course, we've got no cross-border, thing allowed. So it's only the American teams playing the Americans and the Canadian teams playing the Canadian teams. So, yeah, it's been a bit weird, but I've only seen a handful of their games. I haven't gotten around to watching them because, quite frankly, I've just been preoccupied with work and stuff. Hey?
So what do you think about Osier then?
Again, I didn't get that, Al. I didn't hear you. You broke up for a second.
Is Vancouver the Raptors? Is that your NBA team?
We used to have the Raptors years ago, the basketball team. Oh, no, that's Toronto. You're thinking of Toronto. Yeah, there's only one basketball team now in Canada, which is the Toronto Raptors. Years ago, we had the Vancouver Grizzlies, which the Grizzlies never had a bloody chance because the NBA never gave them any good players. They never really supported them. I think they were here for maybe 3 years or something. And I used to watch their games, and they did win some games. And, they had some decent players, but they never got the support they needed. So after, a few years, they basically folded and moved them to Memphis. They're now the Memphis Grizzlies in the States, right?
Oh, really?
They had some great games. I really enjoyed watching the NBA when they had them here, in BC. But they kind of screwed us really, because the guy that owned the Grizzlies back then was an American guy, and he said, "Oh, I'll never move the team. They'll always be here. I'm going to support them." And then, like a year later, he moved them to Memphis.
Oh, really?
So it's like, he was a jerk basically, and just lied to us.
It's asking money. So
exactly.
I like basketball. Out of all the American
I love basketball, but I don't have a team to cheer for anymore, right? Because as much as I would cheer for Toronto, and they did win the championship a year or two ago, I guess when it was. It's like thousands of miles away, right? And it's just like it's not my team, really,
Like I love how you can watch 6 games of basketball on a Sunday night in the UK. I don't know what time that is in America, but so we have it on from 7 p.m. at night.
Okay, I haven't watched basketball in so long, so I'm not sure.
Basketball on Sunday.
I haven't watched it since the Grizzlies left, right? So.
Yeah, but I've been to watch the Seahawks when I've been in.
Seattle Seahawks. My cousin is the biggest Seahawks fan you can ever imagine, right? But I've never quite gotten around to watching the NFL because we have the Canadian Football League here in Canada. If you guys don't know about it, have you ever heard of the CFL?
And I know of it, but I've never watched it.
Oh, the CFL. It's a slightly different game than the American football. Our field is bigger, and we have more downs in a play. And I think it's a better game than the American game, really. But our team here in BC in the Canadian Football League is the BC Lions. And unfortunately, the BC Lions, as in mountain lions, because we have like the mountain lions. They're like cougars, right? They're not like African lions. They're like cougars. We have them here, right? Unfortunately, they never got to have a season this past year due to COVID, right? They just shut the whole thing down. But anyway, I like our Canadian football more than the NFL, but my cousin is a huge Seattle fan, and I've watched some of the Seattle games, and Seattle has had a great team over the years, but unfortunately, they were great earlier on this season, and then they kind of fell apart in the playoffs, and they didn't make it, right? So
I got family living there. We went to a game. It was like a 6-hour day.
I've been
it's 6 hours.
I've been to Seattle a few times.
Hey, Krillin.
Cool.
Hello, Rob. How are you?
Hello.
You guys are still awake?
We're still here. We're alive.
Oh my God.
Still early.
Why aren't you eating?
I'm almost ready for my next takeaway.
Krillin's probably eating like half a dozen meals by now, right?
I'm getting.
Talking about takeaways, I read today that Popeyes is coming to England. They want to open up like 200 restaurants in the next few years.
Popeyes?
Yeah.
Popeyes coming to England. Popeyes burger joint.
They do chicken.
Let me tell you something.
Chicken burgers.
They're like KFC, but like KFC, but 100 times better.
Yeah, I was going to say Popeyes isn't as big as KFC, though, is it?
They dip
it's way more popular by a lot.
Really?
Popeyes
I had a Popeyes in New York.
Buttermilk and stuff like that, don't they? Do buttermilk.
Yeah, that's it.
Listen, if I drive by there right now, there'll be a car on a Friday night like this. They sometimes need police to come down because the line because what happens is the cars block the road because they can't even fit into the driveway. There's just so many cars. It's packed, jammed.
They need a bigger driveway.
Oh my God, it's so packed. I mean, there's hundreds. If I go right there, there'll be 40 cars outside of there waiting to get in right now.
No shit.
No way.
Yeah.
That sounds like some mornings when I go to work and there's too many people in the drive-thru, and I just, you know what I do? I go, fuck this. I just drive up to the restaurant, park my car, walk into the building, and I'm the first guy in the line. I got my food in like 2 minutes, where the assholes in the drive-thru are sitting there for 20, right?
But you know what? But except the opposite. You know what I hate when you go to the bank and it's the other way around, where you're standing there waiting online, and then what they do is the car pulls up and then they take the person at the door, and I'm like, wait a second, I was waiting on this line first. Somebody just drives up in their car, and now you're giving them service before you give me. What the fuck is that?
There's nothing ruder than people who jump the line. I totally agree.
No, they're not jumping. Well, but I'm saying they don't know. I'm standing. I'm like 3 deep online inside the bank, and then somebody at the drive-thru just pulls right up.
No, and then they should still have a priority system where you get served before.
There you go, fellas. In America, they have bank drive-thrus.
Really?
No drive-thru in my bank, but I never go there anyway because I pay all my bills online. So.
Do you know why they got no bank drive-thru in England? Because we've not got no money.
No, once in a while you need to. But why is it with the drive? And then wait, you never seen a drive-thru at a bank?
No drive-thru in my bank.
No,
I just park and walk into the branch and talk to a teller.
Yeah. That's new to me, man.
Some banks have drive-thrus, but my branch doesn't.
Yeah, I use that Canadian bank. They're all right. The TD Bank, the Canadian.
There's lots of Canadian. I'm a Scotiabank. We have like half a dozen banks here.
Yeah, and you know what's good about what's cool about that the drive-thru is that they send you like, I don't know how to explain it. They send you like a cylinder that shoots through a tube, and then you put the money in or whatever it is into a cylinder, and then push a button, and then it shoots. Like
Jesus, that sounds like 1960s or something. That's ancient technology, man. Jeez, that's old. That's old school.
In England, they'd be putting chemical
Got nothing like that in my bank.
A lot of
my bank, I just go walking in and talk to the tellers.
In England, people were putting bombs in them cylinders and all types of weird shit. That wouldn't happen. Let's be real.
Oh God, I've never heard of anything like that. No bank here has that.
No, the hospital.
Sounds cool. I like it.
It sounds like a James Bond thing, but my bank doesn't do that.
You want me to drive to the bank and show you guys? You've never seen this before?
Do it. Do it.
Yeah, go on,
yes. Yeah. Yes. Drive to the bank right now. Show us. Show us.
Get one of them burgers. Please get a burger on the way.
Come on, man.
I ate too much already. I'm not going to order till 11 o'clock tonight because
you heard it here first. You ate too much already.
Too good.
I was going to get chicken palm on a hero.
Whenever I see you, I hate living in England. It makes me so miserable.
Really? England sucks? I always kind of wanted to move to England in some ways.
England's all right.
What don't you like about England, Al?
I think it's because I got family in America. So when I go over there, I appreciate the good things about America because they're not going to show me the bad things, are they? They're just going to show me the good things.
Yeah.
Well, where were you in America? You tell me, because look, I'll tell you what's the real. Where were you in America?
Here we go.
Boston, Seattle. I got family in Boston, Seattle, and Portland, Maine.
Okay, well, Boston is good, but Boston is no parking. But it's an alright town. I mean, I know you probably like Boston because they have pubs everywhere, right?
Yeah, I love very Irish like that.
Yeah, they do love to drink in Boston, don't they?
I've been to it. I went on a stag weekend in Boston, and I stayed for 14 days.
That's
wow. That's a wow. A weekend into 14.
She rung me on the 12th or 13th day, and she said, if you don't come home in 48 hours, I will leave the house and you'll never see me again.
Oh my God, that's serious.
Yep.
Now,
so
Portland, Maine, that probably reminds you of England, no? The weather and it's similar to Maine, no? I mean, it's similar to England, no?
The summers are amazing, Portland, Maine, but the winters are bad. The winters are very, very cold, really bad, harsh. So my missus's sister, she's got quite a high profile. She's got, I'll tell you if you like, she's got a good job. She worked for she's a personal assistant for a celebrity. So she's got a good job with a nice home. And so when we go to America, we get free flight miles and we get to stay in her home or her spare house, second home.
Where's this?
Oh, sorry. I think you went off. But so when we go to America, if we're staying in Portland, my missus's sister, she works for she's the personal assistant to a celebrity, and because of that, we get.
Wait, there's no wait. I already know you're full of crap. There ain't no celebrities in Portland, Maine. I got news for you.
No, I know she doesn't. But I'll tell you if you like. I'll tell you if you want. Oh, I feel like a dick.
In Portland, Maine, there's no Portland, Maine is like a regular town. It's not like
Hang on.
Los Angeles.
The person she works for doesn't work in Portland, Maine.
Oh.
So, my brother-in-law is the merchandiser for a band called Mumford and Sons. So anything that you've seen that says the word Mumford and Sons on, my brother-in-law has designed any word that says Mumford and Sons. And my sister-in-law is the personal assistant to Larry Mullen.
Okay, cool. No, I'm just saying like that. That I'm not. I mean, it's a nice area. I was trying to say before I got knocked off. I mean, I'm sure the weather looks like England. No, I mean, isn't it similar kind of weather?
Yeah. Well, they didn't choose it. They didn't choose to live there for that. Kyle was from Vermont, actually.
Yeah. See, a lot of people are moving up there because of coronavirus. That's why a lot of people move into places like that. Oh my God.
So my sister-in-law owns a business called Musical Chairs, as well as working for Larry, and she does like what's it called? So like when a band goes on tour, they might have like 20 staff with them that work with the band, but they don't take. So they take all of their instruments, but they don't take all of their backstage shit. You know, all of their like settees, sofas, all of their chill out zone, all of their. And my sister-in-law Vicky.
I was going to ask you about that. Yeah.
She sets that up for bands in stadiums. She owns a company that does that. But also she works for Larry, and she has done for 10 years. You know, so.
Okay.
But she's based in
logistics.
Yeah, so she only does it at 4 stadiums, and she owns a business for that. But she also is the PA to Larry. So she goes all over the world looking after Larry, which is cool because we've got to see you too in some cool places.
Cool.
You know, and we've had a good. Some of the things we've done as a family has been cool. But the reason they actually went to Portland, Maine, is because her husband Kyle, my brother-in-law, his dad broke up with her mum, his mum, and his new girlfriend, who he's not with by the way anymore, was from Portland, and and he moved to Portland, and they moved to Portland, and we have our holidays. We have 6 weeks over in America most years, because we have in England we have a thing called a 6-week holiday, so we go there each year.
6 week holiday.
Well, we do. Well, we tend to do like a bit of, because we get free flights. So we only need spending money for our holidays, to be honest with you, because they get us free flights and then accommodation and stuff. But
nice, that's cool.
Yeah, we had a 6-week holiday in 2018. That was my cheapest holiday in a long time. I spent £600 in 6 weeks in America.
£600, okay. Hey, look, you want to enjoy yourself, you know.
Well, I'm tight. but Boston, Maine, it's a cool place. I know what you're saying. There's no celebrities there. It's a bit
Boston. Boston is a big town. There's probably 1 million people living in Boston, and Boston is a lot of business. Like, you know, of course they have sports teams and stuff, but they they have a lot of insurance companies and everything there. You know.
You know, Portland, it's a massive gay community. Like, every week there's something going on. Like, when we get into Portland, every week there's something going on for the gay community. Like, huge in the gay community.
All right, so here.
Very artistic.
Oh, wait, they don't have. Oh, wait, no, that's not the one. You see that machine?
Yeah.
All right, now this is an ATM. So that's the bank, right?
Hey, I didn't know you could zoom into YouTube. That's cool.
Yeah. So now what you have here, you see, so the bank is closed. So now what happens is, so now you see here, this machine here. So what happened? There's that plastic tube. You see that?
Yeah.
So it's very different.
You hit the thing, and then you put the thing in there, and it shoots it up, and then the person is over there in those windows. But they also have regular ATM, like you see that. That's like a regular ATM machine.
Imagine if you put something in there you shouldn't accidentally.
We have the regular ATMs here. I can't see anything on the screen except grilling.
Yeah, that's okay. He's on full screen. He's chasing a bank at the moment.
He's about to get arrested by the police because they think he's going to commit an armed robbery.
No, we have the regular ATMs here in Canada everywhere, but I've never seen that tube, that weird tubey thing. That's like old school.
Most transactions you can do with the ATM, there's just certain things that have to be signed.
Yeah, it's all ATM, all the ATM machines here. Never seen that tube thing.
Yeah.
We used to have the tube. Well, when I used to work at the hospital, they had the tube things. So I worked in the pathology lab, and all the samples from around the hospital would be sent to the pathology lab through the tube system. So it was their tube. So they put the samples in a pod, and then they'll get podded round to, because hospitals are huge sites.
Right.
So we'd use them to get the samples down. So yeah, they're still quite common. You'll find all the hospitals use them.
That is quite an old technology, though, isn't it? Doesn't it go back to like the 50s or something?
Well, it works. It's
if it works, it's great. But I think it is it's an old school system, isn't it? Like I remember it being around even when I was a kid. I think they used to have it.
Is if it works. I mean, trams are.
Hey, if it works, it works.
Like cars are over 100 years old. I mean,
I'm sorry to cut you guys off, but now you guys have the drive-through for fast food, no?
Totally. Every restaurant here has a drive-through.
Yeah.
So here.
Totally.
Like Dunkin' Donut.
We have drive-throughs.
Dunkin' Donut.
We don't have Dunkin', I don't think, here, but we have Tim Hortons.
Hortons. Well, they have Tim Hortons here too.
Dunkin'
but they're not.
I think they even might have a few in the UK now. Curly, you're breaking up. I can't hear you.
I gotta get back to my shop.
You're losing your connection, man.
He says that he loves you and he wants to have your babies.
Who the hell said that?
That's Bobby.
Is that somebody talking to me?
Yeah, that's what Bobby just said.
What's her name? Hey, if she's female, I'm interested.
His name is Krillin.
Oh, God, no.
Right, so, Rob.
Still looking for the right woman.
Where does Krillin come from as a name?
Is that something to do with the Smiths?
I don't know.
Right, can we ask me a question?
Hey, Al's back.
What's the origin of Krillin?
Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm watching the road. So was somebody asking me a question?
Yeah. Where does Krillin come from as a name?
Oh, he's a character in a cartoon that I was just. When you have to sign up for a password or something, whatever it is, or like a name. Yeah. I was just watching something and I just typed it in, and then that's what happens, and then it gets stuck with you.
So what cartoon is that? Is it something we'd have heard of?
Is that like an anime cartoon or something?
Yeah, Dragon Ball.
Oh,
I figured. I had a feeling it was.
But I'm a fan, not a huge super fan, but I just that's why I changed the name, because I'm like
I identify that. I mean, when I first got on the internet in 1999, I think my first username I think was Sparky77, and Sparky came from the dog in South Park, because that's what the dog was called. So I just
we all have some weird usernames.
And it was that's what it was.
We have weird usernames for sure.
At the time, when like the first couple of seasons,
I knew Krillin. I've only ever watched Dragon Ball Z a few times.
Yeah, that's it. That's why I changed it, because I would say long story short.
Can you do that? Is that possible for you?
Al, have you just put a hat on, or have you dyed your hair pink?
Yeah, usernames are weird. It's like
now I hope somebody didn't take my parking spot.
I put Pleasant Valley,
obviously because of ISIS.
I put Pleasant Valley Picker because I once lived on a street called Pleasant Valley, and I was a picker, like in the American Pickers TV show where you're buying and selling stuff. And somehow PvP just clicked with everybody. It's like a Frankenstein monster. I can't use my real name because everybody will just call me PvP forever. But that's cool. PvP is cool. It's nice and short, anyway.
I feel this is a lie, Neil.
Who are you calling Neil?
Yeah.
I
Hey, it's Nick. Hey, Nick.
Hello,
Are you still
Nick.
really, Nick? You're still sober? Come on, don't lie. You must have had at least a glass of. Oh yeah, there you go.
On a couple.
Good on you, Nick.
Good to see you, man. Good to see you, Nick. How's it going? How's your week?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad.
Excellent.
Hello, everybody.
Excellent.
Who have I not met here? Al, I don't think we've met.
So how come you're sitting up at 2 o'clock in the morning? Then?
Yeah,
what are you doing up this
late? I only met Al
late?
the first time too.
Well, what?
I said, how come you're still up at 2 o'clock in the morning?
we've met, we've chatted before, but we've never videoed.
Ah, okay, cool.
I'm
normally up at this time. This is early for me. This is kind of normal.
I've always had the theory that Nick is actually a vampire in real life because he stays up all night.
Nick, did you ever see the part of the store? Nicky?
Who called
Did you
me
ever see
Nicky?
the part of the store?
That's Krillin.
What store? Sorry, what?
Could be. Yep.
Bobby's just out casing banks at the minute. Why are you showing us a closed shop?
No.
Oh man.
Why are you showing us a closed shop? There's a metro.
No, because we wanted to see the thing.
Oh man.
There's a crazy echo here.
There's a horrible echo.
Has anyone else got a
Somebody
big delay?
must have something on. I've turned mine off long ago, but there's a horrible echo happening.
Anyone else got a big delay?
Terrible feedback here.
Just suddenly happened.
Oh, it's Mr. Supersonic again. God.
Yeah, I always turn my YouTube channel down to 0 because it echoes otherwise. We okay?
I've just done that.
Windows open. Is it gone?
Yeah.
Everything seems good now.
Sorry, guys.
No worries,
Sorry,
Al.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it sounds good now.
I'm new to this, so sorry. I need to learn.
I don't know what Bobby.
No worries. The first day I went on a while back, it took me like 5 minutes to figure it out. As long as you turn the YouTube sound down, though, it's good.
We spoke before on YouTube on your Sundays loads. You've mentioned my silly comments lots of times, and I've commented on loads of your Instagram posts, but we never met in person like it on video. So, yeah, big fan. I feel like I'm one of your homeboy fans.
I think we're all fans. Nick was the first channel I discovered 4 years ago.
I'm a less than average bloke selling crap out of my garage, so don't.
No,
you're
not
complex.
You're not less than average, Nick. You got a great channel. If it wasn't for you 4 years ago, Nick, I never would have discovered all these great people.
Yeah, it's a bit worrying that you haven't got a beer. Bit worrying.
Yeah, come on, Nick, drink up.
He's on the holster.
I'm on number 3 at the minute. I've been in the bath for about an hour and a half.
An hour and a half?
Cheers.
Oh, I love a bath. I just fall asleep. I watch YouTube and fall asleep.
Wow. Hour and a half. That's a wow.
Watch YouTube in the bath.
Do what?
I have fallen asleep watching people here before.
I bet you've fallen asleep listening to us talk before too.
I've done it while
He could have fallen asleep tonight, we wouldn't have known. Every now and again, he'll be quiet for 10 minutes.
Oh, this is too much fun tonight.
I've nearly killed my battery tonight. There's like nothing left. I've
moved
Sarah's battery into the cold.
I'm interested in what Nick's doing now. So why are you up so late? It's 10 to 2.
Yeah, Nick, why are you up so late?
It's not late. I don't know what this late thing is. It's 2 o'clock. It's fine.
So what time
Don't you have to be up to go to the car books?
Well, 2 o'clock.
When do you usually get to
normally
bed,
I'd be watching TV with Andrea or something, but she's had the jab and she's feeling really rough, so she's gone to bed.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Which one? Pfizer?
No, I think it was the other one. I'd have to check.
AstraZeneca seems to have.
She's got a
I had Astro yesterday. Got a sore arm, but I'm okay at the moment.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, Andrea's got a really hot head, but feeling cold elsewhere. So she's like flu symptoms, you know.
Every time I heard that,
I understand the Astro does give a few side effects, but
Nick,
I've been lucky so far. I know
wish
Richard
Andrea
hasn't.
well from me. I hope she's feeling better in the next day or two.
Yeah, I hope
You know,
so. It's really random.
It seems to be happening to a lot of folks, though, where they feel ill for a day or two.
Yeah.
As
So
bad as
she'll
the
be
side
okay.
effects are, it's definitely better than having COVID itself.
Yeah, it's a small price to pay, right?
Yeah.
You know the AstraZeneca one?
Did you get your jab yet then, Nick, too?
No, Andrea's high risk because she's had heart surgery.
Because of her
she has
heart condition.
Yeah,
I remember.
So
yeah.
she was bumped up a bit.
Okay, that makes sense.
We've got to wait our turn, haven't we? Nick?
That's cool.
Us young bootstrapping blokes.
I'm afraid I'm not in that category anymore, but I wish I was. Damn, I wish I was.
I know quite a few people who do sports for kids and stuff, and the AstraZeneca. It seems to me so far. I'm about to have mine on Monday, by the way. It seems to me that the AstraZeneca, if you're super fit, it hurts you quite badly. Sorry, not super.
That's probably why I'm okay.
That's the issue.
I don't mean that. I mean, if you're relatively fit, AstraZeneca can hurt you quite badly. But if you're on the other one, it doesn't touch you. But at the same time, my mum. So like I've told you earlier about my dad going through cancer and
go
stuff.
back. What was that Star Wars thing?
What?
Rob,
Oh,
that one, the one behind you.
Sealed. Two sealed, they are.
Turn around. What was that Star Wars thing?
Yeah.
What's
This
that?
here?
Yeah, no, the next one, the pink one.
Yeah.
This here, this is the trading cards.
Oh.
Is this your unit?
Yeah, no. Hold on one second.
I'll give you $1.
That looks quite cool.
Yeah.
Careful, Andrew.
Will you do $1?
No, he doesn't
if
have
I
the
pay you
card.
$1, will you ship them for free to England?
What year is this? What year is that Star Wars?
Is this your place, Rob?
Yeah. So, all right. So let me tell you.
What year is the Star Wars?
I don't know. So, this back room here, right? This is the boyfriend of the owner. He sells all these collectibles back here. That I mean, he puts a lot of stuff online, and he does cereal.
You talking to me?
Hi, buddy.
You're stalking other shops.
Everything's online.
I know you guys like Star Wars, so I wanted to show you some Star Wars.
Oh, yeah.
And look,
What year is that?
Do you want to go for ease?
Which year is what?
The cards you were showing, the package you were showing originally a minute ago.
I don't.
Hang on.
Yeah, those. What year are
Third
those?
series.
Was there a year?
Yeah, but we can't pay your crazy inflated shipping prices.
If they're later, they're probably not worth as much. If they were like early, they'd probably be worth a fortune.
I've sold those, the blue and the red cards before.
15 cents though, hey. They've got to be worth some money if 15 cents is on
I'll give you
them.
30 cents.
That's a while ago.
Old as well.
I'll give you 15 cents for them.
You should really research those, man. They could be worth some good money.
Yeah. Well, these are this guy here, David's. Here, Superman.
Yeah. Wow.
Ooh, I remember that movie. That was a great movie.
So he sells all this stuff.
Man,
mostly,
that's a lot
I
of
don't
stuff.
know. I think he sells it on Facebook, a lot of it. And
Holy
then
God,
they
that's
got
a lot of stuff.
Then they got more stuff. They have it. This is like a photo area.
This is crazy how much stuff
This looks
you
like
got.
Andrew's house.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
This is insane.
No, it's too tidy for Andrew's house. Sorry.
You need a warehouse.
So now you see over here. Now you see all these stereos and this stuff.
Oh, old stereos. That's
And
not
then
so old.
he's got the vintage advertising here.
I remember those ads.
Well, I've got a radio like that behind me.
That's great. Oh,
You're giving
man,
away your
nostalgia. Oh,
Doesn't matter, you're
nostalgia.
giving away your own now.
I'm drowning in bloody nostalgia now. Oh, God.
Okay. So he's got all this stuff here. He
Oh, that looks interesting.
Now this is still the regular thrift store, and then he got my girlfriend over here.
Hi.
Yeah. Dream on, Rob.
Yeah, we all dream about that, don't we?
I got all this shit here, and then this is a regular antique. This is like an antique booth. This is a different guy. This is Matthew. He's got this here, so he's got all these collectibles.
Ooh. Lots of
Marvel stuff, video games. He's got,
I could spend hours in there.
Is this upstairs from your basement?
Yeah, this is a lot of stuff.
No. This is the basement. Then here.
Oh,
that's Krillin stuff.
Oh my God!
Oh, it's the mountain of Krillin.
I thought I had a death pile. My death pile is like a life pile compared to that.
And then see here, that's K2.
That's incredible.
I hope you've ironed all this.
Oh, I recognise that doll.
My buddy.
Yeah.
And then
we much prefer the
now let's guess.
That death pile is not K2. That death pile is the frickin' Matterhorn.
Sunderland.
Now, Nick, can you guess what?
My God, that's
Let's see how good Nick is. Nick, can you guess which club this is?
Cover the logo.
I think we've been here before tonight, have we not?
Well, somebody said
I remember this.
I'll go with that.
Did you get it?
Someone else said Sunderland, so I'll just.
I know Jack about UK football.
I want to see if you knew who it was.
Nothing about football. I've got a bag full of football shirts here. I couldn't tell you anything about them.
Wow, Nick, I finally met an Englishman that knows less about football than I do.
Oh, not all of us. Not all of us are football fans.
Okay. I know nothing about your football over there.
These up here. Do you guys, is that bad?
Other than that, you guys mostly love it, but I'm totally ignorant.
I've been to
I'm an ignorant Canadian.
I have been to football matches, but only like minor leagues, Stevenage Borough, and that sort of thing.
I'm a totally ignorant Canadian, of course. We do have soccer, as we call it, soccer over here, but
yeah, when I was in America working in the 90s, I was surprised how big football was.
Actually, I'll tell you, Nick, soccer has become very popular in Canada in the last 5 years or so.
Yeah.
We have we do have North American teams here. We've got Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver. In the league, and it has become quite popular. Unfortunately, our team in Vancouver generally sucks. Though they did have one. I wish I could remember the name of this guy. We had one young fellow who basically joined we have the Vancouver Whitecaps, as we call them, and he joined the team, I think, when he was like 19 or something. He was still a bloody teenager, and this kid was so bloody talented that the Whitecaps, after the first year we had him, ended up selling him to a team. I believe it was in Germany for like, I don't know how many millions of dollars, but they got a sweet, I think it was like $5 million or something, because this kid was so good. And he's played for a German team, I believe, and they actually ended up winning some championship or something with him. So I will research it. I will look up his name, and I'll let you guys know in the coming weeks, because he is an incredible young player, and I think he's going to do great stuff for the next 10 years over in Europe.
Who's that?
I can't remember his name. Look up Vancouver Whitecaps, and maybe his name will be on Wikipedia or something, but I honestly can't remember it. But has an amazing story. He actually was born in Africa, and he emigrated to Canada with his family, and for some reason this kid just had like a natural talent. I mean, over in Africa he was probably playing bloody soccer from like 7 or 8 or something, right?
Yeah, it's huge in the African countries.
Exactly, because it doesn't cost anything, right? All you need is a ball to kick around.
Yeah.
But he was like 18 or 19 when the Whitecaps got him. He'd moved to Canada years before, but the Whitecaps acquired him.
Do you mean Tony Cheney?
No. That's not it.
Okay.
He's an African, so he's a black fellow, obviously.
Black guy. Okay.
Yeah, black guy.
Alfonso Davis.
If you say his name, I will recognize it instantly.
Sampson?
But
Alfonso
he
Davis.
was so. This kid was so incredibly talented. He could run up the bloody field, go around like 3 or 4 guys, and just boot the ball right into the bloody net. Right. This guy was incredible.
What was that, Andrew?
David
Alfonso Davis.
Oh God, no! I guess I'm going to have to open a window and look it up myself here.
Bruce Gobler.
No, nobody from Africa's called Bruce.
The Liverpool goalie from the 80s.
I'm just gonna I'm just gonna type in Whitecaps. Oh God.
Bruce is
Vancouver Whitecaps. Let me see.
Just type in Vancouver transfer Bundesliga.
It's from a couple years. He hasn't played for the Whitecaps for like 2 or 3 years now. Because
everyone in the chat is saying Alfonso Davis.
That might be him.
He's been saying that for ages.
I'm not sure. Okay, I've had a few drinks. Give me a little bit of break here, guys.
We all have.
Let's see.
I'm on the backup beers now, guys.
You are.
I've got to that level. I'm on the backups. So don't judge me. I'll share this, but don't judge me, okay? There you go.
Nothing wrong with speckled hen.
I think it could be Alfonso Davies. Maybe that was.
Nice beer, but you'll feel the
I think he went to Bayern Munich, right?
Yes, that's it. No? Yes, Munich. You remember I said it was a German team? Yes, I think that is the guy.
Who?
He's an amazing player.
I got news for you.
Alfonso Davies. That's
what I was
yeah. I mean, he hasn't been playing here for like 2 or 3 years, so sorry for me forgetting his name, but I think that is the guy.
Did Nick guess his name?
He's an amazing player.
Nick guessed Davis, and he's not even into football.
No. Andrew said it.
I believe he won a championship with Munich. And I tell you, this guy is like, what, 20 or 21 now? I believe in the next 10 years, this kid's going to win some more championships for sure.
Well, Munich always wins a championship, so.
If you want to see him in his early days, though, put Vancouver Whitecaps, Vancouver in YouTube, and watch some of the highlights, some of the shit he did in some games. It will blow your bloody mind. This kid, seriously, he could run around 3 or 4 players and just kick the bloody ball in the net. Like, he's easily the best player the Whitecaps ever had, because at least in the modern, they had a great team in the 80s. They actually won a championship back then, but then of course they folded and they've just come back in the last decade. But
the next Messi, is it?
He is a phenomenal kid. Like, he's got, a prodigy, right? Like Mozart could compose music when he was like a teenager or whatever. This guy was a prodigy in soccer when he was a teenager. He could just move the ball, like he had the speed and the finesse, and he could just outpace everybody and go around them, and he had the accuracy too, where he could just kick that ball into the bloody right spot to beat the goaltender. Watch the highlights. Put Vancouver Whitecaps and type his name on, and you'll see some pretty impressive stuff, I'll tell you. Anyway, that's enough.
I will.
He's a great player. He was a really good player.
So, since I'm actually getting into football, or you call it soccer, more
soccer
now.
Here.
I'm a rugby boy. Yeah, because there's not many sports on TV now, and I miss sport a lot.
Yeah.
I watched every minute of the Six Nations, and I watched the Premier League. I watched the Gallagher, but other than the Gallagher, like the top 4 teams are off. So, instead of being able, I used to watch probably like 7 or 8 games of rugby a week. Now I'm watching 2. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's a lot less. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has been a different year. Like, I usually watch the Canadian Football League every summer. They play, right? I think we got like 8 teams or something in the league here. And, you know, Canadian football is like similar to the NFL American football, except, as I say, we have a wider field and more downs. And I think it's actually a better game than the Americans. But, you know, it was totally canceled because of the COVID thing, you know, last summer. And, yeah, it's like, if you guys have never, I'll tell you, if you guys have never heard of the Canadian Football League, we call it the CFL. Type in YouTube CFL highlights, and you will see what an incredibly awesome game it can be. I've seen games where my team, the BC Lions, looked like they were totally done for, right? And then the last minute of the bloody game, some guy could make a one-handed catch, you know, touchdown that would blow your mind and save the game, or do a field goal. BC once, let's put it this way, BC once won the bloody championship of the year. We had one year where we brought a couple of American teams into the CFL league, which was bizarre, but I think we were playing Kansas City for the championship that year. And it was like a tie game, right? And we had a legendary field goal kicker, right? Our kicker to kick field goals. Yeah. His name was Louis Pasaglia. He's a legend here in BC. We get to like the last, you know, down to the last seconds of the game, right? And it's tied. And Louis comes up and he kicks that last second field goal and wins the championship to keep the Grey Cup, as we call it here in Canada, against the Americans. I'll tell you, fuck. That was not only a great moment in sports, but it was a great moment in our, you know, Canadian, you know, pride. It was just so damn good. And, yeah. Check out the CFL, guys. Go on YouTube. Check them out. They're awesome. And that's it. I'm done.
I feel like you've
God damn, I motor mouth, don't I? Sorry, guys. I just get passionate.
Well, what?
Cousin Pick is selling the CFL, and Krillin selling his vintage tees.
CFL is awesome.
No, I'm not working.
And Nick is still the sober one, going, "What the hell are these guys talking about?"
Your question, I'm not working. I'm sleeving Pet Shop Boys singles.
Oh, I like the Pet Shop Boys, Nick. They are good. I used to listen to them in the late '80s when I was at art school, and they were
mint
awesome.
Condition CD singles from the '90s.
Ouch! Sounds good.
Nick, what have you done? Have you bought? I was going to say, have you bought single sleeves?
Yeah, these are just little vinyl sleeves, just to protect the card. You know these? I hate these sleeves. They're so hard.
They suck. Yeah.
You know, it's so hard to keep the actual disc because you've got to slide it in and out of a physical.
And it gets scratched, right?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
What can you do?
Have you bought? What have you done? Have you bought the folding version or just the open version where you can pull them out?
These have a little flap on. I can't remember where I got them, to be honest. But they work for these. They just slide in and give it that little bit of protection.
The amount of innuendo. Then we had flaps, we had slide in, we had protection. Brilliant.
I give quality value for money.
Why does he only pipe up when it's sexual? Probably there's a lot of issues going on here.
Hey, I'm reading me chat. You know, some of us have got to keep on top of these 40 people who are remaining watching.
Anything that could be
turn into an onion.
Anything that could go be controversial. He's there, and he's in between a pervert and a sniper to put you out.
What's the name of that single?
Pet Shop Boys, So Hard.
Hey,
nice.
Stop it,
Andrew. It's for you, that is.
And why the fuck is there an onion on my screen?
All right, Andrew, what's the name of this single?
I just found
Did you see me? The fuck is that? Cock ring? Come in. Jesus.
Did you see my cock ring? Yeah, they're famous.
On your mind.
They should so do that song. They should so do that.
That was a number one for Pet Shop Boys.
It would be, I tell you.
I had a bit of Pet Shop Boys on today, actually. got do you subscribe to Spotify, Nick?
Yeah, we do have a Spotify subscription, but my Mac in my office hates it. It kills my Mac, so I don't use it.
Didn't you get a new Mac? Like you get one of those M1s, or
yeah, Andrew's got an M1. I'm getting one shortly, is the plan, but I don't know that my Zebra will function with it. So
that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for you to get your M1 and then set up your Zebra on it, because I've got a Mac as well, and I just can't get it to bloody work. So I dual boot Windows onto my Mac. So anytime that I want to use the Zebra print, it's like when we had the snow a couple of months ago, I had to bring everything home for a week because I couldn't get down the unit, and I had to I've got Windows running on my Mac, so I can either have Windows or Mac OS running on it. And if I want to use a Zebra printer, I have to put it in Windows, because I just cannot get, no matter, I can follow the Royal Mail settings their instruction sheet that they've done. I just can't get it to print out good enough quality.
Well, that's my fear with getting a new one, that it won't work for business.
Because my Mac needs an upgrade. It's a 2013 iMac, and it still works, but it's bloody slow.
Yeah, that's where
your iMac is from 2013, but still running.
Let me see how old
your iMac is from.
Yeah, it's still running. It still runs good. I mean, it's a little bit slow when I open up certain apps.
You should format that and sell it. You'll get really good money for it if it's if you format that.
Apple always holds its value. I mean, it's great, but I would like, I want to get a new Mac in the next year or two, and I would like to move, because because for the business, all I use it for is eBay. I would like to take the old Mac down the unit and use that, but I would want it to be, want to be able to print properly from the Zebra printer, and then just have a new Mac at home for everything else. But I no matter what I've tried over the last year, I can't get it to print out labels at a decent enough resolution to scan, because it always comes out sort of a bit blurry or a bit pixelated, for want of a better word. So I'm waiting. I've tried following your video as well, Nick, that you did a few years ago, and that didn't work for me either. So God knows how you do it.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I mean, do it. I can see me keeping this old monster of a desktop just to print labels.
I mean that's the thing with Macs, is they will last a decade.
Yeah, this is probably 10 years old.
Yeah. And mine's like 8 years old, and
it really
does
10 years
most
old.
Things, but I can't do iMovie with it, because I've just got a little rainbow circle ball thing.
Yeah, iMovie slows this down no end now. It was fine, a few years ago, but it was used when I got this. I didn't even buy this one new.
Yeah, I bought mine new, and I mean it was like 2
impressive
years old,
that it can still run
at the time, but it's. Yeah, I love Macs. I love Macs more than Windows. But it's the Zebra that's killing it for me.
I guess it depends what you're used to, though, doesn't it? Like, I've always had Windows from like 20 years ago or whatever, when I got my first computer. And I think I got my first computer in 1999, actually. So shit, it's probably more than 20 years. But I've always had Windows, and thing is, they're a lot cheaper than a Mac, right? And I've always found they do exactly what I needed them to do. So, I've got two computers. What's that, Damien?
I'm so invested into the Apple network. I run my business mostly from my iPad Pro.
Everything's Apple.
iPhone
Okay.
12.
Cool.
I've got an Apple Pencil.
Right.
And I've got an iMac.
Well, if you got a pencil with Apple, wow.
everything is Apple, and it really works. And just got so completely invested into it.
Yeah.
And it's like,
I guess it depends what you start out with, in a way, doesn't it? Like, I was a total boneless, clueless boob when I started back in the late 90s trying to. Let's put it this way. I got my first computer like in probably 1998 or 1999. I take the thing out of the box, I plug it in, and I'm going, how the fuck do I start this? It took me like 20 minutes to figure out there was like a button I had to push on the front of the bloody thing, right? And it's so embarrassing. But I'd never seen a computer before. I hadn't. Like to younger folks, it probably that sounds totally stupid, right? But I'd never taken one out of the bloody box before. And the thing was, the way they designed the bloody thing, of course, they kind of hid the button to start it in a subtle way, so you wouldn't notice it if you didn't look like hell for like 20 minutes trying to figure it out. Anyway, eventually,
you said
of course,
you don't want to show your age.
Well,
too late.
I'll show my age in subtle ways, but I'm not going to give a number because
Well, my first computer was.
I think people are prejudiced against older people. A lot of the time, they think we're a bunch of old senile fools who are listening to Frank Sinatra or something, right?
I'm not messing with you.
My favorite. I'll tell you my favorite music. You want to know my favorite musical style? Fucking punk rock. Punk fucking rock from the late 70s. Give me the Sex Pistols. Give me the Clash. Give me the Damned. Those guys are awesome, right? And if you haven't listened to them, go listen to them because they're great.
Floyd
That's
Pulse.
my favorite.
Wow.
A lot of great music every decade, though.
Genesis, Floyd, Dire Straits. I know they.
Yeah, Dire Straits. Yeah. Actually, I saw Dire Straits I saw them in Victoria and their Brothers in Arms tour, and they were fucking awesome.
Oh, really?
They were great. Oh, they were awesome. Believe me, Al, they rocked.
You
yeah,
can't
they were
see
good.
from there, but I'm a blues guitarist, so.
Cool.
I don't know if you can see my guitars.
Wow. So you play the blues?
Gibson Les Paul stuff. Anyone who plays a Gibson Les Paul. So I do like modern stuff. I like Dire Straits because of Mark Knopfler.
Mark Knopfler is amazing, isn't he?
I mean, well, I play a cross between modern blues. I can play rhythm too, but I play like Gilmour plays a Strat. He plays a knackered Strat.
You're talking about David Gilmour of Pink Floyd?
They say he's the most naturally talented guitarist.
Gilmour is an amazing guitarist. There's so many good ones, though, right?
I've been playing guitar 20 years, and I don't sound. I mean, the difference between someone who tries like me.
It's like if I'm an artist, right? I went to art school 30 years ago, and I specialized in painting, and I did some pretty damn fine paintings.
I can play okay,
I'm not
but I'm pathetic.
But I'm no Picasso, right?
Yeah. And I try every day. I practice.
Why not? Hell, why? There's always, you can always. It's like life, right? We can always get a little bit better every day when we try.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's cool. So you're inspired by the blues. I assume you've listened to a lot of 60s.
I mean,
rock.
I think as well. If you're a musician. Yeah, of course. Because I mean, I love everything. Peter Green is my boy. That's my. That's what I'm into.
Peter Green. Okay, that was early Fleetwood Mac, wasn't it?
Original Fleetwood, yeah.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, yeah.
What about Led Zeppelin? That's
Led Zeppelin. I mean, Led Zeppelin were like gods of blues rock in this from '69 to the late '70s, right?
Yeah.
I love that band. I never got to see them, but
I've been watching Nick for a long time on eBay, and to be honest with Nick, I've been on eBay a similar amount of time as you. But one of the main things I enjoyed watching about you is you were more of a real person, and you would share your interests
journey.
Nerdism. I liked I liked how you shared your nerdism, and one of the main things that. I'm actually a Depeche Mode fan because of you now, so thanks very much for that.
I do love some Depeche Mode myself once in a while.
Yeah,
I'll tell you,
they're a good
for
band.
Christmas, I bought myself a £60 Violator vinyl in mint condition at Christmas.
Holy crap.
Because Nick has mentioned he likes... I'm not into Pet Shop Boys as much. I think they're cool, but I do like Depeche Mode. They're really cool.
Yeah, Violator's probably around the peak of their powers, really. So you did pretty well to go to that point. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when I
like Ultra Depeche as well, but is it 1990? Yeah, okay.
Highlighted 1990. That's when I discovered them, and then I went backwards from there, and then followed them up until today.
So yeah. I now, because I mean, I pay for YouTube Premium and stuff, and so if I get into an album through Spotify, I pay for Spotify, I will buy a record just so I own it, because I've got a nice record player and a nice sound system, but I barely use them. It's just a purchase. It's nothing really. I might play it once, and then everything else gets played through Google Home or Google Lenovo around the house.
Yeah, vinyl's weird.
On Spotify.
I've been collecting a lot during lockdown. I mean, I spent an absolute fortune on vinyl, and I'm playing a lot of it because I'm picking up a lot of singles, and it's all B-sides and remixes, and I've discovered so much stuff.
What, like cool 12-inch?
From buying 12 inches, yeah. I'll give you an example. This is probably last week or so. There's a few that have turned up.
Nice.
So yeah, just remix it. Look at that Pet Shop Boys stuff. I know you're not a fan, but yeah.
No, I am
really enjoying it.
Fun.
Pet Shop Boys. Only great. I mean, in the late 80s, late 80s, I was at art school here in the. Funnily enough, this is weird, but the city I'm living in right now, 30 plus years ago, I was here in the same city going to art school, taking first and second year fine arts. And I remember, I was doing the painting, painting studio, and there'd be like 20 of us painting away. And I'd often I'd be putting on the Pet Shop Boys, because they just had some really great music back in the late 80s.
Yeah, I didn't realise, actually. I was watching some videos about them. I didn't realise how massive they were from the get-go in America.
They were huge here in Canada, Nick.
Yeah. I didn't realise that West End Girls was -- 1 in the States.
Oh, I love West End Girls.
Yeah.
For several reasons. It's a great song. And also, when I transferred a couple years later and took 3rd and 4th year fine arts in Vancouver, we have the biggest art school here in BC is called Emily Carr College of Art. The reason is Emily Carr is a major artist here. Look up Emily Carr. It's like Emily Carr. Look it up on Wikipedia. She's, Georgia O'Keeffe in the States. Have you heard of her? American artist.
It rings
Emily
a bell.
Carr Emily Carr is like our Georgia O'Keeffe. She was a huge artist here in BC. She lived in like the late 1800s to I think she died around 1946 or something. Major artist. She basically, early in her career, this is a Victorian woman, right? She took a bloody boat up to the Queen Charlotte Islands, which is basically all like the indigenous folks back in the late, 1800s. She was gutsy enough to do that. She went there and she recorded and did a lot of, drawings and paintings of their totem poles and their villages before, a lot of that stuff got lost, right? And then later in her career, she did a lot of paintings of we have the rainforest here in BC, right? We have 1,000-year-old trees and stuff, right? We have some incredible nature here. And she went out and she'd paint these pictures of the rainforest. And I was lucky enough when I was in art school in the late 80s to go to an exhibition of her paintings, and honest to God, I mean, her paintings of those rainforest trees, reaching up to to the sky, amazing stuff. If you ever get a chance to see them, they were incredible, really good stuff. So anyway, I'm blathering on, but anyway, where the hell did I start here? I'm forgetting now.
I don't know how we got there from Pet Shop Boys, but we got there.
Anyway, Pet Shop Boys. Yes, that's where I started. Pet Shop Boys were so awesome because I used to listen to them when I was at art school painting, back then. So yeah. Anyway, sorry, but I like to share.
That's fine.
No. Do you know how you're crate digging now, Nick, and loving it? I know you can't go shopping into record shops, so you can't properly crate dig. but you are looking online for rare records and you're hunting, learning from Discogs and all that bullshit, which is so cool. That's the fun part of becoming a record collector. And you're a car booter, so the best part ever is when you can find it in the wild. When you find some of this Pet Shop Boys stuff in the wild, that's your what's the word? That's your that's the sweet spot. It's when you hit the sweet spot, isn't it? When you find that rare Pet Shop Boys record in the wild, it's car boot. That's your sweet spot. Just so you know, I've been a crate digger too. So I'm into my music's probably you're about 4 or 5 years older than me, but my music was Nirvana, Oasis. I'm ashamed when you talk about your music. I'm a bit ashamed of what my music is.
90s.
But it's
I was actually really big into Oasis. Were you at Nebworth?
Yeah, I went to Nebworth. Yeah,
I was there on the Sunday.
I think I'm 3 years older than you. I'm 44. You're 47, aren't you?
57.
Yeah, I think I'm 47. Yeah, but yeah, we were there on the Sunday. Oh, how are we going?
Yes.
Yeah, I picked up this lot. This is all sealed cassettes.
Oh crap!
Jean-Michel Jarre.
Wow.
George Michael.
What is that?
Nice.
George Michael.
I just sold at auction last week.
Weird Al Yankovic.
Oh, cool. Weird Al Yankovic.
Weird Al Yankovic. Hilarious.
I sold
Didn't you get
for,
sued for that?
Oh wow. Sealed.
I sold for 30 last week at auction. I got $35. I sold the cassette single for "Come As You Are."
Nico Penn and Weird Al Yank.
Nice.
He got sued for that, didn't he? All sealed.
That's nice.
Yeah. Everything is sealed here. Oh, look, you guys. Hey, what's this?
Find.
Remember this one?
Blur, Girls and Boys. Yes, I do.
I do not remember that, but I'm
talking
an old
like
man,
94, 95.
It's about time you did some work.
99 cents. Jeez. Clearance sale.
To be honest with you, it's about time you did some work. All we do is watch you eat. So, congratulations, you're doing some work.
Def Leppard.
Nice finds. Ooh, Let's Get Rocked. I remember that song.
He's upstairs digging through someone else's stock. That isn't work.
That was probably off one of the last good albums Def Leppard.
I was just about to say, every time I see you on the internet, you're just queuing up for food.
No, here we go.
Nice find of cassettes. Awesome.
OMD. No, Bowie. Oh, I bought
that. Boy.
I bought
Bowie's
that
so
on
awesome.
Single. I had the single and I bought the album, which was oh my god, what was the album
Bowie
called?
song? What was that song that
Black
Bowie did?
Tie White Noise was the album, which I bought. Love that.
I saw it 2 years ago.
Is that the Breeders?
Yeah.
Breeders. I remember
Cannonball.
them.
Oh, I had that as well.
Cannonball. I remember that song.
That's a good
I
song.
have them. I saw them at a nightclub a couple years ago. I have that.
Probably their most famous song.
Is that Tanya Donnelly? I think in them.
Who's that?
Tanya Donnelly, isn't it? In the Breeder.
The hell
Didn't they go on tour with K7? They're a
Him
grunge
and
band.
Kelly Deal.
Oh, I'm getting confused with different people.
How much are the scales?
That looks like your desk.
Something to believe in.
Are you actually doing some listing?
I'll tell you what, have you sold these already?
No. Oh, remember this one here? Remember Susanna Vega?
Yeah, I bought that.
I remember her.
Yeah.
That was number one.
It was big decades ago.
That was number one for quite a while in the UK.
That's like, what, 30 years ago?
Yeah. And then these I have listed
in the corner.
Yeah.
Man, I'm getting seasick looking at this picture. Jesus.
Yeah, these I took the pictures for already. Like this.
Gee.
The Black Crows.
Black Crows, yeah, nice.
Good band, good band.
Oh, yeah, here we now it's
awesome band, awesome band.
I gotta make sure I can
sealed?
find that.
Wowza.
I gotta make sure I can. Oh yeah, this is the Metallica. I listed this.
Ooh,
Nothing
Metallica.
else.
Oh, nice. That'll get some money.
$50 for that.
I'm loving your system here for organising stock. A plastic bag.
Chili peppers.
Red hot chili peppers.
Oh, chili peppers are good.
Do you mind if we copy off your system of putting them in the bag?
Don't have a clue what the hell that is.
Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch, that was. Oh, Tears for Fears.
Yeah, heard of them.
That's a good one as well.
What else we got? Come on, show us some good stuff.
Guns.
I don't like Guns N' Roses.
Wow. That was
not a fan.
Even what about November 8th?
Oh, that's a good one. That could be worth some money.
Hold
bonus
on,
track.
go back to that.
Yeah.
Go back to that. What did it say? Bonus track. What track is it?
U2's last great album was that album. After that, they went
that is the bonus track. It says this is for The Fly.
That was the last U2 album I really liked.
Fly, 86.
That's the first.
Is that a Fly 86?
That was a great album.
91, we're talking there.
Yep, great album. Their last great album, as far as I'm concerned.
It's my favourite album of this. For sure.
It's their best album. I agree in it.
This was my favorite. This was my favorite.
I love Queen, but
finally a decent band.
I like Queen's 70s stuff better. Their 80s stuff was hit and miss. Their 70s stuff was incredible.
That's actually 90s.
That's
the last album.
Wasn't Freddie dead by then?
Many crap bands there, but we got a decent one in the end.
Queen 70s Queen is the best Queen. I'm gonna piss Andrew off saying that.
80s Queen was definitely.
Sorry, Andrew, but I just
and you guys know your video.
I love 70s Queen. They were so perfect back then.
I have
your collection of new tapes there.
Nice selection of steel tapes.
I imagine you want to sell them and recoup some money, but I would really struggle selling those. I would be listing them for $100 plus each and letting them sell when your cassette tapes there that are new and sealed.
There's a nice I
would be listing those for $100 plus each.
They must be really
for
rare.
That buyer to come to you because no one will ever. You're probably the only person in the world with that available in new condition.
That's it. Sealed. I mean, sealed is like gold, right?
Well, that's why I sold the Come As You Are one. I got $35 for that one.
Not surprising.
Well,
Nirvana's still really hot.
I don't want to. I'm not trying to wind you up, but I think you undersold that.
I think you did too.
Auction, so
I think you should have put it for like 100.
Yeah.
I mean, Nirvana is still so freaking hot, right? I had the chance to see Nirvana like on their last tour, like 3 months before Cobain, killed himself. When I was in Vancouver. Oh yeah, it was like a January 1st concert, but I was in school then, and I thought, damn, I just got to study. So I passed up going to the concert, and like 3 months later, he was dead. And to this day, I kick myself thinking, fuck, why didn't I go to that concert? I could have seen a legend in his last days, right? But I would price anything Nirvana high if it's rare.
I could have seen them in '93 as well.
Oh yeah, I kicked myself to this day. I'm like, what was I thinking?
No, I wanted to see Chris Cornell. He was playing at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
But the tickets were so expensive. The tickets behind the stage. Like when they play at like say a place
behind
like O2 Arena or something, the tickets behind the stage were like $300.
That's
like
nuts. Seriously, behind the stage, you can't even see him for $300.
You can't
if you can't see the guy, what's the point of going to the fucking concert?
Yeah, well, that's why I didn't go.
That's crazy.
I know you're crate digging now, Nick. So you're into records and everyone's probably into records on here. But if you buy a Soundgarden record now and it's absolutely shagged. Chris Cornell records are selling for £30-40 pounds, and they're wrecked. They're unplayable.
Really, Chris Cornell?
Because yeah.
Is that high? Holy crap!
And then you go to America and you can pick them up for $3 or $4.
Well, I'm going to keep my eye out for those.
Well,
that's crazy.
Soundgarden.
That's what I was saying this afternoon. You know, there's a lot of stuff, but I don't even know how to ship stuff cheap over there to the other side.
It's not cheap.
So,
it costs. That's the trouble.
I don't know if you know, but
FedEx.
I don't know if you're aware, but Creation Records, which Oasis was signed to, they printed for 4 months in America, right? So collectors now are buying Creation Records that were printed in Scotland, in England, and all London, signed in Scotland and made in England. But also they want the American version, which is much more scarce. Because Oasis fans.
I'm going to keep my eyes out for those.
Yeah, but it's the same with Soundgarden.
Cool.
We bought Soundgarden, which was on EMI, and in Europe it was EMI. So they are massively scarce because Soundgarden weren't popular in Europe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they were big here.
But you're not going to find here. You're not going to find Soundgarden vinyl here because when Soundgarden was popular, like when that album came out, Bad Motorfinger, none of my friends had. Honestly, a lot of us, we didn't even buy the CD. We bought the cassette because what happened is when you buy a cassette, the cassette was $7.99 and the CD was like $13.99. So you could buy 2 cassettes. So if you were on an allowance that your parents were giving you money, you know, I would rather buy 2 cassettes than 1 CD.
You're right.
Yeah, I remember.
Early 90s. Yeah, early 90s.
Even in Canada, the fucking CDs were so overpriced here, right? Like $14 for a little bit of plastic that probably cost like 50 cents to manufacture.
But that was the period where bands and artists were actually making a lot of money. And it all went downhill after that.
Yeah, can you imagine how lucky the bands were in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s to rake in the millions of dollars? And then bands in the last 20 years are like screwed and they make nothing.
It's one of the reasons why the Beatles have made millions, because they've gone through every format.
Well, there's another reason.
They've changed it through every format. Now they're making a fortune through Apple.
Can I offer one more reason why the Beatles have made so many millions?
Because they're amazing artists.
Because they're the best fucking band that ever existed. Let's face it. Listen, you know, I know you're not saying that, but they're the thing of the Beatles is they broke up in 1970, which is like, what, 51 years ago now?
Yeah, they were only together for like
and they're still great. And I can still listen to most of their music and it still sounds timeless.
Yeah.
That is insane, right?
Do you know Helter Skelter off the White Album?
Oh, that's one of my favorite Beatles songs. I love Helter Skelter. I've got blisters on my fingers. Don't you love that when Ringo says that at the end of the song?
I go for a run twice a week. I do a 7-mile run twice a week.
I love Helter Skelter.
Yeah.
Right, gentlemen.
And you realize, you know what? I always thought Helter Skelter for years and years was written by John Lennon because it was so insane. But a few years ago, I realized it was written by Paul McCartney, and Paul was singing the vocals on that. And, you know, Paul has the reputation of being so mild and mannered compared to John, right? And it's like, it was so awesome to figure out that Paul had actually sung that song. I love that song so much.
Have you heard U2's cover of that on Rattle and Hum?
I think I have. I think it's good. It's good, but I still love the original.
Yeah. It's worth it.
There's a lot of bands who tried to do Beatles covers and they poor.
You know what I love too about Helter Skelter is that it's about a playground ride in the UK, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because that's the Helter Skelter over there. I had to research because, of course, I didn't know a damn thing about that here in Canada. And then, of course, Charlie Manson totally perverted it, right? Just like, you know.
Well, actually, Bono says on Rattle and Hum,
we're taking it back. We're taking it back.
Yeah, this is a song Charles Manson stole from the Beatles, and we're taking it back.
We're taking it back. Yeah, I love that line. Yeah. It's just like the way the fucking Nazis in Germany took the swastika, which was a Navajo sign of peace, and they turned it into something horrible and ugly. You know, if you research that.
I didn't know that.
I believe it was the Navajo symbol of peace, the original swastika symbol, right? And Hitler just took it and totally perverted it, right? I think I'm right. I might not be right, but I believe I am. Take a look on Wikipedia.
It was a symbol for peace. I can't remember who for.
Yeah, it was originally a symbol for great peace, and that asshole Hitler totally, perverted it, made it upside down.
That was used in a Tarantino film. I can't remember what Tarantino film, but it was used in a Tarantino film. That was.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen some of his films. I haven't seen all of them, but.
Anyway, gentlemen, it's time for me to go to bed now.
Oh, is Andrew reaching the end of the day?
Oh, Andrew, we were loving it. What are you doing?
Yeah, I could still do another 20 minutes or so, Andrew.
It's been 6 hours and the dog's telling me it's bedtime, so.
You've got, how many hours have you been on today, Andrew?
I've done 6 hours, so.
Oh my God, that's pretty impressive, I gotta say.
I'm gonna head off now. Good night, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Chaps, all.
Cheers. Cheers.
Awesome talking to all you gentlemen tonight.